Yeah, well, they've got Derbyshire at 41 for 3. They have got their foot to the throw.
They are in a strong position in the game. Got plenty to do.
Yeah, we're just about to start here, Ian. It's a bit of a mess, if I'm entirely honest with you. 41 for 3. I can't read the scoreboard away to our right for some reason. 41 for 3, Derbyshire, in reply to Leicestershire's 528. 528, yeah. Derbyshire in a whole heap of trouble. They're still 487 behind. They're 338 away from being at the possibility of being asked to follow on, which is quite frankly embarrassing. Matt Critchley and Billy Godleman are out there in the middle, the skipper and the all-rounder, and they've got to bat all day today, and Derbyshire have got to bat all day today and all day tomorrow if they're going to save this game. That's pretty much where we're at, I'm afraid. No, I wouldn't have thought so. It took Derbyshire 5 sessions to take 10 wickets and then lost 3 in less than 1 session last night. So that tells you where we're at. Derbyshire's batting has been the problem all season, and it continues to be a problem. The bowling was yesterday, I'm afraid, and pretty much on day one as well. Ben Aitchison picked up 3 wickets. There were 3 each for Alex Thompson and Matt Critchley, the 2 spinners as well. But yeah, just not quite up to standard in this match, or indeed this season, pretty much. And you would expect something to be done, but perhaps it won't be. Oh, it's great to be watching cricket, don't get me wrong. I know I sound a bit down, and watching Derbyshire on a regular basis, as I have done since 2016, has made me like this. I was a very jolly fellow before I started. No, I wasn't actually. They didn't win a single game in 2016 in the Championship, and they're not going to win this game. And then they've got 2 more games to go. So they've got 2 more opportunities to be slightly better than they were in 2016. But that's not much of a consolation, is it really? And yeah, well, you've got to, haven't you? You've got to always look on the bright side. I'm very much, often accused of being pessimistic. I think I've said before, I prefer to regard myself as realistic. And at the moment, Derbyshire's team just isn't up to it at the moment, and I can't quite see into the future when it will be up to it. But in the immediate future, in the immediate present, it isn't up to it. I'm not a big fan of cinnamon. Why? $8,000 calories. That's almost a full day's calories, isn't it? No. Yeah. Oh, one of those jobs, is it? Yeah. Finish the plate and you. Yeah. Yes, absolutely. We've just seen Billy Godleman edge one through the slips. He's off the mark for the day with a single. They've moved up to 42 for 3. Yes, first over. Thank you, Ian. In Sky over on BBC Radio Derby FM. I keep getting some funny noises from the ISDN box. So I'm going to dial down and I'm going to redial. So you won't miss a thing.
Cleared. Dialing 0.
When I say you won't miss a thing.
8 4
The
3
Derbyshire
7 2. Trying.
web. Three, Billy Godleman up to 13. Matt Critchley into double figures. He's on 10. It's going to be a long old day for Derbyshire. It could be a very good day indeed for Leicestershire supporters. because their side is firmly on top, and we're going to see the man who did 2/3 of the damage yesterday evening. If you hear funny noises in your ears, will you let me know? Because I can't hear the ISDN box. Richard Ray's rejoined me. And I'm just slightly concerned there's the odd strange noise. But Will Davis, who did 2/3 of the damage last night and bowled like the wind, certainly bowled better than I think I've ever seen Will Davis bowl, the former Derbyshire man.
He bowled more quickly than I've ever seen him bowl.
It was terrific last night, wasn't he?
That's for sure. And he did find a spot, exploded one at the unfortunate Wayne Madsen to take the edge. Looking to do the same to Matt Critchley. In he goes from the racecourse end and bowls to Critchley, who is leaning forward, turning his wrists on a straightish delivery, working it out towards deep backward square. Ed Barnes, another, of course, with Derbyshire connections of sorts, picks up, gets his throw away. Critchley has to settle for a single. But these two, I've just noticed something. Billy Godleman, who we always thought was kind of stitched into his sleeveless sweater at the start of the season, whatever the conditions, has shed it. He's unpicked the stitches. First time this season, he's in just his short-sleeved Derbyshire shirt. Godleman has 13. Critchley now has 11. Godleman facing Davis for the first time today. Davis is in, bowls to Godleman, who works it off his hip towards square leg. Ben Mike has to hop around from mid-wicket, move sideways, crab-like to get to the ball. Godleman picks up a single, moves on to 14, 45 for 3. So 14 this partnership is now worth.
I think we can both agree there are no real demons in the pitch. It's a third-day pitch. There'll be one or two that keep low, one or two that shoot, and that's exactly how a cricket pitch should be. There might be a little bit of turn as well, but there are no demons there, are there, really?
There are runs to be made in it, that's for sure. Davis is in, line and length. Solid forward defensive from the solid Matt Critchley.
And of course, Critchley and Godleman will know Will Davis well. Critchley and Davis were both in the side in 2016 when I first arrived. Billy Godleman was the captain of that team, so they know all about Will Davis. And as I said, I hadn't seen him bowl like he bowled yesterday as a Derbyshire player. Burst onto the scene in the game against the Australians.
Turns and runs away from us. Bowls to Critchley, just outside off stump. Was an interesting one in that Critchley might have played it off the back foot. And in the end, he chose to trust his judgment. Leant forward, defended it out into the offside, just outside off stump. Looking for that spot there or thereabouts. Talking to Chris Wright at the end of play yesterday, he said he thought it was just the one sort of spot. It wasn't necessarily a sign of the pitch breaking up or anything like it, or showing any inclination to do so. So they're going to have to work very hard for wickets today. Davis is in and bowls outside off stump. It goes through low, unimpeded by Matt Critchley to Harry Swindles, who has caught the first 3 wickets of this Derbyshire first innings, or caught them last night.
Anyone caught all 10?
7 is the record.
7.
Just once. And there's quite a few Leicestershire wicket-keepers, including actually Paul Nixon, have taken 6 in an innings, 6 catches, that is. Davis is in, bowls outside off stump, allowed to go through again by Critchley. That wasn't of the standard to which Davis bowled last night, but it's just his first over of the day. First of what could be many. 8 overs. In fact, he bowled a lot of overs last night, didn't he? Bowled 8 overs, took 2 for 16, bowled 3 maidens. So 9 for him now, 7 for Wright, who took 1 for 11 yesterday. We also saw Ben Mike, Ed Barnes and Callum Parkinson, briefly.
On Callum Parkinson, is it catches or is it dismissals, the 7? Because he may get the odd stumping, mightn't he?
I think it's victims, I'll check.
Yeah.
As in, whether any were stumpings, I'm not sure.
We can check later, can't we, when it gets close. Chris Wright from the City end. He's already taken the edge of Billy Godleman's bat once. Godleman leaves the first delivery of a new over alone to go through to Harry Swindles. It's all about mindset for the Derbyshire batsman, really. It was all about mindset yesterday, and unfortunately 3 have perished, but it's all about mindset. You just go out there. You do take the runs when they're on offer, but it's all about staying there, taking time out of the game, because the odds would suggest, and the stats would suggest, that Derbyshire won't make the follow-on target, which is 379. Certainly not from 45 for 3. But if they can take as much time out of this game as possible as Godalming leaves, could leave that from Godalming. It goes through to Swindles. If they can take as much time out of the game as possible in the first innings, it means that less time to bat in the second innings, of course, although they will be batting on a 4th-day pitch, should we reach tomorrow, which everybody fervently hopes that we will. But it's going to be tough. I sounded a bit downbeat on Radio Derby FM, but well, quite frankly, there isn't an awful lot to be upbeat about, and I can't imagine that the board watching on from the chairman's box on the far side of the ground are particularly impressed by this either, as the next delivery from Wright is dabbed into the offside, and there's no run.
Just for the record, it is victims, but they were all caught.
Right,
and it was Neil Burns who took 7 catches against Somerset in 2001, so not so very long ago, at Grace Road.
By Ramage, he's just doing something to the ball. He's been handed it by Ben Mike. He's just removed something from it, I think.
He looked to have some scissors or something in his hand.
Like a knife to me, the way he fought. He's got a flick knife in his pocket, just in case. You never know.
Well, he's in Derby, so.
Steady.
Staying in a hotel, I'm sure.
He's right again. Godalming leaves outside the off stump. Cabbage White saw one at Lord's. In fact, there are 2 out there, fluttering from left to right as we look out from the racecourse. And in fact, one's gone the opposite direction now, so they're clearly not friends. At Rich,
there are a lot of around at the moment. Those squirrels are everywhere.
Squirrels?
Absolutely. You run around a park in Leicester at the moment and you're kind of picking your way through them. And they're increasingly bold, I find.
Oh, are they? Trying to trip you up. Godalming waits, right, balls, beats him. Does he take the edge? He has taken the edge, and Godalming's gone in only the 3rd over of the morning, and Derbyshire have lost their 4th wicket, and it just hastens the prospect of being asked to follow on. 45 for 3, Wright with his 2nd victim, and another catch for Swindles. That's 4 out of 4.
45 for 4, yeah. Just looked, may just have held its own off the seam, but he's been shaping them back into the left-hander with his natural swing. Chris Wright, victim number 501, Billy Godalming. I'm sure that won't make him feel any better about it. Let's have a look at the replay to see if it did hold its own off the seam or anything like it. There was a sort of little bit of wobble, but he just sort of felt for it a touch. Wasn't the greatest shot that Godalming has played, but it was a good testing delivery. And Swindles has 4 out of 4.
59 deliveries for his 14, Billy Godalming. Almost ground to a halt. It should be Brooke Guest next in, who very kindly came up and spoke to us on Sports Scene at 6 Live last night. Brooke Guest, the Derbyshire wicket-keeper. And he was being bullish, as you would expect, of course. He couldn't very well turn around and say, yeah, we'll probably lose this game. 2 good batsmen out there, more batting to come. And he said that the pitch was still a good pitch, so it'll be interesting to see how he goes. He's done all right this season as Brooke Guest. He's done all right. He's improved his best. He did it twice in the game down at Chelmsford when he got a 49 in the first innings and a 65 in the second innings in an innings defeat, and provided some resistance to Simon Harmer in the first innings. Precious little resistance anywhere else. And a bit more resistance in the second innings as well, but that game was over in 2.5 days. Although we went into day 4 because they lost the entirety of day 1, but it was one of the 2.5 day defeats that Derbyshire have suffered this season. I don't think they're going to lose in 2.5 days here. That would be quite remarkable if they did. and potentially the most embarrassing of the defeats if it was 2.5 days. But he surveys the scene. Does Brooke Guest? He's not going to be hurried. Quite right too. And now he's ready. 45 for 4. It's ridiculous, isn't it, really? As Guest waits, there are 4 slips in place, and Wright bowls to him, and he gets the full face of the bat on it, pushes it back to the bowler. He's got a reasonably good technique, Brooke Guest. That's me critiquing his technique as a man who could never bat, but 2 very solid individuals out there now in Matt Critchley and Brooke Guest. Still to come. Don't hold your breath, Derbyshire fans. Anuj Dal, who clearly can bat. Alex Thompson, who provided a little bit of resistance in the second innings against Middlesex. Sam Connors, Ben Aitchison, and Ed Moulton, who apparently will come in at number 11, which I think tells you all you need to know about his batting. Sam Connors at 9 is a place too high, potentially 2.
17th ball of the day then. That wicket fell. Davis is in and bowls to Critchley. A nice high left elbow as he strokes that one in defence. Out towards Wright, who is now at mid-on. He does have a sleeveless sweater on, I think. No, he doesn't, I beg your pardon. It looked like he did, as so the Leicestershire sleeveless sweater. Absolute replica of the shirt, essentially. And sometimes it's quite hard to tell that they've got them on. Right. Throws the ball, underarms the ball to Davis, who turns. Runs in past umpire Rob Bailey and bowls down the leg side. There's an appeal for a catch behind. It flicked to the pad, sounded paddy as it went through, and umpire Bailey, unmoved by a half-hearted appeal from behind the stumps, and Davis's appeal as he turned, though impressive in terms of his actions, both hands raised high to the heavens, was belated in the extreme. A response to the slips. Brooke Guest this season has 326 first-class runs coming into this innings at an average of just under 22. Davis is in to Critchley, a wide outside off stump. Critchley steps forward, leaves his bat raised, lets it go through an awful lot on the broad shoulders of Matt Critchley in terms of the innings.
As ever. Averaging 41. By far, as you said yesterday, Rich, the leading run scorer for Derbyshire. 795 to date.
Waits with a bat raised, staring intently down the pitch as Davis comes in and bowls again outside off stump. Again, just a sort of half step forward towards the ball, but lets it go through to Swindles behind the stumps, as there has been throughout the innings. 4 slips alongside Harry Swindles. Hassan Azad, Louis Kimber, George Rhodes, and who's that at 4th at the moment with his hands on his hips? I'll work it out in a moment. It's usually Davis, of course, but Davis is bowling at the moment. In he goes and bowls, goes past the outside edge of Matt Critchley's bat. First time Davis has achieved that particular feat this spell. Season. At times
that's harsh.
It is a little bit
harsh.
45 for 4.
You've talked about Wright and the potential of him wearing a sleeveless sweater, which we've now established that he isn't. And just after he said that, he took out a towel from his pocket and not only wiped his face, but his arms. It's that warm out there. I mean, it is the warmest day so far of the match.
Beautiful day. And here we are inside. In goes Davis and bowls, brings Critchley forward, but he plays it well. He was reaching, but he pretty much got to the pitch of it, played it with an angle back, guided it backward at a point down towards the wide third man boundary. Lewis Hill wins the chase with Sam Evans to pick up the ball. Critchley takes 2 of the last ball of the over. Moves on to 13, 47 for 4. Means Brooke Guest will be on strike against Chris Wright for the next over.
Springsteen's already been on.
was going to say at Rich M. Ray, R-A-E, or at Fletch Sport. What's Springsteen?
You two remind me so much of Bob Mortimer and Paul Whitehouse in the BBC TV programme Gone Fishing. P.S. This is a compliment.
It's incredibly popular, that programme,
isn't it? Yeah, I don't watch it, but it is. Here's Chris Wright in from the City end, bowls to Brooke Guest down the leg side. Did he get bat on that? It's crashed down to fine leg, and he did. There was a dive across to his left-hand side. It was too far away, though, from Harry Swindles for him to effect a catch.
Would have been a spectacular effort, wouldn't it? Diving away to his left.
Wouldn't it just?
He didn't dive, didn't bother.
Well, he got a good piece of it in the end, didn't he?
He did, yeah.
I wasn't entirely sure if it had come off bat. But
they were in these, well, not quite this neck of the woods in their last programme, but they were on the lake at Burley Park at Stamford in their last programme, with which I'm reasonably familiar.
The
Plucking pike out of it. Scary fish, those pike.
Yes, they are, aren't they? 50 up for Derbyshire. For what it's worth, 51 for 4. That's right, he's in again, bowls to Guest. Ooh, that's a good leave. That one just seemed to dip back, and he left it. And, well, the last thing you want is to leave a ball and it remove your off stump, and that looked for a split second as though it might.
It is a delivery he's kind of really worked on this season and has been remarked on, because obviously he's an outswing bowler by preference and trade, really, but he's worked really hard on Tom Smith with bringing one back. He bangs it in a little bit shorter than that usually, and it sometimes stays low, but it does come back in, and that might have been it. It wasn't too far away.
It didn't look far away. Guest waits again, and this time he gets bat on ball. And defends it back to Wright. In keeping with the Derbyshire bowlers yesterday afternoon, when the ball comes back to him, he keeps it. Like to see that. Gets a pat on the back from Ben Mike,
who is the sort of team's designated polisher. So
he's warming up.
Yeah. Short spells today, perhaps.
Yeah, well, it is very warm. Those of you who are listening abroad will probably be laughing, because but for England this is warm. Right, bowls clipped away down to long leg by Brooke Guest. Picks up a single.
Yes, Franco Fox down in Melbourne, Australia, was making several comments to that effect.
Yes, I can understand.
Heat wave? What are you talking about, heat wave? Since when is 28 degrees a heat wave?
This is a heat wave.
Heat day. It's a heat day. Due to get cooler again by the weekend, isn't it? So.
Yes. Yeah. Lewis Hill did the feeling down at long leg. 3 slips in a gully, really, although Will Davis, or is he a 5th slip, but there's a definite gap between the 3rd slip, Rhodes, and the man to his right, Davis, as Critchley waits, and that one's down the leg side, taken by Swindles. In the same way that Brooke Guest was taking balls down the leg side yesterday with minimum of fuss, just moving a couple of steps to his left-hand side and gathering the ball, sending it off to one of his teammates in the slips for it to get back to the bowler at some point. It's there now. Ben Mike continues to warm up. He's a sort of extra cover rather than mid-off. But he's very serious about these warm-ups, is Ben Mike.
Davis has gone wide, hasn't he? Oh, he's in the gully now.
There is a gap there, isn't there now? As Wright is in, and that one is pushed out to the offside. They go through for the quick single, and they get there comfortably. End of the over. 53 for 4. With Critchley on 14, Brooke Guest on 5. Don't like gaps in the slip cordon. It's just me. I don't think it is just me. I think there are people who don't like gaps in the slip cordon, because more often than not, it appears that the ball can get through there. Having said that, at 53 for 4, they can afford 1 or 2 boundaries down to 3rd man, can't they, Leicestershire?
They can. They could all. I mean, I suppose you could say they could always fill the gap as well. Almost make it 5 if you want 4 slips and a gully. The 4 slips for Critchley as he faces Davis are in a conventional position outside off stump. Dies a little bit as it's allowed to go through by Critchley into the gloves of Swindles. It's Sam Evans who has taken that 4th slip position that Davis occupies when Wright is bowling from the city end. Davis just at the moment struggling to summon up the spirit and verve with which he bowled last night. Looked full of bounce. So it is several degrees warmer. In he goes and bowls to Critchley, and it's full and it's drifting towards middle and leg, and it's clipped away down towards deep mid wicket. Mike chases it down about 10 yards inside the ropes. Good throw from him. He's a strong young man, and Critchley content to settle for 2.
Looking at the Godwin dismissal, he probably could have left that alone, couldn't he?
He twitched at it a bit, didn't he?
Yeah, it sort of pitched in line, but was always going away, and he just couldn't help having a little dabble at it, and it proved to be his downfall. He'll know.
Davis looks a little critically at the ball as he turns at the end of his run-up. And in he comes, bowls, and looking to drive, I think. He's a little bit squared up, perhaps. Critchley was looking to drive straight, and it did just hold its own. The thick outside part of the bat sort of steered it out towards extra cover. Parkinson had to run to his left from a wide-ish mid-off position, so Critchley took 1, but there were a few oohs and ahs, and Davis had his hands on his head momentarily. 56 for 4, Critchley onto 17.
He sort of plays that shot on 1 foot, almost. Quite a lot he plays that shot on 1 foot, which presumably isn't in the coaching manual, but been effective for Critchley this season.
Davis bowls to Guest outside off stump. The ball does not move as much as an iota, a degree from the straight, but it was outside off stump, and Guest, who's at the start of his innings on 5, lets it go through and swats away an insect. The ball is thrown to Davis, who wasn't ready for it.
He swatted away an insect as well, and he just took his mind off things and took his eye off the ball, almost clonked him on the head.
There seem to be a few flying insects out there. Everybody's
it's annoying him.
Swatting away.
Excellent. The flying insects have arrived that I ordered.
Davis is in, bowls like a little bit short outside off stump. Guest upon his toes, looking to force it out into the offside. Doesn't time it. And it goes quite slowly towards Callum Parkinson at that wide mid-off position. Leicestershire's captain today. When we make the first change, the manner in which Mike has been warming up suggests it might not be too long. Leicestershire anticipating a long, hard day in the field, I suspect, the bowlers in particular. Parkinson too, swinging his arms.
They might have 2 goals, might they, today?
Davis in 2 Guests. Better line, better length. He's forward, he's playing it on off stump, does so successfully. In defence, steers it out square on the offside. And Hill, who is at a point slightly backward thereof, makes the stop. End of the over. Critchley takes off his helmet, lets a little air get underneath and mops his brow. Hot work out there for all the players. 56 for 4. Matt Critchley has 17. Brooke Guest has 5. Why do I want to keep calling him Billy Guest? Is there a famous Billy Guest? Can't think of another one.
In the same way that I want to call him Brooke Shields.
Yeah.
Probably. Manchester born, grew up in Perth in Western Australia. Played for the Australia under-19s. Well, he was out there, but now firmly back in this country. There is Ben Mike for the first time today. So it looks like short, sharp spells. 3 overs, 1 for 8. Chris Wright, 3 overs, 0 for 7. Just 6 overs in the first half hour. That's not a good thing. Here is Ben Mike. Bowling to Matt Critchley, who defends the first delivery that Mike bowls out into the offside very comfortably.
Well, it may be that if Callum Parkinson bowls plenty of overs, who knows, maybe George Rhodes a few as well, they'll catch up a bit, but yes, not the brightest of starts in those terms.
Yeah, 24 overs an hour. It's a little sluggish.
24 an hour?
12 an hour, sorry, yes.
I'd be impressed with that.
I'd quadrupled the 6. What am I talking about? Is the next delivery that just hurries Critchley a little bit, gets his bat down on it, turns it into the leg side towards Ed Barnes.
Ben Mike yesterday, 3 overs, 2 maidens, none for 4. He looked like he'd found a better consistency. Sometimes he's a little bit wayward, but he was there or thereabouts in those 3 overs yesterday.
Started to warm up, and have you noticed? I thought it was quite chilly in here when we first started, but even after half an hour, it's already warming up as Mike bowls him. Critchley's middle stump goes flying out of the ground, and in his first over of the day, Ben Mike strikes. It's the first dismissal that hasn't been caught behind. Critchley goes for 17, and Derbyshire in a whole heap of trouble, 56 for 5.
I think it came off the inside edge onto the middle stump, but it was a terribly loose shot at this stage. Critchley had looked really good in going to that 17. Goodness me. Let's have a look at the replay. Was it wide? Was it there to be hit? It was fullish, wasn't it? He was going for the drive. No, it wasn't there to be hit away, really. It was a little bit of an outswing, and it was a thick inside edge onto his middle stump, so he can consider himself a bit unlucky in that respect, but it wasn't really there to be driven away at such an early stage.
Yes, given the circumstances. Loose shot.
I better go and give the good news to Radio Leicestershire
Yes, I'm
FM
going to try and
frequency.
dress this one up for Radio Derby. I sounded miserable at 10:30. Just wait until 11:30. Here comes Anuj Dal to join Brooke Guest. Derbyshire trailing by 472. That'll be 472. That's an awful lot of runs that they still require. But 379 to avoid the follow-on. They're 323 runs away from that particular target. If they need to bat all day today and all day tomorrow, losing 2 wickets in the first half hour isn't going to help you very much. As Anuj Dal takes guard. And Critchley is the best batsman. Anuj Dal waits. Ben Mike on his way in and bowls, and he turns into the leg side. And they're now 56 for 5 because they've lost 2 wickets in the first half hour. Billy Godelman for 14, the 4th victim for wicketkeeper Harry Swindles off the bowling of Chris Wright, and a few moments ago Matt Critchley inside edge, middle stump cartwheeling away from the bowling of Ben Mike for 17. Derbyshire effectively have to bat all of today and most of tomorrow, if not all of it, to secure a draw from this game, and they haven't made a good start. They're 56 for 5, still trailing by 472. As Mike bowls, and Anuj Dal's off the mark as he turns that one into the leg side. Keep doing our things is the cry from the Leicestershire players. Well, the things that they've been doing so far have been pretty decent. Wood, Deploy, Madsen all out last night as they closed on 41 for 3. And this morning, Godelman and Critchley gone as well. The entire top 5, already back in the pavilion first time around. I'd keep the pads on if I was them, as this next one is turned nicely. That, no disrespect to Brooke Guest and Anuj Dal, incidentally, who are battling cricketers. And he picks up a single. He moves on to 6. It's 58 for 5 at the end of the over. That's a good idea, Richard, if the batsmen who are out today just keep the pads on.
Well, it's certainly the start that Leicestershire would have really hoped for this morning, to get the two arguably sort of best players and or the hardest to get out this season. Godham has always, well, you know, as far as Leicestershire are concerned, he scored a lot of runs against Leicestershire. I know he struggled a bit this season, but Critchley, the form man. Davis is in to Guest, very straight on off stump. Guest meets it with a nice straight bat out to Parkinson. It goes at mid off. Maybe the short spell thing doesn't apply to Davis. He can just
flog him.
He can just bowl.
Well, he bowled more last night than anybody else, didn't he? I know he was picking up wickets, and would have been difficult to get the ball out of his hand, but
into double figures now. But obviously with the night's break in between. He hasn't washed his whites. He hasn't got clean whites on. He's still got yesterday's whites on. In he goes and bowls to Guest, who is leaning forward, a little uncertainly looking to drive, to on drive perhaps, doesn't time it. Doesn't look entirely convincing. Early doors at the moment. He's 6 not out. Dal has a single, 58 for 5. The follow-on target, 379. Seems quite a long way away at the moment.
Only another 322. Come on.
Parkinson swats away at various flying objects as Davis runs in and bowls to Guest, thick inside edge as it seams back in towards him. Again, it's not a big stride as he defends, leaning forward. His weight is forward, and it runs out towards Ben Mike, who is at mid-wicket. The Derbyshire faithful find something amusing down below us.
They've got to make their own entertainment this season, I think.
Parkinson has a word with Davis. He looks thoughtful, Callum Parkinson, and pointing to, he's waving at the pavilion now. He's decided to bring in a short leg, I think. I think he's calling for the pads, which, well, it's usually Hassan Azad who goes in at short leg, but Azad at first slip. Maybe Sam Evans will. Maybe somebody, if it's seaming back into Guest, this will add to the time being taken for the over, of course.
Well, it's whoever has the specs on the back of his head. Was that Evans yesterday?
Nobody's hurrying. It was, yes, and he didn't put them on when he was facing the sun. Well, Hill has gone from point into where? He looks like nobody's letting him into the circle. Where's he going to go? At the moment he's standing at second.
Well, Evans is going to put the pads on because he's already given his glasses to Chris Wright and he's taken his cap off and he's put it down the back of his trousers. But it doesn't appear that the 12th man was expecting to have to deliver any fielding pads. So at the moment he's just wandering, meandering from the field. The game has stopped again. It's not the first time the game's stopped. He couldn't have walked any slower if he'd been out first ball, which he clearly wasn't first innings because he batted for some considerable time. Now he's walking up the steps.
He's kind of looking hopeful as if somebody's going to meet him on the way with the pads, but just nobody has appeared.
Can we not just crack on?
Umpires don't look very impressed.
Parkinson's unimpressed. He's got his arms
saying, well,
wide
where's everybody? Why aren't the pads waiting at the bottom or by the rope, essentially, put there at the start of the day?
Wouldn't it?
So that if they need them, Leicestershire, they can go and get them. But this is ridiculous.
There should be docked points.
Absolutely ridiculous.
Docked points.
And there's all sorts of sort of gestures going on out there. Where are the pads? They're not
Umpire
there.
Bailey's not happy,
waiting for them. Parkinson's getting cross now. He's saying, "Come back."
Come back? Oh no! We'll have to get
this is very. He's come back down. Now he's going back up again. The 12th man has appeared with the helmet. He tosses it over the balcony to Sam Evans. Was that all he wanted? Just the helmet? Well, why one wasn't waiting on the edge of the boundary is completely beyond me. But there you go.
He's got the protector inside the helmet as well. It isn't now because that's on his head, but he's got the protector in as well. So, but he's no pads on.
Maybe
So,
leg gully then.
No, he's got a short leg. If Brooke Guest can find his shins, that could be useful.
How long did that take? 3 minutes, 4 minutes?
Ridiculous.
Will Davis is in and bowling, and a drive, expansive drive, and a nicely timed drive by Brooke Guest to a full delivery outside off stump. A little bit of a half volley. He tucks in and flays it away through the large gap in the covers for 4.
Umpire Bailey's assuming that the scorers have seen that because he did it several times. There was no way. They're too busy swapping pens around.
And Davis, having been bowling a decent length and seaming it back into the right-hander, the short leg comes in, he immediately bowls a juicy half volley outside off stump.
It's stiffened up.
Yeah,
It doesn't normally spend that long between balls when somebody's bowling from the other end.
In he comes, bowls to Guest. That is on to the legs, but it's full again, and Guest can turn it away. Along the ground all the way it goes down towards Ed Barnes, who's a wide, long leg. Another single to Brooke Guest, who moves into double figures. Oh, he's already in double figures, moves on to 11, in fact. Brings Anuj Dal down to face the bowling. New man to bowler. Needs to get this right, Will Davis. Turns. Runs in and bowls. Good delivery. Line and length on off stump. Shaping back in. Well played by Dal. Leaning forward. Being positive in defence. Playing it firmly out to Chris Wright, who's now at mid-off. Parkinson and he having swapped positions for some reason. End of the over, 63 for 5. Anuj Dal has a single. Brooke Guest in double figures on 11.
I only chuckled when he said new man in. He's number 7 and we're only in the 28th over. They've all been pretty new men, haven't they, really? They don't hang about Derbyshire. How many overs did Leicestershire bat? 170, something like that?
I believe so. 169.2.
Derbyshire have been out there now for 28. Here is Mike in and bowls to Brooke Guest, who defends it out into the onside. And there's no run. I'm going to resurrect my 9 out of 14 now, but I'll double check that innings that they failed to reach 150 because they're in very grave danger of not reaching 150 in the first innings here at 63 for 5. Members watch on from the balcony of the members' pavilion on the far side of the ground. Windows open, doors open. Mike's in, bowls to Guest, who pulls, but straight to Ed Barnes at mid-wicket. Not straight to him, technically, because he did have to move to his right and drop to his knees, and he just flexes his right knee there. It looks like he's tying his shoelace. Not that that's better. That's how I do it. By lifting his foot off the floor, which is quite unusual.
Yeah, I'd fall over.
Well, I would, yeah. That's why I wouldn't do it like that. Love a good slip on. It's Mike again, and this one is defended by Guest. I don't think I own a pair.
What about your shoes?
No, I don't. I don't own a pair of slip-ons.
No. Can you still get them?
I'm not sure. They were very fashionable at one point, weren't they? Yes.
Hush puppies.
Very fashionable. Didn't have them when they were fashionable either.
You can get them as running shoes, funnily enough, these days.
Well, I suppose for that business that you do, it would be quite useful, wouldn't it? When you've got to get the shoes on and off quick, or on quickly, certainly.
Precisely.
Triathlons. Ben Mike is in, and that one is turned into the leg side. This time, much more to the right of it's a no ball as well, I think. They're going to run 2, and it is a no ball. Signalled by umpire Ramage at the far end. So Derbyshire pick up 4 runs for that particular delivery, move up to 67 for 5. 2 goes to Brooke Guest, he'll move on to 13. They're rattling along now. They're a mere 312 away from avoiding the ignominy of once again this season being asked to follow on 3 times they've lost by an innings this season. Another one would equal the season of 2015, as that one is driven by Brooke Guest. That'll be 4 runs up towards a very straight mid-off, towards the permanent temporary stand at the far end of the ground. And Brooke Guest has raced to 17, no doubt. Joins Matt Critchley as the joint highest scorer in the innings.
Yeah, the key, I think, is to not try too hard to make something happen necessarily, just to bowl line and length off stump.
Well, it was interesting when you were next door, the cry was, keep doing our things, boys, keep doing our things, which is absolutely right. It's worked so far. Why would you try anything different? At 71 for 5, Mike bowls and turned into the leg side by Brooke Guest. Chris Wright comes around to do the fielding from mid-on.
He looks comfortable against the straight ball, the ball coming back into him, leg stump ball. Happy playing off his legs, like most sort of first-class batsmen.
He's got perhaps a few more shots than your regular wicketkeeper. They tend to favour the dabs down to third man and things like that quite often. Guest waits, and this next delivery off the back foot, forced away out to the cover boundary. That'll be 4 as well. This outfield has quickened up considerably from day one. It was short, he went on the back foot and forced it away. And that's 4 boundaries in the over? No, 2 boundaries in the over and a 4 because of the no ball. 12 off it, 75 for 5. And Guest has moved on to 21 now.
Mike kicking angrily at the crease, but it's not the crease's fault. However much he kicks at it. And
well, they were filling them in this morning. So you said yesterday he doesn't like it.
He doesn't, or it doesn't seem to, but even so, you know, I think it's a...
He's not happy.
I think it's an excuse.
He's not a happy man, is he?
No. And Parkinson might think of making another quick change from that end. Although Mike, young and fit, I'm not saying that Chris Wright isn't, but perhaps he has to work a bit harder. Davis to continue, bowls outside off stump, good delivery, brings Dal forward, playing down the wrong line, goes past the outside edge. That's the line from the bowler's point of view. And Mike still chuntering away to himself at point, so to speak. Eyes to the heavens, what am I doing wrong? And hands on hips. Davis turns in, bowls, that is pushed towards the middle stump of Dal, who in turn works it out towards mid-wicket. Parkinson has a few feet to skip to his right and done the homework. Derbyshire is, of course, left-handed, so he has to pick up and transfer the ball. Doesn't bother hurling the ball up the stumps, and the quick single safely completed. Good running.
You may well Guest have been at Lancashire with Parkinson at some point.
Still got the short leg in, Davis, for Guest. In he comes and bowls short. Guest goes for the pull. I think got a bottom edge and it went onto his thigh pad. Bounced out into the offside. Will feel very much, and clearly does from his reaction, that he missed out there. Wide open spaces at mid-wicket. There is nobody within, well, what, in terms of the other fellow cricketers, 80 yards of Ed Barnes, who's out there at wide long leg. Parkinson's at a sort of wide-ish conventional mid-on. You've got Evans at short leg. Otherwise, the leg side is unoccupied as Davis is in and bowls to Guest, who is beaten by that one. It thumps into the thigh pad again from outside off stump. Just came back in a bit, says Guest, with that hand gesture.
Typical wicketkeeper. All the wicketkeepers do the gestures, don't they? It's always the wicketkeepers. Wayne Madsen does it a lot. There's deploy to a degree.
Davis is getting a little bit then of movement. Tends to be back into the right-hander. The odd one just holds its own off the seam. In he comes and bowls to Guest. That one does come back in a touch, but he's very comfortable playing it. It is slightly short of a length. Turns it into the leg side. Evans at short leg. Scampers in pursuit, picks it up and hands it to his captain for the match, Callum Parkinson. Applause from Louis Kimber at second slip. Rhodes is usually a chuntrer. He's under a sun hat at third slip. Quiet at the moment though, as Davis is in and bowls off stump. Again may have just come back in a touch, and Guest is forward, thick inside part of the bat as he defends that one out into the offside. Again Davis has his hands on his head. Parkinson hands him his cap, gives him a congratulatory pat on the back. How many is that this morning? Is that 5 for Davis this morning? So that might be, you would have thought, it for now. He may have a lot more overs, or many more overs, to bowl today. Mike's going to get another one, hoping it will be rather better than the last from the City end.
I've just been tagged in a tweet by somebody who's got over 21,000 followers. It's exciting, isn't it?
Who is that?
It's a football tweet.
Ah.
Here's Ben Mike in balls to Anuj Dal, who pushes this out into the offside. It's sort of relevant because Callum Parkinson's playing. Most away points won in 2021 in the top 4 tiers of English football. 33 Manchester City, 31 Burton Albion, 30 Bolton and Cambridge.
Springsteen says no sound on stream or radio, but that was a few minutes ago. Haven't had any other tweets to that effect. Or
it's definitely still there.
Yeah, we're there on our computers.
Well,
hopefully it's sorted out
won't
now.
be able to hear us if we're saying
No.
we're there if he can't hear us. I've had a few messages. Let's have a look. This next delivery is defended by Anuj Dal. And there is no run. No, I've received nothing from either of my listeners.
Morning to Martin Barry. Fab start to the day for the Foxes, and he's predicting all out by lunch and 6 down following on by close of play.
Wow, if they're only 6 down having been bowled out by lunch, that would be a terrific effort by Derbyshire.
Springsteen says, sound okay again, my fault.
Yeah, that mute button. Come on, Springsteen, sort it out.
Afternoon Fango, he says, all fine down in Melbourne.
Dal gets a bit of a leading edge up to mid-off from the next ball from Ben Mike. Fielded by Callum Parkinson at mid-off. Yeah, it's always good to know when we're not on.
Reassuring to know that somebody's trying to listen
It
to
is,
it.
very much so. Yeah, very much so. Yeah, no, I couldn't agree more. They used to put little numbers, didn't they, on how many? 3,000 people.
There you go.
I think that's across the BBC as this next delivery is left alone outside the off stump by Anuj Dal. Goes through to the keeper. Of course, as Richard pointed out to me today, I hadn't really had a proper look, but a lot of games finished yesterday. The game at Scarborough is over. Yorkshire won by an innings and 33 against Somerset. Middlesex is still batting, of course. 452 for 2 at Sussex.
Robson and Stoneman broke a few records and probably a few hearts as well.
They got towards 400, didn't they, together before they were parted, if not over it. That one is, oof, what kind of shot was that from Anuj Dal? That go past the off stump.
It did.
And he's tried to pull it. He kept a little bit low and through to the keeper.
Went underneath his bat.
But that wasn't the kind of shot you want to see necessarily a batsman playing at 76 for 5. These two have added 20 already. I'd just like to see them out there at lunchtime, really.
Yeah, that was a very curious shot.
It was a poor shot, really, wasn't it?
Wrong choice, that's for sure. Trying to be positive.
Yeah, fine line, I suppose. 76 for 5, Dal on 2, Guest on 21. Dal waits, Mike bowls to him, and that strikes the pad going down the leg side. And they'll pick up a leg by which is signalled now by umpire Ramage. 77 for 5 at the end of the over. 2 to Dal, 21 to Guest. And Derbyshire 303 away from the prospect of being asked to follow on. I say prospect, from being asked to follow on, as Leicestershire will almost certainly do. You would have thought, I suppose the only thing is if they get towards mid-afternoon or something, an hour before tea perhaps, when the bowlers have been at it for a while, Chris Wright is going to come on now from the racecourse end for the first time.
Sort of makes sense, doesn't it, having bowled just the 3 overs this morning. Picked up the first wicket of the day. Billy Godalming caught behind. Mixed bag from Will Davis. A few good deliveries in there, but as I say, wasn't quite up to the standards of his opening burst yesterday evening. Right, 3 slips and very much a gully, Davis. Now, you could fit 2 more slips in between him and Rhodes at 3rd slip. Guest wanders down as he's having a bit of an issue. Dal, what's something in his eye?
Well, I think he's a contact lens wearer because he wears glasses day-to-day life. So I just wonder if it's in the sort of face area that he seems to be struggling. And he is a contact lens wearer, and I believe they can shift around. I've never been a contact lens wearer, but
so there'll be another delay.
Either that or a fly's gone in because it looks like his eyes are watering to me. He keeps wiping his right eye on his sleeves, and again there, and then looks up.
Sweat, I guess. Umpire Bailey asks Chris Wright for the ball because it's going to be a delay, so there's going to be drinks and brought on and sanitising, and there's Brooke Guest calling for a drink, taking off his helmet, so it now becomes an official, I guess, drinks break.
Yeah. Umpire Bailey might be using the break for something else. He's trotting off towards they're housed, the umpires, and the bottom floor of the members' pavilion in the old changing rooms.
Coffee too many caught up with him? Possibly,
yeah. Yeah. Dodgy sausage for breakfast anyway. Either way, he's jogged off. So I'll read these scores then, shall I?
He keeps jogging as well.
Well,
he's got problems.
Once you've got the urge, Nottinghamshire 172 for 5 against Lancashire. Second innings at Trent Bridge, they lead Lancashire by 276. Hampshire at 278 for 8 in their second innings down across at Edgbaston, leading Warwickshire by 251. The Yorkshire game I've given you the result of course, at Glamorgan. Well, they're in a spot of bother. Durham declared on 503 for 8 in their first innings, and Glamorgan already 105 for 3, still trailing by 300. And 1 Gloucestershire 160 for 8 second time around, still 40 behind Essex down at Chelmsford. Surrey 130 for 7, their lead against Northamptonshire on Wantage Road is just 211. Could be a good game there. Still all of today and all of tomorrow to go. Kent against Worcestershire at Canterbury. Worcestershire 145 for 7, trailing by 115 runs. And as I said, Middlesex 459 for 2 against Sussex. That's in the first innings. It's only day 2 there. And yesterday, centuries, well, a double century for Sam Robson, 233. In fact, he's 233 not out. And Mark Stoneman, 174. And doesn't it always happen? When Stoneman was dismissed, Stephen Eskenazi came in and scored 4. And Robbie White, who scored a century in the first innings last week at Lord's, is on 18 not out. They have changed their side a little bit. Tim Murtagh still skippering the side, but there's no Toby Rowland Jones in this game. He made his comeback from injury last week.
We've now got the umpires, both of them have their hands on their hips, staring accusingly at the pavilion. Ditto the 2 batsmen. So I think Dal is waiting for replacement lens, perhaps. Out comes the Derbyshire 12th man carrying something.
Unfortunately, it looks like he's coming out to ask what the problem is. And he's radioing back. Now, that looks like Jonty Norris to me, who isn't a 12th man.
And Dal's going to permission to go to the pavilion.
Strength and conditioning.
To find them himself.
Where can he find them if he hasn't got any contact lenses? He might struggle to find the contact lenses that he's looking for.
It's in my bag, in that pocket. Oh, go and get it yourself. Go on. That's what's happening out there.
It's a bit stop-start, isn't it? A bit stop-start.
Professional entertainment, folks. I've got time to go and do an update.
Well, I was just thinking there that I could probably do an update. I am here, sorry. 11:28. Sorry, Tom. Sorry, Claire. But I am here now. I am listening. And now wouldn't be a bad time. Thank you, Tom. We'll be talking to Ian Sky fairly shortly. You don't want me to be cheerful, Ian, do you? For goodness sake. 2 wickets already down this morning. Derbyshire currently 77 for 5. You might, in the background, hear complete silence. That's because the game appears to have ground to a halt. Anuj Dal, we think, has got a problem with the contact lens. The 12th man came out eventually and appeared to ask him what his problem was. Well, we think it's a contact lens, so they must have thought that. And now Anuj Dal's gone off to the pavilion to sort out whatever his issue is. It's the second time the game's ground to a halt because Leicestershire wanted a helmet for a short leg that took about 5 minutes to arrive on the pitch earlier on today. So we haven't had an awful lot of cricket this morning. We've had enough cricket to see the back of Billy Godleman, caught by Harry Swindles off Chris Wright for 14. And the dismissal of Matt Critchley, who got an inside edge to a drive that he tried to play off Ben Mike. He was dismissed for 17. Brooke Guest, 21 from 25 deliveries, batted nicely so far. Anuj Dal is on 2 not out alongside him. They're 77 for 5, which means they still trail by 451, and they remain 302 runs away from the follow-on target. So still very much behind the 8 ball here at Derbyshire, it would be fair to say. Yeah, it's disastrous, yeah. Well, he's the man who stands very close to the bat, but in front of the batsman, short legs of position. Yeah, so he's on the leg side, and he's very. Well, no, because they don't have that position very often. So when they stand there, it's an ECB regulation, in fact, that you have to wear a helmet in this country if you're fielding very close to the batsman. So therefore, we had to wait for the helmet to arrive. But the 12th man for Leicestershire, who's basically the man who buzzes around and brings and everything they require, had clearly dropped off. And now Anuj Dal is back out there. And in the last 5 minutes, we've seen no cricket whatsoever. First. No, sorry, I thought you faded me down. I thought I was going to start commentating again there, Ian, so I was going to get back to the day job. The first delivery of since about 10:15 was bowled by Chris Wright. It was edged by Anuj Dal down into the ground, not a catch, but towards the slip cordon. And we've actually started again. Remarkable. Wright bowls, turn into the leg side, and picked up by the man close in at square leg, Sam Evans. close-ish in. He's not that close, actually. This is where he picked it up.
Foxy Phil making the point. County cricket does itself no favours sometimes.
Oh, man. I'm sorry, I had to be. I'm going to nip next door at the end of this over because, unless you want to, because scorer John came through and was obviously going to tell me what the problem was, I think. But I was on with Ian Sky at the time, so I couldn't really break away and have another one-sided conversation as Wright is into Dal. It's all fixed up now, whatever the problem was.
We're pretty sure it's something to do with contact lenses and eyes and things like that, but as you say, we'll find out shortly. I wonder if the lunch interval will be slightly delayed. I wouldn't imagine so.
No, just the close of play.
We've only had, how many overs have we had? 11?
I should be on
The
time.
first hour and 5 minutes?
Yes, well, we've got 84.3 remaining. 11 and a half. Quick single taken. Sorry, it's me, isn't it? Dal pushes down into the offside. Wright, the bowler. Dal picks up a single, moves on to 378 for 5. It's a shame that those chats are one-sided with Ian Sky because he knows nothing about cricket and he's showing no inclination to learn either, no matter how often I'm trying to explain things to him.
Right.
So when I said we're just waiting for it, we had a delay earlier on for the helmet to be brought out for the short leg. That confused him a lot, which it would do if you know nothing about cricket, I suppose. Brooke Guest on strike. That one is tickled, is it, down the leg side? No, it seemed to come off something. Was it his thigh pad?
Yeah, it must have been.
Yeah, good take by Harry Swindles down the leg side. Now, Sam Evans is going towards the boundary at square leg for what will be the final ball of the over from Chris Wright. Callum Parkinson continues to windmill his arms. Richard's gone to find out what's what. As Wright comes in to complete his 10th over of the innings and bowls to Brooke Guest, who'll pinch the strike with a single as he clips one off his pads out towards mid-wicket. He'll move to 22. Dal has 3. 80. Yeah, 79 for 5 at the end of 32 overs. Apologies.
I can confirm via John and the umpires that it was indeed an issue of contact lenses, but it was...
I'm like Miss Marple. In so many ways.
Yes, in so many ways. See you in St Mary Mead.
Well, I know he's a glasses wearer. So that would make most sense, wouldn't it? I'm not sure. Yeah, Matty McKiernan's a glasses wearer as well. He's not playing in this match, playing for the seconds.
Ben Mike is going to continue. It was a long time ago, but as I remember back in this time, that last over was a better one than the previous one. In he comes from the city end and bowls. Good line and length. Guest very solid as he leans forward in defence, pushing it out towards mid-off. Slips like that one. Applause and a general round of approval. Sound of approval. From Messrs Azad, Kimber and Rhodes. No fourth slip now. Evans is at backward point. Davis is in the covers. Wright at mid-off. Parkinson mid-on, and presumably Hill down at long leg. Oh, got that one horribly wrong, Ben Mike. Attempted bouncer which landed almost at his feet. Looped high down the pitch. Probably hurt himself a little bit.
Right ankle,
there. He went right over on his ankle as he tried to bang it in and hit the ground. Well, probably no more than 8 or so feet in front of him. Looped high into the air. He's limping off a little bit. I think he'll be okay. It's starting to, well, fingers crossed, starting to just ease a little bit, but really jarred down into the ground. And just playing with his foot. So we're going to have another long delay now. It obviously was signalled no ball by
we
umpire
might as well have one,
Ramage.
might we?
But Mike now seems to be moving perfectly easily. Umpire Ramage comes across to have a word with umpire Bailey, because obviously it was not even close to being within reach of Brooke Guest, and Mike apologises to Guest. Not quite sure why.
Gave him one for the over as well, though, which is a bit harsh, isn't it?
Well, it was certainly high enough, wasn't it? Should have been perhaps 5 for the over, shouldn't it? Extraordinary stuff. What a strange old little period of play it's been. Mike seems to be fine now as he bounds in and bowls again to Guest. Outside off stump, cut away for 4. Poor delivery, short and wide, and Guest on the back foot chopped it away backward off point, but very much wide of Sam Evans, runs away, and there isn't a third man, picks up 4.
He might go back to the short stuff. It wasn't a great delivery, was it? But they've got plenty of runs to play with.
Yeah, but I want to sort of give a batsman a start. Guest is playing really nicely. He's moved on to 26 now.
I know he's got to play really nicely for about 5 hours here, though, hasn't he? And if he carries on at this current rate, that would be remarkable. 26 from 30 deliveries he's got, 5 fours. I mean, it's like he's batting on a completely different pitch to the rest of the Derbyshire batsmen.
Delay, well, the ball is polished and cleaned and absolutely soporific in terms of over rates this morning, Leicestershire. Not entirely their fault, though. In goes Mike and bowls. Quickish delivery, back foot defensive shot on the off stump from Guest. Out into the offside it goes. Evans runs in and picks up. And again, Mike kicks handfuls of dust away from the crease. I don't know who's going to replace him at that City end, but it may be that they prefer the footmarks filled in. Who knows? I wonder when.
And they'll be repaired at lunchtime, so we can do it all again this afternoon.
I suppose the bowling side can request them not to be, can't they? Presumably.
Yeah, so I don't know what the protocols are for that. I'm following so many protocols these days, I've no idea where I'm coming and going.
Mike is in and bowls. Fuller this time, looking to drive, but steered out into the offside by Guest, out towards mid-off. Right field, wait on, says Guest as Wright moves to his left a little bit. Might just have moved back in. He had to check the drive a little bit.
I've forgotten what Ben Mike's middle names are.
Whitworth Monroe, I think.
I just looked up Chris Wright. Is a Julian Clement. That's terrific.
In goes Mike and bowls. Another good delivery. But Guest has to treat it with respect. Walks forward into the defensive push. Out into the offside it goes. Grunt of effort from Mike. George Rhodes just stretching his quads at gully, to which position he'd moved from third slip. He does sort of, as I remember, bowl some sort of gentle off spin, Rhodes, but I'd be very surprised to see him before Ed Barnes or Callum Parkinson, that's for sure. Mike is in, bowls to Guest, a third good ball in a row on off stump, line and length. Guest is forward, playing it out to Ben Wright. End of the over, but that first one was an extraordinary delivery. Presumably, you saw a few replays of that on the stream.
No, I think Elliot's dropped off.
85 for 5.
Probably not bothered with the replays.
I was asked, at what point do you get excited by the presenter? I said, well, not for a while yet. Not for a long time yet.
Well, I've had an email. An email has flooded in.
From Mrs. Trellis of North Wales.
I wish it was. I wish it was. From Nick Buxton of Nottingham. How do we fix this team? Well, his email is actually entitled Garbage. So that might give you the tone of it as Chris Wright begins a new over from the racecourse and bowls to Dal, who defends it up to Callum Parkinson at mid-on, and there's no run. How do we fix this team, he asks. We are continuously managing to reach new lows. Is it a case of getting rid of all of the coaches and management and starting again? How can an entire squad be so woefully out of form for an entire season? It makes absolutely no sense. We definitely need some new faces around the place next season to freshen things up. This can't carry on. It's not my place to call for the head of anybody. I would say initially, as this next delivery is pushed into the offside square by Anuj Dal. But this can't carry on is absolutely right, and I don't know whether our stream is taken in the chairman's box. He very kindly came and spoke to us about a month or two ago on Radio Derby. Admitted, yes, he wasn't happy with the way things were going. Injuries were used as an excuse, or a reason. A reason might be a better way of putting that. As Wright is in again, and Dal's beaten outside the off stump. Good delivery from Chris Wright, as you would expect. But the people in there, and I hope the stream is on. Well, they know my views anyway. Something has to be done, because this is as bad as it gets, I'm afraid, at the moment. And so many players being so badly out of form is inexplicable. Is it unfortunate? Potentially. The head of cricket is one of the world-renowned batting coaches. The other batting coach, Malloy's with the seconds. The bowling coach is with England Lions, so he's not here. It all seems to be drifting, as this next delivery from Wright is driven by Dal, but not timed. Ben Mike picks up, then complains about the footmarks on a separate pitch, as it just bounced up to him a little bit. Wasn't happy with it. He might go and kick at those in a minute. He wasn't happy with those either. I will not call for anybody's head. But yeah, something has to be done. Something clearly has to be done. This club is not right.
Parkinson gives Ed Barnes the word to warm up.
As Wright is in, and that's turned into the leg side towards Callum Parkinson by Anuj Dal. No ball. By Bailey. Turns around, 2 more to the total. All runs gratefully received. 87 for 5. Fletch cricket at gmail.com, incidentally, if you want something that's slightly longer than a tweet to us. But Rich M. Ray and Fletch Sport on Twitter. I've got one from Nick Matthews.
Yes.
Have you read that one?
I haven't. I've seen it. I haven't read it out.
It's all very, very complimentary. In comes Wright again and dabs it down. Fielded nicely by Will Davis. It was at gully, and he threatens to throw down the stumps, but Dal had got back into his ground. He's hoping to get along for the final act, but he can't make it today. That's a bit of a dilemma for Nick there, I think. We may well see the final act today. All of these two, Dal and Guest, are doing what they can to put up some resistance, as Wright is in and left alone outside the off stump by Dal to go through to the keeper. 87 for 5 after 34 overs. But thank you, Nick, for your kind words. We read them all. I don't necessarily read stuff like that out, I must admit. It's very much appreciated. But
Robert Coe's just back from his run. What a wonderful scorecard to look at. Robert is a Leicestershire supporter. You won't be surprised.
No.
And who'd imagine this game would feature the best weather so far this summer? And do you know when Leicestershire last scored 500?
Well, they scored 600 here in 2017, but
yeah.
I don't know when they last scored 500, I'm afraid.
I'd have to look back. I'm sure there'll be listeners out there and watchers and listeners on the stream who do recall. Foxy Phil is usually quick on the mark, quick off the mark, I should say.
Poor old Ed Barnes when he gets 2 slips.
And a gully.
Well, I know, but it's harsh, isn't it?
And a gully.
He's waited all this time. Well, it is only 14 overs, but it seems like a long time. 14 overs in an hour and 27 minutes.
In he comes then. Fair-haired, bowls very straight and good line and length to Brooke Guest, who's defending on the off stump out into the offside. And there's no run. Umpire Ramage comes out and just remarks the crease with the side of his foot, scuffed up deliberately and blatantly by Ben Mike.
Quite violently at times.
Angrily almost.
Yeah.
Barnes straight run, sort of bounds in and bowls, slightly short onto the hip of Guest, who is up on his toes, turning it, but only as far as Rhodes, who's out there now at square leg, just in front of square. The 12th man is out there at the moment. In the gully, is that Nabi Sikandar? Underneath the second sun hat as Barnes is in and bowled slightly short of a length upon his toes again. Guess this time he turns it well wide of Rhodes out towards Wright at mid-on. And there is a comfortable single. Guest on 227. Scoreboard quicker today. Dal has just 3. 88 for 5, but it's a good partnership. They have a lot of work to do, but they've added 32 now, these two. Came together when Matt Critchley was bowled off the inside edge, looking to drive a delivery from Ben Mike. It ricocheted onto his middle stump. Barnes is in to Dal. He's defending, back straight down the pitch, just misses the stumps at the bowler's end. Running across from mid-off, Parkinson picks up. Nabi Sikandar's out there. Is it Sikandar? Is it Patel? Bad ankle notwithstanding. I think it's Rishi Patel, who injured himself taking a very good catch against Northamptonshire in the Royal London Cup. In goes Barnes, bowls. Good line and length. Dal again equal to it, is forward, pushing out into the offside. Davis picks up. It is Rishi Patel. He's fit enough to field for sure. He's obviously in the squad for this game, but Paul Nixon made it clear beforehand he wasn't fit enough really to play or to bat. So he was just being brought back into the fold, so to speak. He's a good catcher though, he's got a very good pair of hands, so he's gone in at gully, whereas Rhodes has gone out to position between mid-wicket and square leg. Barnes is in to Dal, full, looking for the Yorker. Beats Dal for a little bit of pace and thumps into the bottom of his pad as he tries to clip it away towards square leg. End of the over. A decent one to start his day's work from Ed Barnes. Not particularly threatening. Wright, who has looked reasonably threatening on occasion throughout the day, or throughout the morning, will continue from the racecourse end.
Scorers have just sent a message out to the umpires, and Rob Bailey's just put his thumbs up. I've no idea what the message was, but they must look forward to those messages in between overs. 88 for 5.
I think it was, if we continue at this over rate, we will not finish until around about 8:15.
Potentially. Wright is in, and that one is defended by Guest. Back to the bowler who keeps hold of the ball. I was just looking at the league table, which has been updated on this website. Leicestershire have moved up a place already, above Sussex.
4 bonus points to Leicestershire in the game so far. One more wicket, and they'll leave Sussex trailing then on that basis.
Well, they're half a point above Sussex, but yeah, I'm not sure.
A point and a half then, won't it?
Well, it will, yes. And Sussex haven't picked up many bowling bonus points, in fact none, as Wright is in and back into his crease goes Guest to defend it up to Callum Parkinson at mid-on. Derbyshire on a very impressive 14.5 points. Sussex on 17, Leicestershire 17.5, and then quite the gap to Kent, who've got 38, Middlesex 39, Worcestershire 41.5.
Two Leicestershire supporters calling for Parkinson to bowl himself. Stop this nonsense and get Parky on.
Well, it's a bit harsh on Chris Wright, isn't it?
It's up to him.
2 for 23. He's bowling all right.
So Parkinson is the man who can take the decision.
Right, bowls to Guest, who defends it back towards Wright. He just sticks up a right hand and parries it. Turns and walks back to his mark. 88 for 5. With around about 37 minutes to go until the players can have a legitimate break, as opposed to the 2 breaks that we've already had in play. What has been a fairly sedentary day so far. Sun shining, everybody's moving quite slowly. They look at the spectators who are moving around the ground.
15.5 overs in the best part of an hour and a half.
No, I think that's...
Is that right?
Yes. This next delivery is a short one, and Guest is tempted initially and then pulls out of the shot, drops his bat, just sways slightly backwards as it goes through to Harry Swindles. 15 over, yeah. It'll be 16 at the end of this over. 1 for the over, says Rob Bailey. Or first one in there. I'm never sure how many are allowed. They just seem to keep saying that's 2 for the over, 3 for the over. Quite why there's a restriction, I've no idea. Mikey Holding and his colleagues back in the day, a lot to answer for. As Guest waits and goes back into his crease to defend this next delivery from Chris Wright back to the bowler. And now Callum Parkinson warms up. Well, stretches. Warm. He'll be warm. He's wearing 2 hats and a long sleeve Leicestershire top, and it's a warm day. But he's windmilling his arms around, so we'll get to see some left arm spin fairly shortly, you would have thought.
Looks like he's going to replace Wright, I would imagine.
It'd be harsh on Barnes, wouldn't it? 3 overs for 10 only this morning, as the next delivery from Wright is defended by Brooke Guest. That's the end of the over. It was a
1
maiden
over for 1 for Barnes, because he bowled his 2 overs.
Oh, of course, yeah, 1
yesterday.
over for 1. Sorry, yes, I was looking at the wrong bit. He's coming back anyway. He's making his way as quickly as he can.
Well, Wright has bowled another 3 overs. So he bowled 6 overs yesterday, 3 overs this morning first thing, and 3 overs now. So if that pattern is the one chosen by Leicestershire, they're just going to bowl him in 3 over
Parkinson
spells.
bowled his 1 over yesterday from the City, and so it'd be good if he bowls from this, and we might be able to see a bit of turn if there is any.
Barnes is in, bowls down the leg side to Anuj Dal, who steps inside the line, shapes to push it away. I don't think bothers doing so. Taken by Swindles away to his left. It's all gone a little bit quiet out there for Leicestershire, and that will suit Derbyshire just fine. 56 for 5 when Matt Critchley was bowled off the inside edge by Ben Mike. And if they can get through to lunch without losing another wicket, Derbyshire, they'll feel thoroughly encouraged. Barnes is in and bowled. That one looks to seam back in a little bit and hits the pad.
Got an inside edge
Dal,
onto his
inside
pad,
edge
I
onto
think.
it. Yeah, I agree, because otherwise there would have been a loud shout, I suspect.
Yeah.
Balls as Dal faced now. That's the 27th for his 3 runs. He is digging in.
Good to see.
Guest has faced 43 for his 27. His strike rate's up in the 60s. Dal's almost single figures, 11.5, as Barnes is in to him. He's pulling at one, not entirely convincingly, at the short ball. Cloths it slightly high up on the bat. Rolls quite slowly down towards Lewis Hill. He's been quietly grazing down on the boundary. The single is taken. Dal has 4. 89 for 5.
Rattling along now, Nudge. At least he can see now. He spent much of the first part of his innings unable to see, still fiddling around with his face.
Leans on his bat and watches as a Guest, who's wearing a long-sleeved Derbyshire shirt, waits as Barnes goes in, bowls to him. Moves back in a little bit from middle towards leg, thumps into the thigh pad of Guest as he tries to work it away through square leg, bounces out into the offside. Obviously no run. Wright, who's at mid-on, has the ball in hand. He's sort of he's chief consigliere to Parkinson in this match, isn't he? He's the senior player in the side, in the absence of Colin Ackerman, of course. I'm sure he's watching from afar. Barnes is in, looking to drive, and he's got that one away, Brooke Guest, and he's going to have a long chase for Parkinson, longish chase back towards the deep extra cover boundary. Going to be 3 runs for Guest. Wasn't quite there to drive. He had to check the shot slightly, which is why it didn't cross the ropes. Wasn't too bad a delivery, but it was just enough width for Guest to go after it, just full enough as well. He moves into the 30s.
He's playing well, isn't he?
So bats in the same way as he keeps wicket, sort of unfussily. Calmly, in goes Barnes, bowls to Dal, who's taking his bottom hand off the bat as that one bounces a little bit as it seems back in towards his legs. Manages to work it out towards mid-wicket off glove and pad. Examines his right hand a little bit. Shakes it. Takes his glove off. End of the over. 92 for 5. Dal has 4. Guest has 30. Wright isn't going to be bowling in 3 over spells. He's going to get 1 more. At least.
No inside information. So Colin Parkinson was warming up just for the sake of it. 288 runs away from the follow-on target, Derbyshire, as Brooke Guest faces the first ball of a new over from Chris Wright and pushes it out into the leg side for a single. He moves on to 31. 92 for 5, was it 93? 93 for 5, I beg your pardon. So 286 away from the follow-on. Entirely miss. 435 behind as Wright is in to Dal, who leaves alone outside the off-stump. Ball goes through to keeper Harry Swindles. These two are batting nicely so far after the loss of the first of 2 wickets inside the opening half hour. Godalming for 14 and Critchley for 17. Godalming caught by Swindles off the bowling of Chris Wright. Critchley inside edge as he drove at a Ben Mike delivery outside the off stump. Wright is in and Dal, not sure what he was trying to do there, sort of trying to pull it, but it goes straight back down the pitch. It's picked up by Sam Evans coming in from mid-wicket. Josh Butler and Jack Leach have been added to the England squad for the 5th test at Old Trafford. It starts on Friday, I believe. 93 for 5 here, Derbyshire in the 38th over. It's been crushingly slow so far today, as this next delivery is cut away by Anuj Dal for 4 runs. He doubles his total, short and wide outside the off stump. Trailing by 431 now. Quite a weary short delivery from Chris Wright in his 13th over. 97 for 5. A 41-run stand now for the 6th wicket. Still a lot of work for the Derbyshire batsmen to do here, Sally, but they've moved on to 97 for 5. 2 wickets in the opening half hour. Godalming for 14, Critchley for 17. But Brooke Guest, who's on 31, and Anuj Dal, who's on 8, have added 41 so far for the 6th wicket. It means they trail by 431 and are still 282 runs away from the follow-on target. They're 97 for 5. Chris Wright pushed out into the onside by Anuj Dal, and from the penultimate ball of his over. And he now runs away from us. 3 slips and a gully for Dal, who defends this solidly out to point. It's the end of the over. 97 for 5 after 38. Derbyshire trailing by 431. In a whole heap of trouble, at 282 away from the follow-on target. Brooke Guest has 31, Dal has 8.
There's a look.
What are they pointing at there? The umpire's gone to the middle of the pitch. There's something.
Is it the contact lens, you think?
Ah.
Dahl has picked it up and put it in
Put
his
it in
pocket.
his pocket, yeah.
Good spot by Rob Bailey.
Brilliant. Brilliant. That's astonishing. Must have just glinted.
Yeah, absolutely.
And went to the middle of the pitch, pointed, and Anuj Dal picked it up and popped it in his pocket. I don't think it'll be usable necessarily.
Reassuring that the umpire's got good eyesight, isn't it? In goes Ed Barnes and bowls down the leg side to Brooke Guest, who lifts his bat out of the line of the ball as it bounces down the leg side into the gloves of Harry Swindles. Will Davis looks like he's starting to do a few warm-up exercises again. Parkinson, clearly
Don't fancy it.
not at the moment sure that he's the right man to come on. I'd be surprised. Surely he needs a few overs before lunch. If, as he maintains, there was a little bit there for him yesterday. Barnes is in. Good delivery on off stump. Defended out into the offside by Guest. Sam Evans comes running in. There's an awful lot of people in front of the sort of committee room on the balcony out there, aren't there? It's well occupied.
Yeah, it's packed, isn't it? Wonder why that is. Must be something special going on up there. I'll inquire at lunchtime.
They're very intent as well. They're all watchers. They're not much, sort of backs to the play. They're all watching. Not like Lords. In goes Barnes and bowls, defended by Guest on the off stump again. Barnes is bowling accurately, keeping the batsman very honest. Not much movement there for him. Umpire Ramage signalling. I think he was doing the old hand sanitising gesture. So
Yeah,
end of this over, perhaps.
Do with the break, can't we? Really, because we haven't had one. It's been non-stop, non-stop all morning.
18 overs. Plus half of this one have been bowled so far. Barnes is in. 2 Guests hits him on the back pad. It's an appeal for leg before, probably did a bit too much. But that was a decent... Well, Barnes is absolutely convinced, isn't he?
He is.
Davis is always convinced in these circumstances, but we'll have a look at the...
He's got the best view at
replay.
Extra cover, hasn't he? Clearly.
Let's have a look-see.
There wasn't an awful lot from behind the wicket, it seemed to me.
Kimber's had his hands on his head for a long time. Let's have a look at the replay. Here we go.
Get the DRS out.
Wasn't a bad shout at all, but maybe just did a bit too much.
Well, I'm not relying on Will Davis at mid-wicket.
No, I was just looking at the replay, but it certainly wasn't height. That wasn't the issue. Barnes is in bowls. Guest is blocking it, defending it out towards mid-wicket. Barnes, his shoulders never high at the best of times and slumped a little bit more at the end of that over. But it was a good over and a testing one. As far as Guest was concerned, he has come through it with his wicket intact. He's 31 not out. Dal has 8.
Drinks.
Van Gogh Fox down in Melbourne, having watched the replay, thinks it may have been a bit high. I didn't think height was. I thought it just maybe did a bit too much. But the fact that he thought it was a bit high and I thought it maybe did a bit too much, an indicator that umpire entitled not to be
difficult to give it
too sure.
Yeah. The fielding side all having a drink. Nobody's come out for the two batsmen.
97 for 5 after 39 overs of the innings.
There a few moments ago, Joss Butler and Jack Leach added to the 5th Test squad.
So Mrs. Butler has produced, presumably,
no idea.
on that basis.
It's a 16-man squad, so they're covering all bases. And when they send the emails out, I can't read them because they come out in very fine.
Well, I can't see that.
No, I can't. It's just nonsense. Craig Overton has the birth of his daughter during the 4th Test. Congratulations to the Butlers. Leach added to the squad for the first. Oh, not for the final Test of the South. So I was going to be for the first time. He has been in the squad, hasn't he? Here is Will Davis in bowls to Dal, who pushes it out into the offside. Chris Wright 4 overs for 9 in his latest spell from the racecourse end. Davis back on. Picked up 2 wickets last night. Those are Wayne Madsen and Leas Deploy. Swindles with the catches, of course. He took the catches to dismiss the first 4 Derbyshire batsmen.
Barnes has bowled well, though. 5 overs, none for 14.
Next delivery is defended again by Dal out into the offside. Ben Mike does the fielding.
Parkinson wants to bowl at that far end.
Yeah. Well, he bowled his 1 over from the City end last night, in which every single ball turned about a yard. I would even expect some turn. It's day 3. The sun's been on the pitch for pretty much the entire time. It's been warm, certainly, as Davis bowls, and that clipped very nicely. Full-length delivery by Anuj Dal. Parkinson is giving chase. He's already lost 1 cap, but he has a second to cover his head, which presumably is his. And they get back for 3 runs. Dal races on to 11. Derbyshire 100 is up. 100 for 5.
Partnerships taking on decent proportions. 44 now.
Yeah. The applause, it was almost like a Mexican wave of applause there as it just rippled around the ground. Yes, back on strike to this next delivery from Davis, and he drives it for 4 runs out to the cover boundary in front of the players' pavilion. The chase is on, but my word, he's running very, very hard at that and almost runs up the stairs. I'm trying to see who that is. Lewis Hill, I think.
It'd be Hill or Evans,
Yeah,
won't it?
I think it was Hill. He was running at full tilt, and the ball was struck very nicely by Brooke Guest and had the legs to get all the way up there for a boundary. 104 for 5 now. 35 to Guest, 48 the partnership from 81 deliveries. These two have done a good job so far, but plenty of work still to do. As Davis is in and Guest leaves alone outside the off stump. I saw David Griffin come down the steps, the right-hand steps of the permanent temporary stand at the far end of the ground. I think that's him there, walking to the left of the permanent temporary stand, now around behind the back of the pavilion, on his way to the grandstand, no doubt, where he spent some of his time yesterday. Blissful isolation. As Davis is in again, and this one is off the back foot, pushed into the offside, straight to Ben Mike. And it remains 104 for 5 at the end of the over. 11 to Dal, 35 to Brooke Guest. He actually came down the steps and a little bit of a touch of hands with one of the members of the backroom staff from Leicestershire who was walking around the boundary's edge. They had a little bit of a chat. That's the great thing about cricket, isn't it? I mean, everybody knows who David Griffin is, so David Griffin can talk to anybody he wants. I've only been here since 2016. Nobody has got the first idea who I am. Plus, I don't tend to walk around the boundary very often. In the absence of third voices and that kind of thing, you're pretty much tied to the commentary box, aren't you?
We're pretty much not allowed to these days either. Barnes to continue from the city end. Bowls to Dal, who defends very carefully, watchfully on the back foot. Out into the offside it goes to Will Davis, who gets a pat on the back from Sam Evans, having made a very comfortable stop. 2 slips gully. Will Rhodes, who's examining, he's found something that he's tossed towards Louis Kimber. Swindles picks it up and throws it behind him. Maybe somebody lost a stud. As Barnes is in and bowls, moving it back in to Dal. Mike picks up and hurls the ball at the stumps. Dal having worked it out towards square leg, but Guest had responded straight away and had made his ground. And the throw, a side arm throw from Mike missed anyway. 105 for 5. 49 the partnership.
Fairly extensive backroom staff that Leicestershire have got.
I think, yeah, just wondering who's that walking around with them.
One going anti-clockwise, 3 coming clockwise.
How many are permanent? I'm not sure. Will Garvey obviously is the head coach, the head of sports science. In goes Barnes, bowls onto the hip of Guest, who's up on his toes, working it out towards square leg. He's lost his line a little bit the last 2 deliveries. Leg side rather than offside. Batsman able to get them away for singles. 50 partnership.
There.
Ripple of applause. Badly needed by Derbyshire. But a reminder to Leicestershire that they have got to keep applying themselves. Cannot let a batsman get in on this still essentially very good pitch.
Yeah, it's not going to get any easier for the bowlers, is it, really?
And Barnes is in, bowls, and that beats Dal on the outside edge, but it was a no ball. So as well for Barnes and for Leicester, I think it was a no ball.
2 left, I think. He's done that 2 left thing.
It's really irritating, that, because the right arm actually goes out, but then you instinctively think no ball. But it wasn't, as Fletch said. It was that 2 left in the over. Umpires do to each other. Just to wake each other up, really. I suspect sometimes. Wake up the square leg umpire. In goes Barnes and bowls. Dal is forward. Played it well because it was a good delivery on off stump and leant forward with a slightly angled bat. Took a thick outside edge. Went down into the ground. Was fielded by Rhodes, moving to his right in the gully. Found his line again with those 2 deliveries. Ed Barnes. Oh, it's Paul Nixon, isn't it?
I think Paul Nixon.
The ever voluble Paul Nixon. Curious, sort of, cuts quite a curious figure, doesn't he, really, there, as he walks around. Slightly baggy shorts on.
Black trainers.
As Barnes is in and bowls down the leg side, flicks the pad of Dal and is taken by the alert Swindles, falling away to his left behind the stumps. That is the end of the over. 106 for 5.
He's also very
He's
also very expressive, isn't he, with his hands and his arms. Paul Nixon.
We were hearing from Guest. Apparently, he worked out how many squats he did over the first 2 days, didn't he? And it was basically getting on for 1,000, something like that. Obviously, during the Leicestershire innings as the wicket keeper. But Nixon's got the sort of knees at hundreds of thousands. He does suffer with them a bit.
Guest is on strike now as Davis begins a new over from the racecourse end. First delivery is pushed out into the offside and fielded by Ben Mike. They've spotted somebody they want to go and talk to here, I fancy. It's the... I think it's the Derbyshire Chief Executive, possibly. No, it can't. No, it isn't. They wouldn't do that. No idea who it is. But it's certainly somebody they know quite well. Must be in the bubble as well. Here's Davis. Into bowl to Guest, who defends back to the bowler on this occasion. Before you mention it, anybody, I know they're not in bubbles anymore. Conversation going on between Chris Wright and Callum Parkinson.
Yeah, the marquee's in business today, isn't it? The sort of permanent marquee. There's some sort of, not necessarily function because they're all outside watching the cricket, but a few tables have been sold in there.
It's a decent enough place to watch your cricket from, I think. As Davis is in again, and this one is forced off the back foot up towards mid-off. Chris Wright feels the merest hint of a breeze, really, going from the west across the ground. The trees are barely moving away to our right-hand side. The flag on the left-hand side of the members' pavilion is pretty limp, just occasionally sparks into action. I'd be seeking out some shade if I was out there. As Davis is in again, that's wide, and he didn't take advantage of it, Brooke Guest, because he rather toe ends it towards Ben Mike at cover. Not the best of deliveries from Will Davis, whose figures are 2 for 36 at the moment from just shy of 15 overs.
Yeah, having been 2 for 16 at the start of the day, of 8.
About to bowl the final ball of the over from the city end. Couple of slips, crouch down, and he bowls, and that one is an attempt to carve away by Brooke Guest again. No timing. And Lewis Hill steps in front of Ben Mike to do the fielding on this occasion. It wasn't the last ball of the over, I'm talking nonsense. Not for the first time. There will be indeed one more. Callum Parkinson looks like he's getting slightly more serious about his warm-ups, although now he's stopped and put his hands on his hips.
Maybe he just gets one before lunch, but
He's only got 9.5 minutes as this next delivery from Davis is guided off the full face of the bat, really, down to gully, and there's an ooh. Parkinson has now shed both caps. Will Davis is trying to work out which is his, because Parkinson's going to come on as he did last night from the city, and he might get a couple, I suppose, with 9.5 minutes to go until lunch.
yeah, should do. Now he's coming straight on, but I thought that was a decent spell from Ed Barnes. Nothing much wrong with it, was there?
4 overs
Too many
for
loose
7.
balls.
No.
One good shout for leg before.
We could do with a contact lens issue here just to keep them down to 2 overs. Because the short leg, well, he's got his pads on, he's got his helmet out there already. It's remarkable.
We've had 22 overs this morning, so we have 3 more.
That's enough, isn't it?
Which is an optimistic shout, 3 more. 25 overs in the morning session.
Yes.
It's horrendous. Parkinson is in, it is me. Forward goes Dal. He has a slip and a short leg. Callum Parkinson, he's going round the wicket, of course, to the right-handed Anuj Dal. Single saving field on both sides of the wicket. I'm just looking to see if he's got any cover anyway. Goes in bowls to Dal, clipped to Mike at mid-wicket.
No, nobody out there
No.
on the leg side.
Looks a bit, it almost looks 1 or 2 short, doesn't it, the field somehow, but it isn't. It's just the way it's laid out. As Parkinson is in, you can see the revs he put on that one, but no real turn as Dal plunges forward, pushes the ball back up to the Boltonian, if that's the right word for someone who comes from Bolton.
It'll do.
He is in and bowling. Fuller, but Dal is forward again. The affronted Boltonian, who will maintain to his dying day that that goal should have been given last night.
Nonsense. Absolute nonsense. They should have had a penalty in stoppage time at the end of the game. I don't think there's much doubt about that, but perfectly legitimately ruled out goal.
Parkinson bowls. Dal is forward on off stump, dabbing it behind square on the offside. Evans comes across and picks up, as ever, with his sunglasses perched on the back of his racing green Leicestershire cap. Claps his hands together, Sam Evans. Parkinson is in to finish his over. Dal, as he has done to the previous 5 deliveries, is forward in defence. A good over from Parkinson, well played by Anuj Dal, but no great threat in terms of bounce or turn. Somewhat belated
Yes.
information.
Yeah.
And out that last over was bowled by Callum Parkinson.
Staggering. Absolutely staggering. So Derbyshire, what 106 now. Well, they're rattling along here, only 273 to avoid the follow-up.
50 partnership.
Yeah. All's well with the world. And goes Will Davis to bowl to Brooke Guest, who defends it back. But I don't see too many expansive shots in the next 6.5 minutes, if I'm entirely honest. And that would be the correct thing to do from these two batsmen. They might get a shout of get on with it from somebody in the Derbyshire support down below us, as Billy Godleman did on day one. But what he was doing was absolutely correct as well. Didn't want to bowl more than 96 overs in a day. Might not get 96. It'll go dark quite early now. Davis is in once again, and that one's turned into the leg side. They'll take a single. There's a half stop from Sam Evans, but they'd already settled on a single. So despite the fact he had to get back up off one knee and scramble away, no further damage was done. 107 for 5. Brooke Guest moves on to 37 now. Anuj Dal on 12. It's the 49th ball he's faced here. Stands fairly upright, waits for Davis to bowl to him, and then defends it back towards Davis, who does that little thing that bowlers have practiced and practiced in recent years, and he sort of tries to flick it towards the stumps, but Guest had never left his crease, really.
I have never seen it successful in terms of actually running a batsman out. I've seen it achieved in terms of hitting the stumps once or twice.
Well,
have you seen it?
Anuj Dal, bless him, was batting with Matt Critchley at Lord's last week. Martin Anderson stuck out a right hand. I don't think he was actually trying to deflect it. He was just trying to stop the ball, but he did deflect it onto the stumps. Dahl was run out at the non-striker's end. He's cutting this one away off the back foot into the point region where Lewis Hill does the fielding. Horrible way to get out. There's no good way to get out, clearly, but it is a horrible way to get out. He batted nicely in the first innings as well for 48. And 2 or 3 balls later, Matt Critchley, whose concentration had clearly been affected by the unfortunate run-out, toe-ended one to second slip, and he'd gone as well. And with those two, Derbyshire's hopes of getting anything out of the game, as this next delivery is left alone outside the off stump by Anuj Dal. I'm not saying that moment, specifically the half-century stand between Toby Rowland-Jones and Tim Murtagh didn't do Derbyshire any favours either. They went from a lead of about 280 all the way up into the 330s, which was just a little bit too much for Derbyshire. 280 might have been too much, but at least they felt like they had a chance at that stage. Davis sets off past umpire Bailey, and Dahl leaves alone outside the off stump. It's the end of the over. Well, 3.5 minutes left. So if Callum Parkinson is quick here, we might get another over in from the racecourse end, which would be terrific. And of it, 107 for 5, 12 to Anuj Dal, 37 to Brooke Guest. Partnership worth 51 for the 6th wicket. And since that opening half hour, they've calmed things right down from a Derbyshire perspective, although they're still a long, long, long way behind. Another 272 to avoid the follow-on.
Our guest will be facing Parkinson for the first time. Didn't obviously face him last night. Just the 2 maidens for Callum Parkinson. One last night, one this morning. In he goes and bowls to Guest, who is forward. Parkinson started to raise his hand, as is his wont, but he's there or thereabouts at the moment, making the batsman play. Parkinson bowls. Guest is forward again. 8 balls in a row then from Parkinson this morning have been played in the same way by either Anuj Dal or Brooke Guest, stretching forward in defence. Parkinson jogs in and bowls. Guest, well, I'll let you know if he doesn't play forward in defence, or he or Dal don't. That's what's happening at the moment. Out into the offside we are. They have their eyes firmly on the interval that is coming up. In goes Parkinson, forward goes Guest back down the pitch. Even the sound of Parkinson's, if it is Parkinson who's going, or it could be Kimber, but I suspect, or Swindles of course, but I think it's Parkinson. Essentially, is there a slightly flat sound to the oar? In he goes, gives it a bit more air then, and still forward goes Guest out into the offside, picked up by Rhodes.
Might get another one in here.
Yeah.
Still over a minute till half past. Depends which clock they're going by, of course. I have no idea which one it is.
Which would mean 26 in the session.
That's
in
enough.
Goes Parkinson, bowls, and he stays on the back foot this time, works it out towards Ben Mike at mid-wicket. And the cap, the sun hat is skimmed by George Rhodes out towards Sam Evans, because George Rhodes is going to squeeze in an over of off-spin from the racecourse end.
That's exciting. To a degree. As long as he cracks on and gets through it quickly, everybody can do their updates. Before the over. Yeah, George Rhodes gets his name announced before the start of an over, which is unusual. So Rhodes to Dal. Over the wicket, bowls to him, and he drives it up to Callum Parkinson, but no run available. 26 overs this morning. Should be 32, of course. As Rhodes is in again, Dal pushes it out to the offside. They're going to go through for a single. Dal moves on to 13. Brooke Guest will face potentially the final 4 deliveries of the morning session. 108 for 5 the score moves on to. As Rhodes bowls, slightly quicker delivery it appeared to me, and Guest defends it. 3 to go till lunch. As Rhodes is in and Guest goes onto the back foot, pushes it out into the offside. 2 to go until lunch. Rhodes gets a bit of advice from Callum Parkinson about what I know not, and he bowls, and it's defended by Brooke Guest. So we reached the final ball of the morning session. Had to happen sometime. He's going to come around the wicket for the final delivery. Rhodes is in. Bowls. Guest defends, and Derbyshire go to lunch on 108 for 5. If you're listening on the stream and on the website, we'll be back in around about 35 minutes' time. Elliot out there. He was just dozing off. Yeah, teams coming back out, umpires coming back out. That means we're going to start. Just 26 overs this morning. We'll make those up, I'm sure. They'll whip through the afternoon session. Will Leicestershire. Derbyshire will begin the afternoon session on 108 for 5. Brook Guest 37. Anuj Dal 13, 420 behind. And looks like Barnes is going to continue. Ed Barnes from the... He isn't going to continue because he didn't bowl from the City end at the end of the morning session, but he did bowl before Parkinson at the City end. Before lunch, Callum Parkinson bowled a couple of overs, both maidens. George Rhodes bowled 1 over for 1 run. Ed Barnes gets the special treatment from the announcer by getting his name read out before he starts his over, rather than when he's just finished it.
I thought he bowled very well this morning, Barnes. He was a little bit unlucky to only get the handful of overs that he did get. See if he can maintain that this afternoon.
You've been out the back warm, is it?
Extremely.
It looks
Extremely.
warm. I didn't bother to go out.
I'd be surprised if it was the hottest day of the year.
Sad in September, isn't it? Barnes bowls the first ball after lunch and Anuj Dal turns it off his hip down to fine leg for a single. So Derbyshire up and running in the afternoon session. Dal on 14, 109 for 5, and these two batted very nicely for 90 minutes after the early loss of Godalming and Critchley. Not entirely without alarm, but they would expect the ball to go past the outside edge of the bat once or twice. And therefore, I've done a very good job between them. Partnership of 53 from 120 deliveries. Brook Guest. Waits just the 2 slips in the gully for Barnes, and Guest turns this one off his hip. He hasn't quite got his line right yet. No. For a single, so both batsmen underway for the afternoon session. Guest 38, 110 for 5. Just needs to readjust slightly. Ed Barnes.
Something rumbling by.
I assume it's an aircraft of some description, but we used to see them either flying into or flying out of East Midlands, but there are so few aircraft these days. It's remarkable. Didn't see many at Lord's, where you usually see plenty.
Headingley, you tend to see them quite, or used to see them quite a lot. It's
Certainly.
quite low by the time they got to you.
Yeah, going into Leeds Bradford. Dal turns this next one into the leg side off his hip, and they've gone through for another single. So singles off the opening 3 deliveries of the afternoon session as Barnes struggles to re-establish the line that he was bowling this morning.
Yes, having been praising him, he's bowled 3 on the legs that are comfortable for the batsman just to tuck away for a single.
If you could praise Chris Wright, who I think has been clearly the most dangerous of the bowlers, that'd be terrific. If you wouldn't mind, just so that he drops a little bit. I mean, it's going to get tougher and tougher for the bowlers because of the heat and the work that they're having to get through.
And of course the condition of the ball as well.
Yes.
Deteriorating.
Which is why these 2 batsmen will want to be out there as long as they possibly can be. That's away from his body as Barnes bowls too far outside the off stump really this time, and they'll get back for 2 runs on this occasion. Guest moves to 40, 115 for 5. Ed Dawes, I'm obliged. Qatar Airways, Doha to Manchester. Bless him. Ed's got a...
I suppose
Derby
it started
County,
its descent, hasn't it, from by the time it gets over here, if it's going into Manchester.
Yeah, it could have done. It's a long time since I've been on an aeroplane. I don't really understand the mechanics of them. Been to Austria recently, but that's about it. As Barnes is in, and he manages to bowl a dot ball, which will cheer him enormously, I'm sure, although his demeanour hasn't changed as he turns around and walks back to his mark.
I have a vision of you in one of those sort of Indiana Jones aeroplanes, sitting in the back seat of the 2 with a sort of leather helmet on and goggles.
Not that long. Not that long.
That's right.
It was at 13,000 feet, that aircraft.
Yeah, it's on its way down.
So imagine, is it?
They usually sort of cruise at sort of 38,000,
Okay.
sort of 37,000.
Arriving in 15 minutes. They'll be getting excited, won't they, all the arrivals? There's Barnes bowls outside the off stump, left alone by Brooke Guest. Good leave.
Coming from Qatar to Manchester.
Yeah,
Probably
well,
not.
no,
They'll be
they
resigned.
won't be that excited, will they? Although when they get off, it'll be almost as warm here as it was in Qatar. Boeing 777, whatever that means. I know that's the make of plane. Don't. But that's a big one, is it? I imagine a 777.
I assume so.
It's 30 more than a 747 anyway. End of the over, 113 for 5.
And in your much praised Chris Wright is going to have a little burst from the racecourse end. Leicestershire badly in need of an early-ish breakthrough in this afternoon session, because these two Derbyshire batters are looking increasingly settled and at ease at the crease. And having had 4 slips throughout most of his earlier spells, Wright is having to make do with 2 and a gully. As he runs in past umpire Bailey and bowls to Dal, who steps forward and leaves outside off stump.
Hassan Azad has got the fielding pads on at first. I know he's not got them on because he's at first slip. He's got them on because he was fielding a short leg. But there's an awful lot of tension on those trousers, and when he sort of crouches forward in the slip position, the crotch is a long way down. They're almost see-through. Have a look at this. Very
I'm
exciting.
not sure I really want to,
Look
to
at
be
that.
honest.
It looks like seeing through.
Throws right and bowls outside off stump.
That's remarkable. Excellent work from Hassan Azad. I like that.
Great. Now I can't get Hassan Azad's crotch out of my mind.
Well, you're welcome.
Very much.
You're absolutely welcome.
A little round of applause.
What's happened?
For why?
Well, everybody's inside the marquee. There's nobody outside the marquee
okay,
yet,
so
so they'll
there's
have some little presentation or
An
something.
award has been presented.
Yeah, new contract perhaps for the coach.
Two dot balls as Wright is in. Bowls outside off stump. Dal looks to chop it away. Bottom edges it down into the ground. Rhodes, sun hat atop his head, moves to his left to make the stop. Barnes too now sporting a wide brimmed white sun hat down at long leg. Otherwise, all the Leicestershire players in their racing green caps, with the obvious exception of Chris Wright, who turns, pushes his longish hair back from his forehead, runs in and bowls. Very straight and full and a no ball, says umpire Bailey. Grunt of effort.
It's not going to help the over, right, is it?
Nope.
Yeah, but Canterbury's over.
With victory, presumably.
Yeah, Canterbury beaten Worcestershire by an innings and 56 runs.
So having failed to win all season until they came to the Upton Steel County Ground last week, they've now won 2 in a row.
I think they've targeted that 3rd division title from the very start of the season.
Wright is in, bowls straight and on the back foot defended by Dal. An indication from him there may have been a little bit of movement back in, but again played with a considerable degree of comfort really by Anuj Dal. A nudge, as he appears to be known.
Oh, yes. Worcestershire, top of the table is 41.5 points. Kent have 38 now.
Leicestershire still striving for the extra bonus point that will take them 1.5 points clear of Sussex. In goes Wright and bowls. Tucks Dal up a little bit as he tries to work that one into the leg side. Thumps into the thigh pad.
Well to apply for. Yeah, Nudge, he's on the PCA executive.
He's the one who makes Critchley the most eccentric, his most eccentric teammate. It's Mr. Dal.
Yeah.
And he's the one who favours a bag of Haribo after a tough day in the field. I bet they got through a few bags last night then. In goes Wright and bowls to the Haribo-loving Anuj Dal, who defends on off-stump out into the offside. And Wright, having reached the end of his follow-through, just keeps on walking because it's the end of the over. 115 for 5. The partnership is therefore now worth 60. No.
59.
59.
Yeah.
It was 56, not 55, when they came together.
I would suggest that the Derbyshire players, if they do eat Haribo after a tricky day in the field, would have eaten enough this season to have boosted the share price. Ed Barnes to continue from the city end in bowls. That's defended into the ground off the bottom of the bat, really.
That's the line, isn't it?
Yeah, that's much better. Well, he sort of found it by the end of the last over. He's just a little rusty after his gammon for lunch, which, by the way, was very tasty.
Veg curry for me.
Yeah.
Very good that was as well. Thank you today. Derbyshire, excellent lunches throughout the game.
Cake at tea time wouldn't go amiss, would it? Just a thought. 115 for 5, in case anybody's listening. Guest waits and gets struck on the front leg, certainly, but he sort of moved himself around, and whether or not it struck him above, well, it certainly struck him above the pad. I hope he has some protection there. It doesn't look like he's in any kind of pain, so there'll have plenty of protection there. He'd be used to getting hit as a wicket keeper.
Had a quick chat to the match referee during the lunch interval, and he was making the point that he thinks it's a really good pitch because there's some pace in it, and as we've been saying throughout, really, that it's not a soft pitch.
It's no minefield, is it? This next delivery from Barnes is clipped away by Guest from in front of his pads down to fine leg. They'll only get a single. There is a field around there away to our left-hand side. It's Lewis Hill.
He's a lonely figure, Hill.
Yes.
Throughout the day, isn't he? He likes a chat, does Lewis, as well. He's a
be engaging the supporters down there, do you think?
approachable soul.
Does he never field in the slips?
Well, he obviously used to be the wicket keeper, so
Of course.
he's missing out on all those conversations.
Well, you thought he'd be an ideal candidate for a slip fielder, wouldn't you? A wicket keeper.
Indeed.
He's down at fine leg. As Barnes is into Dal, and Dal rather hurried by that one. Defends it up to mid-on, where it's fielded by Chris Wright. There's no run. 116 for 5. Guest has moved on to 41 with the single, the ball before last. A couple of members of the ground staff going out. It looks like they're just doing an inventory of covers out there, walking in between the sheeting.
Giving them a chance to
Been
dry a bit, I suppose.
A
Really,
bit of
if
dew
they've
on
been
them this
folded up.
morning, wasn't it? My car windscreen was covered in dew. This next, I hope that's what it was. This next delivery is played by Anuj Dal back towards Ed Barnes, and there's no run. He just sends Ben Mike out at mid-wicket. He's going to drop one in short. He's not really got the pace to bowl too short for too long, Ed Barnes. My limited experience of him. Saw him a fair bit last season. First spoke to him after the not a ball bowled abandonment in the T20 at Durham. It was a little tricky for him to say too much, really, but he was good. And he's in now and bowls a full delivery to Dal, who pushes it up to Chris Wright and scampers through for a quick single. And he is quick, Dal, so that was fairly comfortable in the end. He's moved on to 16, 117 for 5 at the end of the over. Guest has 41, partnership 61. Derbyshire's still a long way behind, too far behind for me to even be bothered working it out myself.
I know you were slightly concerned about the possibility that if Leicestershire were to bowl Derbyshire up before they reached the follow-on target, sort of sometime in the evening session, that they would then bat again on the basis they were to. But I think there's just so many runs that Derbyshire are behind and would need to make Leicestershire bat again.
They wouldn't get much of a rest either, would they? Sort of one session rest. It's neither here nor there, is it?
If they get the opportunity, it will be enforced. I'm sure I've seen them enforce the follow-on and lose games, but it's not that sort of situation. Wright is in and bowls very straight Dal plays very straight. In response, back down the pitch it goes, just on the offside, rolls past umpire Bailey, out towards Will Davis, who's at mid-off.
They cannot lose from this position, Richard.
No.
You're fairly safe.
I think I would accept that as the basis for the game moving forward. Whether they can win it, well, of course they can win it. Whether they will, they have a lot of hard work to do on a good pitch. Wright is in and bowling. Short, beautifully guided away by Anuj Dal. Wide of the reaching roads, who's in the gully, and backward of point, and it runs down to the wide third man / backward point boundary for 4. Sweet piece of timing, waited for it. Just enough width, and as I say, just guided it away wide of the fielder, and picks up 4. He moves on to 20, 121 for 5.
Just his second boundary. Anuj Dal.
He's worked very hard. He's faced 68 balls for his 20 runs. Wright grips the ball very carefully. Looks to be quite an upright seam as he runs in and bowls to Dal, full and straight, but Dal is walking forward. Will Davis tumbles athletically away to his right to make the stop. Quite why, only he can say. He was travelling fairly slowly, but he's an athletic young man. Right, having been handed the ball by Davis, that then pauses. Doesn't continue and polish it during his walk to the end of his mark. He actually stops dead for an annoying 3 or 4 seconds before turning, running in. And bowling full, looking for the York. It's another no ball, so going to have to go through it. Or again, the leg by is also taken. Is this? No, not a leg by. A little inside edge onto the pad then.
Oh no, he's being reminded. He was reminded by umpire Ramage. Yeah, absolutely.
Thank you.
He was too busy signalling the no ball and then completely forgot the leg by.
He might be able to spot a contact lens at 15 paces, but does he
remember? His memory's not
does
great.
he remember?
He can't remember what he spotted when he spotted it.
There's something glinting over there. I don't know what it is, but we've all been there, and will be increasingly, I'm sure, going forward. Right, is into another no ball. Chris Wright, what is going on? His shoulders slump rather. He's doing his best, but it's not as though it's a sort of downward slope or anything like it. If anything, it's a very slight upward incline as he reaches the crease. He's just overstepping essentially at the moment, and it's hard to understand from a bowler of his experience. 126 now for 5. Scoreboard ticks up. Right, is in, bowls, goes past the outside edge of Guest's bat, a very rare occurrence in his innings, and Guest cross with himself, brought the bat back inside the line, but well after it had gone past the outside edge, and just drawn into playing. Didn't need to, it was a really unnecessary shot, and he would have been livid, I suggest, had he edged that one through to Harry Swindles. Right, a long old over, turns, is in and bowled, slightly short outside off stump, but doesn't really get up, and although Guest is on the back foot, looking to force it out into the offside, he doesn't time it, and it runs out to Ben Mike in the covers.
It's the over that keeps on giving it. I thought it was going to end then, but
a few Leicestershire supporters struggling to understand why Parkinson isn't bowling himself, and supposition that as he's captain he's a little bit loath to bring himself on, perhaps. Who knows?
That would be a shame, wouldn't it, if captains quite often do underbowl themselves, don't they?
Ackerman does.
Yeah.
It's generally felt, but certainly he has complete faith in Parkinson. And again, Wright stops and polishes the ball. This over has gone on forever.
Oh, you're doing a sterling job, Richard. Carry on.
He pushes his hair back. About to come to an end, I hope. In he goes and bowls outside of stump. Guest lets it go through. 126 for 5. There are still 66 overs left to be bowled. We have not bowled the morning allocation
Not yet.
That's 30. Struth.
Got my update coming up here.
Ditto.
We're in the lunch was gammon, very nice, and Derbyshire 126 for 5 in the early stages of the afternoon session. We've still got, remarkably, 66 overs to go. We haven't actually bowled the allocation we should have bowled in the morning session yet, so it's going to be a late one, and contrary to popular belief, I saw one person on Twitter suggesting that I enjoyed it when they went late because I got paid overtime. That, I can assure everybody, is not the case. Derbyshire doing okay at the moment, though. A nice little partnership between Anuj Dal and Guest is continuing to grow. Guest has 41. Dal has moved on to 20. They've added 70 from 147 balls so far for the 6th wicket. That after they lost 2 wickets this morning. Billy Godleman and Matt Critchley both out for 14 and 17, but they're still a long way behind. Derbyshire are 126 for 5. They still trail by 402. As Barnes is in, almost gets through the defences of Anuj Dal on that occasion. First ball went through to the keeper, and that one almost got through the defences, but not quite. I think he got a bit of inside edge onto a pad. The ball dribbled out in the offside. It might just have missed the pad by the look of where he's rubbing. Anuj Dal, but he's doing okay. 20 from 72 deliveries. As Barnes is in again, and he goes for the pull shot from the short delivery from Barnes. Does Dal, misses completely. Could have got some bat on that through to the keeper, but missed it completely. Removes his helmet, mops his brow. They've only been out there 20 minutes or so, but it's very hot work when you've got all the protective gear on, the gloves and the pads and the batting helmet. We were talking to Guest last night. You can still hear that interview, obviously, on the BBC Sounds app from Sports Scene at 6 last night, around about 10 past 6 or thereabouts, when he came up to join us live. And saying how warm it was behind the stumps yesterday as Barnes is in. Dal pushes it out into the offside. And there is no run. There'll be reaction, of course, this evening in Sports Scene at 6. 2 events from here today, and from Burton's draw at Bolton, which irritated Callum Parkinson. His side in excess of 20 shots, but only 4 of them on target, and 2 in very quick succession, both brilliantly saved by Ben Garrett. Goal ruled out, no penalty either. All that to come at their doors from 6 o'clock this evening over on AFM, as this next delivery from Barnes is clipped. It almost got underneath the bat there, but clipped into the leg side by Anuj Dal. Again, there's no run. $126 for 5. Barnes in his 9th over, his 3rd since lunch. Stands at the top of his mark now. 0 for 23, his figures. Nice and economical. Ed Barnes is in again. Of course he concedes a run next delivery as he gets it on Anuj Dal's hips, and he just turns it down towards Lewis Hill for a single. Moves to 21, 127 for 5. That's the end of the over. Nice short over there. Regulation 6 deliveries. Guest has 41. Dal has 21, the partnership worth 71. All the ones.
Wright, whose last effort was something of a marathon, courtesy of 3 no balls. We'll hope to get through his over rather more quickly. Mind you, Leicestershire, I think, would take 3 no balls if the over included a wicket as well. Gully has gone out, so the field not quite as attacking as it was. They're looking to contain to a certain extent now, Leicestershire, and wait for the batsman to make a mistake. In goes Wright and bowls slightly short. Dal tries to chop it away, doesn't time it, and it bounces quite comfortably to George Rhodes, who's at backward point. Parkinson swings his arms at mid-on, wants to bring himself on.
Those were the tactics that Derbyshire employed predominantly yesterday, weren't they? Wait for the mistake. Took a long time to come, and then when they started to push on, the wicket started to fall to the spinners. But
perhaps they should be tossing a few up, but I don't think we're ever going to be at that stage. In goes Wright and bowls, slightly short of a length, so Dal stays on his back foot, defends the ball down into the ground. It drops almost at his feet. What's Fletch spotted? Another hairy plane swinging away.
Smaller one, that, isn't it?
Looks to be.
Oh, hello.
I think that might have left East
Yes,
Midlands.
I think so. It looks on its way up.
It looks to be heading north.
Over to you, Ed.
Heading north, Ed, from East Midlands. Stockholm.
Yeah.
Oslo.
Newcastle.
A bit disappointing, wouldn't it? In goes Wright. Bowls a full, quicker delivery. They look as though they're sort of a little bit enjoying the pace of the pitch, and that one whistled through to Swindles, taking it away to his left, but there's no real movement at all now through the air or off the seam. How old is the ball? It's 51 overs old. 65 overs to be bowled, including this one. So once this over is completed from Chris Wright, we'll be at the point we should have been at lunch. Wright is in and bowls outside off stump. Allowed to go through by Dal. We'll have basically lost the half hour, essentially.
Yeah. According to the photograph that Ed's just sent me, that aeroplane's heading for Bakewell. Bakewell International, presumably. I have no idea. Thanks, Ed.
Could be heading out across the Atlantic somewhere. Reykjavik, let's say. Oh, it's quite hard to fly to America these days, isn't it? So I'd be surprised. Didn't look quite big enough. Right. Is in past umpire Bailey and bowling. Very full but very wide as well, outside off stump, and Dal with a metaphorical curl of the lip lets that one go through. Doesn't deign to play a shot at that one. Right, looks a little dishevelled as he walks back towards. That's better. He pushes the falling locks back from his forehead. And turns. Comes in and bowls outside off stump. Dal lets it go through. End of the no ball free over. And indeed, I think run free over, wasn't it? Simply because everything was a little bit too wide to persuade Anuj Dal, for the most part, to play at it.
Mallorca to Belfast, private jet.
Okay, so swinging back round to the west.
Yeah, slightly disappointing.
Mallorca. Oh, so it didn't come from East Mids.
No.
But you did pick out its relatively small stature, if that's the right word. That it was a little plane.
It looked small, didn't it? It looked small. It was a long way away. Here's head
tell not much
bounds.
is happening, can't you?
Here's head bounds. Bowling to Brooke Guest. It's exactly how Derbyshire would want it. He defends this up to mid-on. These two just, to use the phrase that Richard used this morning for Anuj Dal, they're both just digging in here. It's exactly what we want to see from a Derbyshire perspective, because far too often this season players simply haven't done that. But today Dal, who's got this opportunity in the last 4 games of the season following the departure of Finn Hudson-Prentice to Sussex, he was saying he was very grateful for the opportunity to finally know his role in the side. And Brooke Guest, who turns this off his hips for a single. Batting with determination. Guest moves to 42.
And Mike's down there, so they must have taken pity on him somewhere. Oh no, he's over there.
he's even further away.
Yeah, I was going to say, still very much on his own. A deep square, coming into square leg.
Yeah, but Mike was just flexing the right arm, the right shoulder.
He's a new dad, is Lewis. Little Rosie arrived earlier this summer, so they're all probably a bit cheesed off with hearing about her budding genius, I'm sure, from Dad.
Yeah. Lewis, thanks very much. Go and stand on the mid-wicket boundary. He's in at mid-wicket now, more orthodox position as Barnes bowls to him and he defends it up to Callum Parkinson, who's at mid-on. Straight away, Will Davis runs up to us. I'll have a bowl, Skip. I'll have a bowl. He's in conversation with Chris Wright and Will Davis. It's Callum Parkinson as Ed Barnes approaches him, ready to take the ball off him, which he does now. Somebody blowing their nose next door. That was exceptionally loud. This is soundproof glass. 128 for 5. Not a cloud in the sky, really. Oh, and that gets through the defences of Anuj Dal, but he might just have got some bat onto it to force it into his pads there. He tried the Yorker, Ed Barnes, and he wasn't very far away at all. He looks disappointed again.
It looked to be inside edge onto the pad, didn't it? It almost, as you say, broke through, but
just got a little tickle, but Barnes isn't
distraught,
isn't having much luck, is he? Yeah, he was disappointed with the one this morning that was turned down. He's even more disappointed with this one. Has a word with his skipper.
Was very close to breaking through. Let's have a look. See.
Just got his bat down in time, I think, Dal, to make sure that he wasn't an LBW candidate.
Don't know. Again, a legitimate shout.
Yeah. Not good from here. Barnes is in again, and this time it's well, again it was on the hips, but he couldn't turn it away this time, Anuj Dal. And the ball just drops at his feet, essentially.
He's giving everything, Barnes, that's for sure.
It's the 4th over he's bowled since lunch. Consider just the 9 runs, and 5 of those, if not 6, came in the first 4 balls. 5. The first 4 balls he bowled. And he couldn't quite get his line right. He's got it right now. As he's into Dal, who guides this down to third man. It was into the floor pretty quickly, it has to be said. As there was a dive to his left-hand side by Will Davis at gully. It's raced away to the vacant third man boundary for 4 runs. But it had to be spot on that from Anuj Dal. He moves to 25, 132 for 5 at the end of the over. Brooke Guest has 42. Over 8, -4. At least -4, I would suggest. But -4, and that's a genuine minus, I think.
Ahmed Abbas biffing a few runs, it would appear, for Hampshire. It is not his forte, that's for sure. All right, it's going to continue. Parkinson, he's done an awful lot more warming up than bowling so far in this innings. Right. He's convinced we'll engineer a breakthrough for him. Comes in and bowls short of a length outside of stump. Guest up on his toes, just guiding it. Doesn't try and hit it too hard. Always going to be 2 as Mike runs back. Makes a little bit of a sort of mess of dragging it back and flicking it up into the hands of the following George Rhodes. Goes backwards. Rhodes has to turn and pick up the ball. But as I say, it was always going to be 2. So no harm done, other than to perhaps Ben's pride. We now wait while Davis polishes the ball on the back of his legs before throwing it. He's still polishing it.
Yeah, well, you don't want to be rushing these things, do you?
Apparently not. I suppose there'll be, you know, there is that side of things, isn't there, that they give the bowler a chance in this heat to have a breath. Wright is in, bowls driving is Guest, but Davis scrambles to his left, and although he too doesn't stop the ball cleanly, stop it he does. And Mike picks up. Mike's an inveterate ball inspector and polisher as well, so no doubt there'll be another momentary delay before the ball ends up in the hands of Chris Wright. Will he stop? No, he's happy with its condition in as much as he can be with a ball that is now 53 overs old. He is in and bowls outside off stump. Nice bouncing carry through to Swindles, as there has been throughout the game for the most part. But the direction was awry and allowed to go through by Guest. Mike has begun to swing his arms. Parkinson has ceased to. And I have to say, I'm a little bit baffled. He was also the most accurate of the Leicestershire of the bowlers, really, Parkinson. He didn't bowl a loose ball.
Justin Melton in the seconds. We're told he's going to play at some point this season.
As Wright goes in, bowls two. Guest looking for the Yorker. Guest digs it out. It was an inch probably too full. So it thumped into the bottom of the bat as he came down on it fairly late. Pushed it back past the stumps on the leg side. On the on side, Parkinson ran across and made sure no runs were taken.
2 for 56 in the first innings against Middlesex seconds. Well, he's just picked up the first wicket in the second innings as well. He's got 1 for none from 3 overs at the moment. 3 overs, 3 maidens he's heading towards. 2.5 overs he's bowled. That will cheer the Derbyshire management, I'm sure.
Wright is in, driving a little bit in the air, reaching for it a little bit, Guess. So it was in the air for a few feet, bounced a couple of times before resting in the hands of Mike at extra cover. Leicestershire may not mind seeing Guest play that shot. Perhaps starting to feel a little bit restive at the crease.
Yeah, well, again, it's a mindset thing, isn't it, really? You've got to accept that perhaps there are going to be spells when you're not going to score runs particularly quickly, and Brooke Guest does like to, as he did early on in his innings. He's slowed down now to just under 50, his strike rate. That's fine.
Absolutely. Wright is in, bowling to him. He is looking to drive again there. Doesn't quite time it, bounces out towards Will Davis at mid-off. End of Chris Wright's 17th over, 6 maidens, 2 for 40 for him. Davis also, well, not also, he has bowled 16 overs. He's got 2 for 37. Ben Mike 1 for 24 from 7. Barnes none for 29 from 10. Parkinson 3 overs, 3 maidens.
Drinks.
Go figure.
Yeah, well,
I'm not quite sure why he's bowled as few as he has. 134, you know, Derbyshire 134 for 5 still. But as somebody else takes home the, what do you think?
I think they've probably done 6 scones on a plate. It's that kind of marquee, isn't it, really? They've got the produce section
Most
next.
most photocopiers sold in a month, perhaps.
Yes.
Sales teams, most innovative campaign.
Anybody who can get people through the gate at the county ground, they'd probably win that. It's another relatively small crowd again today. 134 for 5 after the, I'm not sure if that's an actual or an impromptu drinks break, but either way, they broke for drinks after around, what, 40 minutes, 35, 40 minutes. It is warm, and I'll let them off that one. It would only be fair. I'll just remark his guard, Colin Parkinson, in deep conversation with Ed Barnes, who's about to bowl his 5th over since lunch. We've actually had 8 overs in just over half an hour, which is almost bang on what we should be witnessing. So that's something. And Parkinson windmills his arms again, but Ben Mike looks the more likely candidate to me. He's a point. He's in danger of taking off as Barnes bowls to Dal on leg stump, or even further down leg side. It's turned away off pad for a leg by. 135.45. Umpire Ramage signals the leg by. And Mike continues to fling his arms in all directions. Can't be long, surely, before he's in the action this afternoon. And I'm pretty sure that Derbyshire will be quite happy not to see Callum Parkinson.
Umpire Ramage is concerned about something now.
Oh, he's on the... Again, it's this time of the day when there's something shining at the far end. I mean, that bit of tarpaulin that's over the bottom of the steps is quite bright from here, and how bright it is for the batsman, obviously. There's a Guest waits, and that one's way down the leg side. He was expecting a short delivery there, and well, it was a bit shorter than of a length, but it was very wayward in direction. Well, I hope he wasn't sending a message to the scorer next door, because he's gone. There was just one of them next door now.
But perhaps in response to that message, perhaps he's gone to...
Oh, well, I hope he doesn't try and move the covers himself. Could take a while.
He walks.
His next delivery is defended off the back foot by Brooke Guest up to mid on, where it's fielded by Callum.
The sun will have gone down by the time he gets there.
I know there was some complaints about the outfield away to our right. It's not very level. I don't know how they can possibly do anything about that at this stage of the match, but looks all right from here. It's better than any lawn I've ever had. Pleased to say I no longer have a lawn. As Guest turns this one backward a square on the leg side. They've got somebody in there now just to make sure that they don't take any liberties as they come back for 2 runs. And Guest moves to 46, 137.45. George Rhodes has gone in at, well, it's not really a leg slip, is it? It's a little more of a leg gully. If he gets any closer, he'll have to put a helmet on that. Under ECB regulations, as I understand them. I don't understand them, clearly, because they're ECB regulations. There is a steward marching very purposefully around the ground at the moment. I wonder if he's going to sort things out. As Barnes is in again, and that one is turned 2 roads by Brooke Guest. Bit of leg theory, like it. Try anything.
It must be that sort of... There's a piece of the tarpaulin in it that isn't actually vertical. It's sort of on the angle, isn't it?
It's quite bright,
just catching the sun, a square of it.
Must ask somebody what's going on in the marquee, though. Impromptu rounds of applause. It's a bit like, as Barnes is in and balls to Guest down the leg side. Good stop by Swindles. They'll go through for a bye. That was a really good stop.
Didn't miss the helmet by much, did he?
No, he didn't actually.
It down, really.
It was a really good stop, though, wasn't it? Because he had to get down very quickly to his left-hand side as the ball went through everything. Bye taken, 138.45 at the end of the over. Guest has 46, Dal has 25, the partnership 82. Do you remember the day when Derbyshire were at Leicester, Grace Road, for, I want to say the World Cup final? No, I don't, because we were at Chesterfield, and it must have been the Ben Stokes innings. And there was applause ringing around the ground, but everybody was in the bar.
The purposeful steward has gone all the way behind the stand now, and emerged at the other side.
Change of bowling.
Yep.
Chris Wright, 4 overs for 12.
Can Mike make something happen? Something usually does. He sometimes goes for a few runs, as we've seen already in this game, but sometimes he'll produce a special delivery. He runs away from us and bowls short to Guest, who cuts him away for 4. Well, that happens a little bit too often with Ben Mike. And that is 50 for Brooke Guest. Well batted. The first half century of the innings for Derbyshire, and as more and more people around the ground realise, the level of applause increases. His 50 has come off 98 balls and includes 7 fours.
Yeah, he's batted really nicely as Brooke Guest. That little pep talk I gave him last night on Sportscene at 6 has worked a treat. I hadn't realised at the time he was next in until I looked at my scorecard.
Mike is in again to him, and it's too full, and it's on leg stump, and it's clipped away to deep mid-wicket. Parkinson will pull it back inside the rope, about 4 feet inside the rope, and Guest will take 3.
Well, he's enjoyed the start of this over.
Having had control after lunch through the bowling of Wright and Barnes, Leicestershire immediately sort of letting it slip.
Yeah, the lead's down to 383 now.
Yeah, they have runs to play with, but you know, it's a feel, isn't it, really? He did look to be getting a little bit angsty.
Yes, he did. No, he did.
And, you know, now he'll feel an awful lot better having moved on to 53, and he's watching as Mike goes in, both short, and it's a cut away by Anuj Dal down towards third man. It's in the air for a good few feet, but very well wide of George Rhodes, who's now at a fairly conventional point. Lewis Hill down there on the third man boundary. He's working his way round the boundary.
I don't think they like him. There's a rather more sedentary Stewart make. I don't think he's making his way around. He's trying to see the scoreboard. Now he's making his way back.
Approaching the 100 partnership.
He wouldn't be much use in a pitch invasion, would he?
As Mike goes in and bowls, that is a better line. It's a sort of middle stump line, slightly short of a length though, so Guest twiddles his bat. Having played the shot, can get up on the back foot and defend it comfortably. Down towards mid-on, where Parkinson picks up, hangs on to the ball, keeps polishing it, but sort of goes in and peers down the pitch. Presumably bring himself on, but he too is taking a long time to polish the ball before throwing it back to Ben Mike. Who is in and bowling short to Guest, cut away through the offside, and I think that's probably going to be 4 more. Rhodes might just get there before it crosses the ropes, puts in the slide, does stop it, good work. George Rhodes, and he saves a run. Guest has to settle for 3, so that's 10 from the over just for Guest and a single for Anuj Dal. 49 for 5.
Ticking off the milestones. 93-run partnership.
Yes.
1 away from the 150, which is the magical figure for Derbyshire. They seldom get past that. They didn't look like getting past it at 56 for 5, in all honesty.
Mike's figures now, 7.4 overs, 1 for 32. Economy rate, 4.5. He is in and bowling to Dal. That's a better line and length, but it is the last ball of the over, from which 11 have come, and Dal defends it back out into the offside. 49 for 5 after 55 overs. 61 remain to be bowled today.
Could be here a while. 230 behind or away from the follow-on target, as Brooke Guest's numbers are read out by John Brown. It's dusty out there, and he just kicked away a whole load of dust from underneath his feet. I didn't see whether they repaired the footmarks. I don't think they did at lunchtime. I didn't see anybody doing anything with the big flat iron thing.
No, I
that they
didn't
use.
hear any tamping
No.
going on.
No. Brooke Guest on 56 on strike. And he defends this one a little bit leading edgishly back to Ed Barnes. And there's no room. He's 9 away from equaling his high score in first-class cricket. 65 down at Chelmsford. Brooke Guest.
You made the point. Just the one century for Derbyshire in red ball cricket so far this season. So
Matt Critchley against Worcestershire, yeah.
opportunity. Long way to go.
An opportunity for both, in all honesty.
Yes.
This next delivery from Barnes is turned into the leg side by Brooke Guest, who's dancing into the offside. And there's no run. Yeah, Anuj Dal's got a high score. I might as well look it up, mine, while I'm here. He's got a high score of 92 against Middlesex 2019. In a game in which I think there were 3 Centurions and 2 men out in the 90s, including Finn Hudson-Prentice for 99.
19 is correct. 2019 here at Derby.
Yeah, there's another one of these kind of pitches, which we get every now and again. This next one, ooh, goes straight through him, straight through Brooke Guest. That wasn't a full-throated appeal. I think he rather gave himself away at Barnes, really, but that can't have been far away from the edge of the bat. Good delivery as it flew through to Harry Swindles, but he didn't really know much about it. Brooke Guest, for a man who's certainly in, that's a little unusual. 149 for 5 it remains. .230 away from the follow-on. And this stand currently worth 93. Barnes is in bowls too. Brooke Guest defends it up to mid-on, where it's fielded by Chris Wright. I appear to have lost cue. If anybody back there can hear me. Pete Spencer, I reckon. I can get a message to him quickly. We might be all right here. The next delivery from Barnes is turned into the leg side. Barnes actually falls over as he delivers that ball. It was turned into the leg side by Brooke Guest. And it remains 149 for 5. Barnes turns at the top of his mark. Got it back, thank you. This next one is driven by Guest up to Callum Parkinson at mid-off, who performs a tumbling stop. End of the over, 149 for 5. Dal has 26, Guest has 56. These two have added 93 in 188 balls. Ben Mike's going to continue. Parkinson continues to warm up. Update coming up. Defended into the offside. Oh, thanks very much. I was here. going to do one then. In goes Ben Mike. In and bowls. That's pushed out into the offside by Anuj Dal. They fancy 2 here, I reckon, and he turns, but Lewis Hill's off the boundary very quickly indeed to complete the fielding, so it keeps them down to 1. Dal moves on to 27, and the 150's up for Derbyshire. 150 for 5, 378 the deficit. In goes Ben Mike again, bowls to Guest, who jabs down on this one, and it goes backward a square on the offside. And there is no run. 150 for 5, 56 to Guest, 27 to Dal. 59 overs remain after this one. Ben Mike kicking away at the crease. He's kicked the dust off the one at the far end before lunch, now he's kicking it away at the racecourse end after lunch. And he'll just get back to his mark and wait for the ball to arrive. Here it is. He's got it now. Gives it a cursory polish. And he's on his way in. Past umpire Bailey, and that one's off an edge, down towards third man. I think it will be hauled in down there. Louis Kimber does haul it in just before it reaches the boundary rope, and it keeps them down to 2. And Kimber doesn't know his own strength because his throw to Harry Swindles overshoots the wicketkeeper by some distance. But they do pick up 2 more. 152 for 5. Guest on to 58 now.
I think Parkinson is finally going to come on at that City end. He's winning his arms still. Again, Barnes gave it everything. He had 3 shouts for leg before, none of which were ridiculous.
No frivolous appealing here. Here is Ben Mike to Brooke Guest, who defends it back towards the bowler, who stops it with his right hand, and then for no apparent reason gives it to Callum Parkinson, who sort of looks at it, gives it a bit of a polish. Has a brief chat with Chris Wright while Mike walks back to his mark. Didn't do a 2 o'clock.
No?
No.
I thought they did. Good news as well.
It's probably the best that best position Derbyshire have been in all match. Yeah. Mike is in and bowls. Oh, and that's off an edge as well down to third man. That will be 4. And Guest moves to 62. 156 for 5 at the end of the Ben Mike over. He's a little unfortunate there. It was a genuine edge. It was along the floor.
A century partnership.
A century partnership indeed. I missed that. 100 stand between Brooke Guest and Anuj Dal. Excellent work from these two. And Guest, who's made 62 of them. Dal 27. He would have been close to being on naught when he joined Brooke Guest out in the middle. When he joined Anuj. No, when Anuj Dal joined Brooke Guest.
He was definitely on naught when he joined Guest in the middle.
No, Dal was, because he was the next batsman. Yeah.
I know what you're saying.
Yes. It must have been close to it. I don't make
just
that kind of
a few runs to his name at that point. It is going to be Callum Parkinson, Leicestershire's captain, who has bowled just the 3 overs out of the 57 that have been bowled in Derbyshire's first innings, all of which were maidens. The 3 that he bowled, that is finally bringing himself back on. In he goes and bowls to Dal, who jams down on it quite late on that one. Big puff of dust as he does so. Parkinson doesn't stop it as he reaches across to his right, but Chris Wright, moving to his left at mid-on, does. In goes Parkinson and bowls. Nice shape to that, nice loop as forward went Dal, defended it out into the offside. So 20 balls bowled by Parkinson in the game so far, none of which have resulted in a run. Just got the single slip now, who is Kimber and Azad at short leg as he goes in and bowls to Dal, who's rather enjoying this battle. He goes forward, defends it out to Rhodes at short extra cover. Parkinson should improve the over 8, which remains -4 at the moment. He bowls and Dal is driving. Oh, reaching for it, and a horrible piece of fielding by Will Davis, just sort of falls over the ball. He runs back, sprints back, but Dal has picked up 3 runs as a consequence. A really poor piece of work from Davis, who is one of Leicestershire's best fielders, actually. He's so athletic in the field for a seam bowler, which isn't to decry all seam bowlers in general, but he does field in the slips and in key fielding positions, as Parkinson is into Guest, who is looking to work it into the leg side, doesn't really time it, it dribbles out towards mid-wicket. Lewis Hill, relishing the opportunity to introduce himself to his teammates, runs in and picks it up and hands the ball to Parkinson, who is in and bowling 2 Guests, thick inside edge, down into the ground, bounces a couple of times before it is taken by Azad at short leg. Well, it should have been a maiden. In fact, 3 runs from it after that misfield from Will Davis. 159 for 5 then, Derbyshire. If not out of the woods, they can at least see a path. Fair comment?
Nice. I like that. You'd only get that from somebody who used to work for one of the broadsheets. If it had been a tabloid, they'd be fighting their way out of the jungle with a machete or something. 159 for 5, which means that they're 220 away from avoiding the prospect of being asked to follow on, and almost certainly being asked to follow on. Ben Mike begins a new over and bowls to Anuj Dal, who chops this away down to quite a wide third man for 4 runs. And Dal moves up to 34, 63 for 5. Again, Ben Mike begins an over with a loose-ish delivery and is punished. Now Parkinson's basically ignored Ben Mike and walked straight over to Chris Wright and had a conversation with him. Run's still not a major issue as far as Leicestershire are concerned, and they really just need one more breakthrough. You'd have thought, I mean, I'm not decrying Alex Thompson and the 3 seamers, but
it would open end up, would it?
Yeah, it would. As this next delivery is a short one. It's almost a no ball. It was a long way above Anuj Dal's head and a long way wide of the off stump. I don't think he could have reached it even if he tried, but he didn't even try. And around this time, on most days, Rob Bailey, the umpire, removed his hat and scratched his head.
Parkinson almost a fatherly arm around the shoulder there for Ben Mike, who is presumably ticking a bit then.
It's only his 3rd over of this spell. It was a sharp delivery, but very, very wayward. The fewer balls the batsmen have to play out, the better. As Mike is in, that's better. Off the back foot, punched up by Dal to Chris Wright. Much better delivery. Derbyshire's run rate about 2 3/4. It was 2 at the start of the day, as they ground to a halt last night. So at least
6 to 9 down here.
6 to 9. That's
a
ambitious,
new one,
isn't it?
isn't it?
That's ambitious.
Harry Swindles, I think, there.
I don't think it'll bother Anuj Dal or Brooke Guest too much as Dal waits, and this next delivery from Mike's on his legs and he clips it away square for at least 2, for just 2. Around the boundary's edge comes Ed Barnes.
Good throw.
Yeah, it was a good throw. It's a long way out there. There's Farmer Barnes.
You can see him with a piece of grass between his teeth, can't you?
Sticking
out a straw hat.
Sitting on a combine harvester, milking a cow.
Not easy to milk a cow from the top of a combine.
It's not. It's not. No, it isn't. You're right.
Pay to see that.
165 for 5.
Got to get the cow up there for a start.
Here's Mike, and again, balls. Oh, and that one just did it keep low? I'm not sure, but it was. He tried to pull it around the corner. Anuj Dal and pulled it straight to the man at mid wicket. Not one of his better shots, I'm afraid, from Anuj Dal, but no damage done. 36 from 100 balls now faced. A strike rate approximately 36. He's hit 4 boundaries. Brooke Guest's 62 from 113. He's hit 8 fours and has looked more fluent in batting than Dal, but Dal's kept him company, and good company as well, as this one's left alone outside the off stump. Goes through to Swindles. It's the end of the over. 165 for 5, 36 to Dal, 62 for Guest. Partnership worth 109.
Graceless, pointless, feckless, and aimless. Those were the cows in Cold Comfort Farm. I was trying to think of them yesterday. Plucked it off the shelves and had a quick reminder. Graceless, pointless, feckless, and aimless. Beautiful.
That's the Derbyshire bowling attack.
Your words. Parkinson then will continue without any great urgency. What he and Wright have to talk about constantly is
They do talk a lot though, don't they?
they absolutely do. No changes to the field have resulted as Parkinson is in to Guest, who is leaning forward, playing that one off the pitch, nowhere near the pitch of the ball. Not a big stride, but it isn't really spinning or turning at the moment. Not really showing too many signs of breaking up either. As Parkinson is in quicker, flatter delivery that it goes back and steers away. Doesn't quite time it as well as he would like, and Sam Evans, a backward point, can fall to his right and make the stop.
Former Derbyshireman Phil de Freitas down below us.
Ah, yes, he has been doing the odd little bit of work with the Leicestershire bowlers. In goes Parkinson bowls. Hit down into the ground by Guest, but without any aggressive intent. It bounces up to Parkinson. Yeah. Familiar territory for Daffy.
Yeah, also.
Parkinson is in. Guest is driving again, almost just about getting to the pitch of that one, steering it out to Rhodes, an extra cover. We're 4 away here, says Harry Swindles, I think. Parkinson is in. Guest is forward, but not completely convincing. Oh, got loads of bat on it, of course. Back up the pitch on the onside it went.
Harsh on Ed Moulton, hasn't it?
Yes.
4 away.
Well, they've played against him. Come on. Twice. They're the only side to have played against him, as Parkinson is in, driven hard down into the ground. It loops pleasantly into the hands of Rhodes at extra cover. Another good over from Parkinson. End of it, 165 for 5. Anuj Dal remains 36. Brooke Guest 62. Is it Brooke without an E?
Brooke with an E.
Oh, with an E.
With an
okay.
E. Yeah. You might explain in the who's who why there's an E there. I don't know. There aren't many Brooks though, are there? Certainly not in first-class cricket. I can't think of another. But Mike's going to continue from the racecourse end. Guest who joined Derbyshire last season for the Bob Willis Trophy on loan, and then was signed up. And with Harvey Hussein's concussion problems, probably just as well, as this next delivery is down the leg side. Dal, first delivery of a new over from Ben Mike is down the leg side, and Dal tries to flick it away. We have had a match in which Brooke Guest was unavailable, Harvey Hussein was unavailable, and Darren Smith had to come out of retirement to keep wicket. played since finals day in 2019, but did a good job. 3 keepers used this season, 3 captains. Well, they had 3 wins. Mike bowls, that's off an inside edge of Dal's bat. Goes out into the onside where Sam Evans does the fielding. We definitely got the inside edge of the bat on that occasion, Mike.
He's looked slightly the less secure of the two, hasn't he?
Yes.
Dal from time to time.
Well, nowhere near as fluid in his batting as Brooke Guest in this innings. Can be. He'll be aware of his season high of 48 down at Lord's last week, of course. He's on 36 at the moment. As he pulls, and that will be runs. I don't think it'll have the legs to go for 4 necessarily, although it's going to pull up, and they're going to come back for 3 as the ball is eventually caught up by Sam Evans. It basically just stopped. So perhaps the outfield isn't quite as quick as it looked this morning in certain parts, certainly down towards the marquee. It's a little bit sluggish, but Dal moves on to 39. 168 for 5 now, Derbyshire. Partnership moves up to 112. It just stopped. It didn't middle it necessarily. I don't think he didn't really middle the ball.
A few have down there, haven't they?
Yeah.
It's always worth pursuing.
Yeah.
Close the gap quite quickly in the end.
The awards ceremony inside the marquee appears to have come to an end. There are people outside now as Mike bowls to Guest, and that one's gone in the same direction. That will slow down as well, I think, although it's a little bit squarer, and it just has the legs to get all the way to the ground. You could hear them urging the ball on down below as the Derbyshire supporters, and Brooke Guest moves to 66. And Derbyshire up to 172 for 5 now. And I hesitate to say it's looking comfortable out there, but it's looking relatively comfortable out there at the moment for the 2 Derbyshire batsmen. But Guest has now got his high score in first-class cricket, overtaking the 65 in the second innings at Chelmsford. 49 in the first innings at Chelmsford was his previous high score before that. His next target has to be 3 figures. Still 34 runs shy, of course, but he's got a day and a half in which to achieve it. As Ben Mike goes in once again and bowls to Guest, and that's defended out into the offside. Will Davis comes in, and it's not Will Davis, is it? No, I don't think it is.
It is.
Oh, is it?
If it's the man with the ball in his hand.
Yeah, I thought it was Will Davis. Then he bent down. I saw his specs on the back of his head. I didn't realise that he perched his sun specs on the back of his head as well. He's not quite looking straight into the sun. I think it's a bit like golfers and caps, isn't it? When you're given a set of sun specs, you've got to wear them. You see the golfers when they're not playing for their countries or continents. As Mike is in and defended by Guest. Back to the bowler end of the over. 172 for 5. 7 off that one. Dal 39, Guest 66, 116 now for the 6th wicket. These 2 have done a very fine job after Derbyshire lost 2 wickets in the first half hour. Billy Godleman for 14 and Matt Critchley for 17. Not a shot that will be looked back with any fondness by Matt Critchley. Went for an expansive drive, got an inside edge, and his middle stump went cartwheeling. Godleman was the 4th victim for Harry Swindles behind the stumps off the bowling of Chris Wright. They should just record that, and then they can use that as the update at past. That's listing one.
Parkinson, 6th over. He's only conceded 1 scoring shot so far. Goes in and bowls to Dal, who waits for the delivery just outside off stump. Dabs down on it quite late. Goes backward off point, but with no great pace. So Evans, who's quite quick there, can hop across to his left and make the stop, and does. Short leg and slip the close catch as Parkinson is in. Dal is forward. Head right over the ball. Out to George Rhodes it goes at shortish extra. Rhodes himself might legitimately anticipate that he'll get a few overs before tea, which is hours away. Parkinson is in. Dal is back, waiting for it. Doesn't really straighten too much, so he has no real issues defending it off the stumps. 22 overs away.
Is it? Oh, good grief.
Which
is hours.
Yeah.
Well, it's nearly 2 hours at Leicestershire standards.
Parkinson tosses at it up, and it's a full toss, and that's the first bad ball he's bowled. Callum Parkinson, and Anuj Dal did not miss out. Played a very straight on drive, didn't try and overhit it. Parkinson flung out his right hand, dived to his right, couldn't get there, and it's run away to the long on boundary for 4. Anuj Dal into the 40s, on to 43. 176 for 5, 120. Now the partnership for the 6th wicket.
Just had a little look at the 6th wicket record.
As Parkinson goes in, that's defended by Dal, out to Davis in the covers. For Derbyshire against Leicestershire.
Yeah, it's a 1902 record.
And it is?
177.
My word, it's a possibility. Parkinson is in, quicker, flatter delivery, leaning forward is Dal, playing it out to Evans at backward point. End of Parkinson's over, his 6th. None for 7, his figures. It is drinks time, ladies and gentlemen.
Of course it is. Edward Maynard Ashcroft, who was a Lancastrian by birth, off-break bowler and right-handed batsman, and his oppo Arnold Warren, born in Codnor Park and died in Codnor, didn't go very far, also known as Arnold R. Warren, even though he had no middle name, because there was another player in the same locality. He did play a test match in 1905 for England. There's a very fine sketch of him on the Derbyshire website. And that record was set in Chesterfield in 1902 at Queen's Park, 177.
Surprised Griff hasn't got any pictures. 1,000 matches.
Up to
I don't remember any of this.
Maynard Ashcroft, not Edward Ashcroft. Maynard Ashcroft. He had a very fine moustache. According to this photograph, played 101 matches in his first-class career. Batting average of 29. Bowling average of 49, so a batsman. I'm sure there are Leicestershire supporters out there who wouldn't have had to have clicked on them to look up who they were, but 1902, I'm not massively familiar with the team from 1902. The team in 1901 lost 9 matches by an innings. 9. That's a terrific effort. Derbyshire can't quite reach those giddy heights. Currently striving to avoid a 4th of the season. 2015 last time that happened, and if one of the remaining 2 matches ends in an innings defeat, it would be 6. No, it wouldn't. Then both lose them both by an innings, wouldn't they? That's 1920. 2001 they did lose 5 by an innings. But at the moment, these 2 batsmen, Brooke Guest and Anuj Dal, are doing all right as Ben Mike begins a new over from the racecourse end and bowls to Guest, who pushes this one out into the offside. Will Davis picks up and then sprints. I'll be saving my energy out there, I think. Hands the ball to Callum Parkinson. Partnership worth 120 from 225 deliveries. And Guest with a career high score, which he's hoping to add to, or even to which he's hoping to add. Slip in a gully. Man close in on the leg side as Mike bowls, and it's wide enough of the off stump for Guest to have absolutely nothing to do with it. Goes through to Harry Swindles. Not too many. Are there any sweaters out there now? I don't think there can be, can there?
It'd be very hard to imagine If Billy Godleman isn't wearing a sweater in the morning, then
Nobody's
it
wearing one
must
in
be
the
hot.
afternoon.
Yeah, absolutely.
Umpires just in shirt sleeves. As Mike is in to Guest, he goes up onto his toes and pushes it out to Davis on the offside. He doesn't take it cleanly. Then he pretends he's throwing the ball out the stumps, which technically is not allowed. Fake fielding's very much frowned on. I'm not sure they were going to take a run anyway.
No, Dal stayed firmly in his crease. Shortish mid-wicket.
Yeah, Rhodes, sun hat. Not a big fan. Next one is, strikes the pad from a ball that keeps low, probably going down leg side. But that one did keep low. Couldn't get his bat down quickly enough on it. Slightly misdirected. Unfortunately for Ben Mike. My correspondent from Horwich had thought that they might be all out for 100 Derbyshire. How very rude. 176 for 5. I don't know who else was thinking that when they were 56 for 5? As Mike is on his way in, bowls. Oh, and that's a short delivery outside the off stump. And he gets out of the way of the ball. Does Brooke Guest. Very little chat from the Leicestershire players now. Philip de Freitas just giving a little bit of advice to the man out on the mid-wicket boundary. I can only assume that that's Lewis Hill. He's usually been as far away. It is. Bless him, Lewis Hill. He is working his way around the... oh, no, it's Sam Evans, I beg his pardon. It's Sam Evans out there in the distance. He's gone a little bit squarer as this next delivery is driven away nicely by Brooke Guest down to Lewis Hill, who's at backward point on the boundary. They pick up another single. Guest has moved on to 67. Dal has 43 now. 176 for 5. $121, the partnership. $202 away from the follow-on target. At the end of that over, Derbyshire now trail by 351. Richard's doing his update next door, which means that when he gets back, I'll be able to swap to the mixer and speak to Sally if necessary. I bet she's delighted. Parkinson begins a new over. It's pushed out into the offside by Brooke Guest. Thank you, Peter. As in comes Parkinson around the wicket, bowls. That's defended by Guest once again. He's been miserly, Parkinson. He's in his 7th over. And he's only conceded 7 runs. Parkinson turns at the top of his mark. Quite a long run up for a left arm spinner. Guest pushes it out into the offside where it's fielded by Rhodes. There's no run. Good bat twiddler as well, Brooke Guest. Twiddles the bat in his hand. And now next delivery is pushed out into the offside.
Rhodes, the fielder, an extra cover. Just saying to BBC Radio Leicester's FM listeners that Leicestershire aren't at the desperate stage yet, but they're very much at a frustrated stage as Parkinson bowls to Guest, who is solidly forward. Back up the pitch it goes to Leicestershire's acting captain. What can they do to try something new? Should they try something new, as Parkinson tosses that one up and it's clipped firmly, but only as far as mid-wicket, where Hill is the fielder again in rather closer proximity to his teammates than has been the case for some little time. End of the over, 177 for 5. 51 overs remain. 65 overs have been bowled in the innings now, so a new ball isn't so very far away, maybe an hour, but certainly well before tea, with 51 overs remaining to be bowled. Tea taken with 32 overs remaining in the day, so it will be very late, relatively late. George Rhodes is going to try and whip through a few overs. The over rate's still -4, so Rhodes is going to toss up a few from the race course end. Phil de Freitas poses for photographs with some of the Derbyshire supporters. Down below us as Rhodes is in and bowling his off spin to the right-handed Anuj Dal, who strokes it out into the offside, bounces down into the ground. Hill, delighted as to be within conversational range again, exchanges words with Rhodes before handing him the ball. Rhodes is in, tosses it up, and driving is Dal. And he has beaten Hill, who he's going to have to turn and run in pursuit. Isn't going to get there. The ball crosses the ropes at wide extra cover. Dal picks up 4, moves on to 47. 181 for 5. The stand grows ever upwards. 126, I think it is now. May need a bit of cover, Rhodes. There are no sweepers out on either leg side or offside at the moment, as Rhodes is in and bowling. Slightly flat delivery. Forward goes Dal, pushing it out to Hill. Rhodes and Hill having an exclusive game at the moment. Parkinson hands on hips at mid-on, wondering what to do next, I suspect. Rhodes is in, a little bit flat. Again, he goes back Dal because it's short of a good length. There's a bit of bounce there for Rhodes, but played very easily off the pitch by Anuj Dal. Out into the offside. Inevitably, it's Hill who picks it up. Rhodes is going to try around the wicket. Couple of steps. He bowls. Back goes Dal. Plays it off the back foot, down into the pitch on the onside. Azad picks up at short leg. Rhodes starts his run from, well, only a couple of paces away, and Dal is half forward, waiting for the delivery. Pushes it back down the wicket to the Leicestershire all-rounder. So just the one scoring shot from the over, but it was a good one. Anuj Dal driving Rhodes away for 4, 181 for 5 at the end of the 66th over of the innings. So Flex, the new ball will be available well before tea.
Yes. We've got 50 overs left today. Remarkably. I'm just thinking there, Philip de Freitas walking around. He's probably trying to work out how come the square's changed direction. Here's Callum Parkinson from the City end. He won't be. He's been here since, pushed back to him by Guest. But it would have been predominantly the other way, if not exclusively the other way when he was here, I would have thought.
Yes, I remember it well.
Parkinson to Guest, and Guest takes 2 steps down the track and drives it up to, I think, no, it's not Rhodes, it's the other one, it's Ed Barnes with the sun hat on. They knew it was Barnes, I think, and they scampered through for a quick single.
He looked distinctly startled, Barnes said, didn't he? When it
a bit. Guest moves to 68. I don't think he was expecting anything to be happening anytime soon, really. Brings Dal onto strike to Parkinson, and he gets a long way forward and pushes it out. This time 2 roads. One of the 2 floppy sun hat wearers out there who aren't the umpires. And Mike in conversation with umpire Bailey from about 20 metres away. Parkinson around the wicket to Dal on the leg stump, turns it into the leg side, and they will nip through for another single. They don't want to let Parkinson just bowl to them or bowl at them. They do need to get some runs off him, and he's now conceded 9 runs. He's only in his only 9 runs, and he's in his 8th over. Began with 3 maidens, 4 maidens, certainly 3 in different spells, as this one is pushed out into the offside by Brooke Guest. And it's picked up by Sam Evans. Lewis Hill is in at mid-wicket. He'll be very excited. He's got his hands on his hips at the moment. As has Chris Wright. At mid-on, as Guest waits. Parkinson bowls to him, pushes it beyond Lewis Hill and up to Chris Wright. And it's the end of the over. 183 for 527. The partnership between Anuj Dal, who's on 48, and Brooke Guest, who's on 68. Career best, with power to add for Brooke Guest. If we could get into a pattern of where everybody who came to talk to me and then the following day went on to get career best figures, I could get all sorts of guests up in this box. You know what sportsmen are like for superstition.
Rhodes is going to stay around the wicket to Dal. In he goes. Forward goes Dal, pushing out into the offside. Hill picks up, and there's no run. Just 6 wickets in his first-class bowling career for George Rhodes. Picked up a fair few more in white ball cricket, but his average in red ball cricket, as he tosses one up, and he's going to have to scamper back into his ground. No, it was taken by Rhodes in his follow-through, and he made as though to hurl the ball back into the gloves of Swindles. Dal did sort of scamper back, but Rhodes didn't bother throwing the ball. He is in and bowling. Dal is waiting carefully. Back down the pitch it goes. 2 needed for a 50 for Anuj Dal. Hard-working 50. He's faced 116 balls, I think, now, and that could be it as he advances down the wicket, drives it away through the offside between Hill and Wright at mid-off, and that is the 4 that Dal needed to go past 50. Nice shot by the Derbyshire all-rounder. A warm round of applause from the Derbyshire faithful, and it's fully deserved by Anuj Dal. His 50, I think, came off 118 balls and included 7 fours. That is to be confirmed because the computer has given up the ghost.
Yes, everything seems to have ground to a halt, doesn't it?
As Rhodes is in and Dal blocks that back down the pitch on the onside.
122 balls.
122, so I did miss a few there, thank you.
I was just looking to, I'm trying desperately to find out. It's only his 4th first-class half-century.
Bowls Rhodes, and Dal defends that back down the pitch to the former Worcestershire all-rounder, but I think 7 fours was the hopefully right figure. Yes, it has now updated. Derbyshire 187 for 5, trail by 341 runs, but they are in a position that is looking considerably brighter than it did half an hour into play this morning when they were 56 for 5. These 2, Brooke Guest and Anuj Dal, doing a sterling job for their side.
Yeah, I'm just hoping those people who were applauding Anuj Dal's half-century aren't any of the ones who were sending me messages to say what's he doing in the team, or posting on social media saying what's he doing in the team. This is what he's doing in the team. He's been given an opportunity, Anuj Dal. And he said at Lords he now knows what his job is. He's the all-rounder in the side. Bowls useful overs, picks up wickets as he did at Lords. He picked up 4 of them. Got 48 down there as well, and fortunately run out. Now he's got a half-century in a backs to the wall innings. So anybody was wondering what Anuj Dal does, this is what he does. He's a good cricketer. But Guest has 68. He's got a high score of 92, of course, as Parkinson is in and bowls. And Guest takes 2 steps down the track and plays the ball straight back to Parkinson. He didn't take it cleanly. He was certainly thinking about throwing the ball at the stumps until he didn't take the ball cleanly. The keyboard warriors won't be out this evening. Parkinson just dries his hands on the towel in the back of his trousers, and he's on his way in again to bowl 2, but Guest, and Guest just turns this into the leg side. Oohs and ahs, no idea why. As the ball goes out into the on side, and the ball is thrown back to Parkinson and goes over his head. It's the kind of weather where you do get a little bit ragged, and Derbyshire certainly did on occasions out there in the heat. Partnership 131 now as Parkinson is in and bowls to Guest, who drives it out to Will Davis in the covers. And George Rhodes can't believe that didn't take a wicket. 187 for 5 it remains. They are funny souls, cricketers, aren't they, when they're out in the field. Parkinson in bowls, and that one's turned into the leg side. Into the mid-wicket region. Couple of balls left in the over.
A bit of chat out there.
Yeah. I think they're trying to generate some energy, aren't they? They're just trying to G themselves up as much as anything, because I'm not sure an awful lot's happening.
No, I think you're right.
At the moment. As Parkinson is in, and Guest defends it straight back to him. Picks it up and sort of looks at Guest. Guest isn't looking back.
Paul Nixon in his recently published autobiography, Keeping Quiet, which presumably is an ironic title.
Is Parkinson bowls to Guest, who defends it out into the offside. And again, the oohs and the ahs from a ball that was defended fairly comfortably off the front, off the middle of the bat. And it is all about trying to generate that bit of energy, because they know, well, they don't need a wicket desperately, but they would certainly like a wicket with this partnership worth 131.
I was just saying, well, when you were doing your update on FM, that Leicestershire aren't at the desperate stage, but they're at the very frustrated stage.
Yeah, absolutely.
And it's going to be George Rhodes to continue from the racecourse end, has a chat to his captain Parkinson. 9 for 9 from 3 unexceptional overs for George Rhodes. Nothing really wrong with him, but not too threatening either. He is in round the wicket and bowls. Back goes Dal, and all care and attention defends it down the pitch on the onside. They will improve the over 8 at least. Rhodes is in, a little bit of air to that one. Dal is forward, defending out into the offside that time. It's Hill who comes into field. Rhodes bowls. A couple of steps down the wicket on that occasion by Anuj Dal. But it's a good delivery from Rhodes. He has to block it back up the pitch to the off spinner, and does. Rhodes is in, but Dal isn't ready. He steps back. Rhodes, philosophically enough, turns, walks back to his mark, which is only a matter of 3 paces away, and is in and bowling. Dal is forward, bat and pad together, out into the offside to Hill. It goes again. Over 8, still -4. Notwithstanding, we've had, I think, 6 overs of consecutive overs of spin. Azad leaves short leg and goes in at pretty much silly point, just in front of square on the offside, as Rhodes is in, and he finds a little bit of the outside edge with a ball that drifts on with the arm. It's played down pretty much into the ground, though, goes through the gully area, starts running down to third man. Intercepted en route by Ben Mike running across from backward point, but a single is taken. Rhodes into Guest, who plays the ball firmly back down the pitch to him defensively on the front foot. End of, as I say, a decent over from George Rhodes. Takes his cap from Callum Parkinson. 188 for 5, 53 to Dal, 68 to Guest. Leicestershire experiencing what Derbyshire experienced on days 1 and 2 of the game. Can they find a way through, or can Messrs Guest and Dal bat through the entire session?
Well, it'd be remarkable if they could, couldn't it? Nobody's managed to do that. I think they lost 1 wicket in each session on day 1. Leicestershire. We've had a wicketless session so far. Parkinson begins a new over, bowls to Anuj Dal, who pushes this to a backward point. It goes there.
I suspect
Sam Evans.
that the percentage favouring the draw is beginning to tick upwards.
Oh, we're doing that. You like that?
You know,
do
what do
the
they call it?
Winviz.
Winviz. That's it. I
Yeah.
was just trying to remember the name.
It's always accurate right at the end. Next delivery is defended by Dal.
You old cynic.
Well, a lot of old nonsense. I've just seen the bin, the bin liner that's been put in our bin. I think it's one for a wheelie bin. It's enormous. What's going on there? It's Parkinson to Dal, pushes it out again into the offside. Again, it's Sam Evans who does the fielding.
Leicestershire may not be desperate, but we are if we're talking about the size of the bin.
Well, no,
But I take your point.
It's huge, isn't it? It's like a full-sized bin bag in a tiny waste paper bin. Parkinson bowls a slightly quicker delivery, and that's defended back to him by Anuj Dal. He's on 53, Guest on 68, 188 for 5. No, I'm enjoying this.
I keep waiting for the over 8 just to tick to -3, just to show they're making inroads, but
That'll take a while.
a long way to go yet.
We're down to 14 overs before tea, though, which is good. Parkinson is in. Dal drives into the ground, doesn't time it, goes out to Will Davis in the covers. And there's no run. He continues to be miserly. He's in his 10th over. He's conceded 9 runs. He's bowled 6 maidens and heading towards a 7th here. Callum Parkinson. As he's around the wicket to Dal. Defends it out into the offside. And he does complete a 7th maiden. 10 overs, 7 maidens, 0 for 9 for Callum Parkinson. 7 overs, 4 maidens, 0 for 9. In this current spell, Derbyshire 188 for 5 after 71 overs of their innings. So they're edging towards a batting bonus point, of course. Brooke Guest has 68, Anuj Dal has 53. They only got 1 bowling bonus point. So 4 the bonus points in Leicestershire's favour at the moment.
Rhodes, who did appear to be ready to bowl, now decides he wants a conversation with Callum Parkinson, vis-a-vis a close fielder somewhere. Parkinson's rehearsing a sort of defensive push. Rhodes perhaps wants a short leg as well as a silly, pretty much silly mid-off now, Hassan Azad. He isn't getting one. Rhodes goes in, bowls a sort of shortish, flattish delivery that Guest on the back foot in defensive mode now really just plays out into the onside. Rhodes tosses that one up a little bit and looking to drive, not really timed by Brooke Guest, goes past Rhodes, but comfortable stop for Chris Wright, who's at mid-off, moving to his right. As you had a programme yesterday, so we have one starting at 6 tonight, the Cricket Show on BBC Radio Leicester, as Rhodes is clipped into the ground and then bounces up towards short mid-wicket.
You're doing a full hour without a script, are you, like I did last night?
Yeah, essentially.
Yeah.
Adam Whitty will be coming across and hopping in next door.
Will he?
As
Oh,
in
excellent.
goes Rhodes and defended on the front foot by Guest. Azad is the fielder. We'll get the interviews into those at the end of play. I'm sure he'll play out possibly the interview with Chris Wright yesterday on the occasion of his both first-class career best batting and 500th first-class wicket. Rhodes is in, clipped out towards mid-wicket where Evans is the fielder. No run. A desultory round of applause from one person, one of the fielders. It looks like Hill, actually. He's got his hands above his head at extra cover. Maybe just doing a spot of stretching. And Azad, who's been the only field change, had gone into short leg, now goes back to silly point because Rhodes is going around the wicket. An attempted sort of sweep. It was quite a violent effort from Brooke Guest. I think he got a little bit of bottom edge, but it was mostly pad that saw the ball trickle out to Barnes, who's on the 45 behind square on the leg side. End of the over. I think that was a maiden over from George Rhodes. 5 overs, he's bowled, and if it was a maiden, it was his first. 5 overs, none for 10. His figures. Nothing too wrong with those.
Luke Fletcher's got his 400th first-class wicket today for Nottinghamshire. His dad will be pleased. Lancashire are 10 for 1. They're chasing 444 to win after Nottinghamshire declared on 339 for 8. As Callum Parkinson begins a new over from the City end, bowls to Anuj Dal, who rather wristily chops down on it, but can't get it past the fielder at backward point, Sam Evans. Short third man, it's backward point really, where he is at the moment. Certainly, he's still got the silly mid off, or they have got the silly mid off. This next delivery is driven by Dal. They're going to go through for a single. Barnes will have a shy at the stumps at the wicket-keeper's end. Wicket-keeper Swindles claims it. I don't think it was ever going to trouble.
I think the girdler's sniffing a further chapter.
Well, reprint, as I say.
Postscript.
That'll be pleased. Warwickshire 52 without loss. They're chasing 296 to beat Hampshire. This next delivery is turned to the leg side by Brooke Guest. Morgan trailed by 193 at Chesterler Street. They're 213 for 6, heading towards an innings defeat potentially, but far better effort second time round. Having been dismissed for 97 on day one, wickets tumbled freely elsewhere. Parkinson's in, driven by Brooke Guest. Fielded by Rhodes, might have hit his knee, but he got something behind it. Make sure it didn't get past him. Essex have beaten Gloucestershire by an innings and 3. Middlesex are batting on. Dear, oh dear. Here's Parkinson around the wicket, bowls to Guest, who plays it into the ground, and it's collected by an outstretched right hand from Hassan Azad. Middlesex now 649 for 4 at Hove. Probably only have to bat once there, I'd have thought. It'd be a good effort if they don't. It's Parkinson around the wicket, bowls to Guest, pushes it back to Parkinson. And it's the end of the over, 189 for 5. Dal 54, Guest 68, just the one run from that over. Surrey 214 for 9, lead Northants by 295 at Wantage Road. And I think you're up to date. 650 for 4 now. 650 for 4.
It must be pretty flat.
Sam Robson was on 200 and plenty earlier on today.
I'll be able to ask the Sussex commentator, Adrian Harms, about...
Are you with Adrian next week?
Yeah, about
keep him
the circumstances of that game.
253 Sam Robson, 174 Mark Stoneman's a drinks break here, incidentally. Robbie White, who got a century last week, has got 91 not out. Martin Anderson has got 83 not out. Stephen Eskenazi made 4 and Max Holden 1. You'd feel rather left out, wouldn't you, if you were Eskenazi or Holden? It's often the way. But yeah, 650 for 4. Yeah, we're down at Sussex with Derbyshire on... it's a week next Tuesday, I think, isn't it? The final round of matches start. After finals day, which I shan't be bothering with this year again.
I've had to cancel my customary reservation. There was a time.
Yeah, there was, wasn't what, mid-2000s?
Leicestershire commentator.
Mid-2000s.
Probably had a room of his or her own at... did they actually start at Lord's? Did they have finals day at Lord's in the early
days? Wasn't it Hampshire?
Was it the Aegeus, was it? Or the Rose Bowl, as it was in its first incarnation? They are ready to go again. Rhodes gets through his overs quite quickly, so I'll make a start in the hope that Anuj Dal gets his gloves on quickly. And the conversation, which could have gone on throughout the entire drinks break, now goes on between Messrs. Wright, Parkinson and Rhodes.
They've just said it's close to an update for Richard up there. Should we just mess him about
Let's
a bit?
mess with his head. Already sufficiently messed with, as Rhodes, staying around the wicket, goes into Dal. It's short, and a few club batsmen would have gone back and tried to pull that one over mid-wicket, but Dal is there for the duration, and he just went back and defended it back down the pitch. Rhodes is in. Dal goes back and defends it back down the pitch. Rhodes waits for the ball to bounce back towards him. 11 overs remain before tea, 7 before the new ball, as Rhodes is in. He's turning his wrists on that one, is Dal. And seeing that Evans has got to run up to the ball, calls Guest through for a very comfortable single. Moves on to 55, 190 for 5. The partnership 135 now. No, 134 as Rhodes bowls. Forward goes Guest, more inclined to play on the front foot against the off-spinner than Dal, who's happy to play him off the pitch because it ain't turning. And Hassan Azad, who's flitted to and fro, hither and thither, moves on to the leg side, close catcher, as in he goes Rhodes, and clipped behind square by Guest, but Barnes moves to his left to stop, didn't quite time it. So a comfortable stop for Ed Barnes. Rhodes is in and bowls. Forward goes Guest, back up the pitch it goes. End of the over, and it is updates time.
Indeed. 190 for 5. Untold riches for Derbyshire. Guest 68. Anuj Dal is on 55. They've added 134 for the 6th wicket. It's been a really good effort by these two. A really good effort. Parkinson around the wicket, bowls to Dal, who cuts away, and he's going to get 4 runs for it. He moves to 59. 194 for 5. 185. From avoiding the follow-on. Good shot from Dal. Not many boundaries hit off Parkinson. There was one straight back down the ground, I remember. That was a full toss. That one was a bit short from Parkinson and chopped away. And Parkinson is in and bowls to Dal, who defends it back up the track. Parkinson, and again, update coming up. two Derbyshire players are currently showing some fight, which hasn't been seen too often this season. Brooke Guest is on a career best 68 not out. Anuj Dal has just moved to 60, and they've added 135 for the 6th wicket as Derbyshire have moved on to 195 for 5. Still plenty of work to do because they still trail by 333 and are 184 runs away from the follow-on target. But they're doing nicely, Guest and Dal. Derbyshire 195 for 5. That one is turned into the leg side. They're 195 for 5 because Anuj Dal just dabbed one down back at a square on the offside and scampered through for a quick single. 139. As I say, the 139 is the partnership. Got that a little bit wrong, as this one is driven by Brooke Guest, but straight to George Rhodes in the covers, extra cover really. And he does the fielding there. Sun's starting to work its way round and the commentary box starting to really heat up now. Computer will be quite warm soon, yep. Just touch the back of it, can barely touch it. In comes Parkinson, bowls to Guest, who pushes it out to Rhodes once again. He keeps the ball because it's the end of the over. 195 for 5. 75 overs have been bowled. There are 9 overs until the tea interval, so we might get there around about 3:30. Dal has 60. He's almost caught Guest up. He's got 68. And now they've sort of swapped over.
I don't think we will get there before 3:30 because it's only 5 overs until the new ball. So I would imagine they will take it as soon as it's available, and the seamers will be back on.
Yeah,
so you know how long they take to bowl their overs.
Yeah. The batsmen have swapped over, haven't they? 60 from 143 Dal, 68 from 161 Guest.
Rhodes is in to Dal, drops very short. Dal just goes back and calmly turns it into the onside. A sprawling Evans makes the stop, and he's hurt himself a little bit. He jarred his right shoulder there, and he threw the ball back in underarm with some asperity.
He seemed to land with his hip on the ball as well as he went down to stop it, so he'd be in a
everything
in a
hurt
bad
a bit
mood,
there on
really.
his right side. He just
mood,
looked
wasn't
really bad-tempered as he threw that back in. Rhodes is in to Brooke Guest, who's forward on off stump, playing it down into the ground. Azad reaches to his left and picks up. Evans checks his right knee as well, so his entire right side was jarred as he went down on the ball there. Rhodes is in, forward goes, or leans forward, really, Brooke Guest. No big stride as he defended that one.
It was Marvin, wasn't it, the android who had all the anodes
paranoid
down.
android.
All the anodes down his right side were hurting.
Rhodes is in. Again, no real foot movement from Brooke Guest. More than happy to play the ball off the pitch, so to speak, because it ain't turning. As I say, back down the pitch on the offside it goes. Hill picks up. He's at a short extra. Rhodes decides to go back over the wicket. Steps in and bowls, tosses it up, clipped out towards mid-wicket. Davis falls to his left, makes the stop, not cleanly at that short mid-wicket, but effectively nonetheless. Prevents any run. Rhodes is in and bowling, swept for 4. Well, it's been coming. Guest finally got the length of delivery he was looking for and timed it very nicely away through square leg, and that does bring up the Derbyshire 200. A position they might not quite have dared to anticipate half an hour into play this morning when they were 56 for 5, but now things looking much more rosy as far as the home side is concerned, and ambitions in terms of saving the game looking more than achievable the way things are at the moment. 200 for 5.
What was wrong with the pitch last night and early this morning then?
Maybe the new ball helped, I suppose, but maybe bowled a little bit better than the Derbyshire bowlers. Who knows? But Guest and Dal showing what can be achieved.
Relatively out of form top order. These two, as I said, now that Anuj Dal knows what his job in the team is, he was never going to be a number 3. No, that's where he started this season. As Parkinson around the wicket bowls to Dal. That one just seemed to keep a little low as he gets his bat down on it. Having just said how well he'd been playing, he plays that pretty well. Pushes it to Azad under the lid. I don't know, a silly point. Just in front of square, he crouches down. Dal clips it. They're going to go through for a single here. Wright will have a shot at the stumps and misses. I think that would have been close if he'd hit. He picked it up cleanly, but Dal's quick. And even though he's quick, I think he might have been in a spot of bother.
Foxy Phil, as desperate as this is, Surrey last pair still together after 35 overs, apparently. Who is Surrey playing?
I shall have a look.
But they are making their opponents grind their teeth. Whoever they're playing.
Northants. Got a lead of 308. Wantage Road. Parkinson around the wicket into Dal, who shows him the stickers on his bat as he defends it back to him.
Surrey don't really like going to places like the Upton Steel or Wantage Road.
They didn't like coming here in the Royal London.
The Incora.
They won easily, but they didn't like it. Yes, Verdi and Gus Atkinson. Next delivery from Parkinson is pushed back to the bowler. So the last wicket, well, Reece Topley got a duck. It's a shame. 155 for 9 to 227 for 9. They have gone. Sorry. Around the wicket comes Parkinson, and that one is defended by Guest. Back to the bowler.
So we're at pretty much time that tea should be taken, so 7 overs away from that point.
It'll be post 6 o'clock, I think, when we finish this evening, won't it? This next delivery from Parkinson is driven along the floor. Didn't time it though. Brooke Guest straight to Rhodes. End of the over. 201 for 5. Dal 62. Guest 72. Partnership 145 now. And well,
who was that that Victorian gentleman who Maynard somebody, wasn't it?
Yes.
You mentioned. Well, he'll be beginning to turn in his grave, I suspect.
I've written it down somewhere. It's on a piece of paper. I don't know where. Oh, there it is. Maynard Ashcroft.
Maynard Ashcroft.
And Arnold Warren.
There'll be worried men looking down from cricketing heaven.
Well, a lot of the Derbyshire players from those days probably didn't go to heaven, but there we are.
Rhodes to continue. Why ever not?
That's a good story.
They're notorious. In goes Rhodes and bowls. Back goes Dal. Turns it into the onside. Dives to his right at short mid wicket. Will Davis and stops the ball one-handed.
Little Bastwick from the early days. He was a rumman.
Rhodes is in. Forward goes Dal. Bounces down into the ground and out towards Hill. An extra cover.
One or two of them didn't mind a drink at the close of play.
Or at the start of players don't mind it.
Or at the start of play or during play.
Does Kimber bowl? Ask Foxy Phil. We may find out if this continues. In goes Rhodes, goes back, turns it out towards mid wicket, and there is no run. Evans picks up. I think Leicester's hopes. In all seriousness, we'll very much rest with the new ball and a couple of breakthroughs with that as Rhodes is in. Forward goes Dal. Certainly they don't want to lose a wicket, Derbyshire, before the new ball. If these two established at the crease can deal with that as well, then there'll be an awful long way towards saving the game. Dal defends out into the offside from Rhodes on that occasion.
Well, the second new ball certainly did for Leicestershire.
But you've been making the point that if they do get a breakthrough, then there may not be too much to come.
Alex Thompson can bat. And there's the 3 seamers.
Rhodes is in full onto the legs, clipped out towards Evans, and this time, because he has a little bit of ground to make to his right, Guest and Dal take the single. End of the over. 202 for 5. Dal has 63. Guest has 72. There are 6 overs until tea. 2 overs, however, until the new ball, and I am certain that it will be taken straight away because they will then have 3 overs. 2 overs each, whoever takes the new
answer
ball.
to the question, does Louis Kimber bowl, is yes, because he's coming on now.
There we go.
Yeah.
Good spot, Foxy Phil.
Yeah.
We're going to find out what. Well, I can tell you Harry Swindles is standing up to the...
And his run-up suggests they might be trying to turn it one way or the other. But I'm not sure.
Will it be leg spin? Let's have a look.
No.
No, doesn't look like it.
It didn't look like it there, did it?
The way you bowl that loose, no, it looks like it's going to be off spin or something.
Well, a few straight breaks to Anuj Dal. I don't want to criticise his bowling before I've seen it in case he gets a wicket. Louis Kimber didn't score in that Leicestershire innings. First ball he bowls is perfectly acceptable and pushed out into the offside by Anuj Dal.
It's not an unpleasing action either, really.
No. Very short run up, walks 2 or 3 paces, then trots in and bowls to Dal, who pushes it out into the offside once again. Well, he'll get through the over quickly, that's one thing. Not sure whether he'll take any wickets necessarily.
No, but it looks quite...
Yes, he's a bowler, isn't he?
Yeah.
Or he can bowl, clearly. He can bowl. He comes in and bowls. It seems to give that one an extra little tweak, but it didn't really deviate off the straight.
It's not rubbish, is it?
No, not
so
yet.
far.
Not yet, no. Kimber again. Dal waits, he's got the short leg in place. He has to rather reach for that one. And just sort of bunts it out to Ed Barnes in the covers. That was the poorest of the deliveries that Kimber's bowled so far.
Yeah, what do the Leicestershire saying? It looks okay, this.
You wouldn't want to rely on it though, would you necessarily?
No.
As this next delivery's clipped into the leg side by Dal to Davis, who threatens to throw down the stumps at the non-strikers, and Guest was back.
He does have 2 first-class wickets to his name,
Yeah.
both taken obviously for Loughborough.
And he's in again, and Dal goes back into his crease and pushes it out into the offside. In his first over, Louis Kimber is a maiden. Well bowled him. Takes his cap off. Phil Parkinson gets a little tap on the backside, and Parkinson's cap as well. And Derbyshire remain on 202 for 5. It means they need a further 177 to avoid the follow on. They trail by 326, but this partnership is worth 146, and they've done very well indeed, these two. And no matter what happens now, you can't take this partnership away from them.
There should be one more over from Rhodes, or will Parkinson just try one from this end? It might be Parkinson just to see if there's anything. John has decided already that it will be Callum Parkinson.
It looks like Callum Parkinson, doesn't it?
It does look like he has the ball in his hand. He has
gave his cap to
off.
Louis Kimber.
Because this will be the last over with this ball, unless Parkinson turns it square from this end. But now he's going to have a chat with Will Davis. Why?
A bit of spin tuition from Will Davis. I think he's telling him to warm up and get ready to bowl with the new ball, but he could have just signalled that, couldn't he? Or Davis could have just guessed it.
Long ago. Davis has been warming up a little bit. Parkinson still fiddling with his field. Wright is warming up in as much as Wright ever does, with sort of gently lifting his knees up and down.
His right leg of his trousers has failed to return to the bottom.
Parkinson is in forward, is Guest, defending with a thick inside, but I was just trying to work out whether it was me then, but I remember, yes, yeah, I've been from this end, haven't I? Defended him to the onside.
Yes, yeah.
There's no run. 5 overs until tea, but as I say, it is a good 20 minutes away at least, I would think. In goes Parkinson, bowls, tries to put a lot of revs on that one. It bounces off the pad. It was onto leg stump and going down the leg side. Guests looked to sort of vaguely turn it into the leg side, thumped into the pad and out into the leg side. 14th over of the innings for Parkinson. He's only conceded 16 runs so far. In he goes, tosses it up, played back down the pitch to him. hard down into the ground. He half stops it. Looks to deflect it perhaps onto the stumps. Not sure he actually was trying to there. He pushed it around the corner rather. And Wright with that slightly raised trouser leg, showing his grey cricket socks. His grey cricket sock on his right leg completes the fielding. Parkinson is in. Forward is Guest. Maybe thinking in terms of the interval. Maybe thinking just need to be there to see off as much as I can the new ball. The game in stasis at the moment as we wait for that moment. Parkinson is in bowling. Guest is driving back towards him. Parkinson this again gets a right hand to the ball, diving away to his right, again pushes it past the stumps, and again Wright is the fielder. This could be the eighth maiden over of the 14 that Parkinson will have bowled in the game. He is in, and Guest is defending. It will be the 8th maiden over that Parkinson has bowled, but it may be his last now for a little while, because the new ball is now due. So Louis Kimber, he's taking his cap off. Do you think they're going to wait until it is due, isn't it?
Yes, yeah, 80 overs have been bowled now.
Well, I'm amazed.
Derbyshire didn't take it for a while, did they?
Well, they didn't take the second,
Was it
the third new ball. They
Yes.
took the second new ball straight away,
Yes.
but not the third. They didn't take the third new ball at all.
Oh, did they not?
No.
Oh, okay.
It's the last 9 point whatever it was overs were bowled with the old ball.
The old new ball. Here is Kimber bowls to with the old ball to Anuj Dal, and the first run is scored off Louis Kimber's bowling as he dabs it down to third man for a single. Moves on to 64, 203 for 5.
It shows what I know, because I assumed they'd have a little burst before tea, then a break, but maybe they're just feeling the heat a bit, the Leicestershire seamers.
Go in and have an ice bath at tea time and come out all refreshed. Kimber bowls to Guest, who pushes it back to the bowler. There's no run. The 12th men are now seeking sanctuary under the shadow of the steps away to our left-hand side as Kimber is in, and that's a wide delivery that's driven away for 4 runs out to the cover boundary by Brooke Guest. Guest moves on to 76, 207 for 5. The 150 partnership between these two has now been applauded by the Derbyshire faithful. 151 from 329 balls. Ed Barnes is just, no, it's not Ed Barnes at all, it's Chris Wright. Just doing a bit of warming up as this next delivery is a quicker one, I think, from Kimber, and almost catches Guest out as he eventually gets his bat down and it pushes it into the onside. Will Davis does the fielding at mid-wicket. He's got the short leg in still. He's quite, it's like a forward short leg almost, as this next delivery from Kimber is turned to him. It's Hassan Azad under the helmet. It's how you read the game though, Richard, isn't it? That's what it's all about, this commentary. Like I've always said it every time I've been wrong, and it happens on a regular basis. I'd have been with you. I'd have snatched that new ball out of the umpire's hand, but Azad has gone to a leg slip, leg gully kind of position now, as that one is driven by Brooke Guest. I don't think it's going to have the legs to go all the way. Sam Evans is chasing it out to the cover boundary. They've run 2, and 2 is what they'll content themselves with as Guest moves to 78, 209 for 5. The partnership to 153 at the end of that over. And Callum Parkinson's already removed his cap, so he's going to continue. I'm going to see if I can put that air conditioning on.
So perhaps it's going to be post-tea when the big effort comes from Leicestershire with a second new ball. 3 overs remain until the interval, the first of them to be bowled by Parkinson, Leicestershire's captain. Dal on 64. From 159 balls to face. In goes Parkinson bowls. Dal is pushing out towards mid-off. Hill doesn't pick up the ball cleanly as he comes running in from mid-off. Had he done so, could have been interesting, of course, had he done so and then had the throw hit. But he did have pretty much all three stumps to aim at from where he was, but he juggled with it, and of course by then far too late. Parkinson is in to Guest, who's playing out towards mid-on. Normally there would have been a run there to Chris Wright, but not taken. Get the new cherry out is the urge from the Foxes supporters. Yeah, well, it's available if they want it, but just at the moment it seems they don't. Parkinson is in, Guest is defending.
No ball.
Surely not. Yes, indeed. A no ball. He has bowled a couple, hasn't he?
Yeah. Remarkable.
Parkinson is in. Better length. In terms of both where his feet are landing and where the ball is landing. Defended out into the offside by Guest, who has batted beautifully, really. Waits as Parkinson is in to him. Nice firm defensive push out into the offside. Davis is the fielder. Opportunity for a maiden first-class century. He may never have a better one.
The second time he's gone past 50.
Yeah. Parkinson is in, Guest is forward, defending out on the on side. Jogs in Evans to field. Wright had his opportunity yesterday, didn't he, to go past 100 for the first time. He achieved his first-class career best, but he wasn't quite able to go on to three figures. Parkinson is in, Guest is playing firmly down into the ground, bounces out to Hill at mid-off, takes it low before it hits the ground for a third time. End of the over to 10 for 5. Guest 78, Dal 65.
Well, both of these players have been used as number 3 batsmen this season at various points. In fact, Guest has opened the batting for Derbyshire on occasion. Certainly when Billy Godalming was injured, the first injury that he picked up, he opened the batting. But I think they are middle order batsmen. Certainly when he's keeping wicket. The broadcast suggested last night as Louis Kimber begins a new over to Anuj Dal. It's a full toss that he has to reach for, and he thinks about going for the single, but it's a good stop by Barnesy. Barnes diving away to his right-hand side, clutching it in with his right hand. He did suggest last night, Brooke Guest, that he hadn't ruled out moving back up the order, but while he's keeping wicket, I think it's a bit much to ask him to open the batting or come in at number 3 and keep wicket. That's an awful lot of work. His next delivery from Kimber is driven to Barnes, who pulls off another terrific diving stop at full stretch. He's still on the floor. And he managed to direct the ball straight back to the bowler, which is good because it speeds things up. He's done well there, Barnes, hasn't he? He's a good lad. His next delivery from Kimber is a full toss, and this time Barnes dives over the top of it. Well, he dives short of it, and it's gone for 4 runs out towards the extra cover boundary. Dal almost certainly was going to get one through sooner or later, and he does, and he moves on to 69, and Derbyshire to 214 for 5.
Well, having been impressed with Kimber's first 2 overs, the first 3 balls of his third over have been filthy, I'm afraid.
It's 216, incidentally. They've missed off the no ball. They haven't spotted the no ball in the Parkinson over yet. They will do, I'm sure.
They did acknowledge it.
Yes. This next delivery is defended by Dal. That's better. So 216 for 5. Dal 69. Guest 78. Partnership 160. It's getting into record territory. So seldom when I look those records up, is it worth it? This next delivery is driven by Dal again, and that will go away to the cover boundary for 4 more. In fact, Sam Evans gave up the chase quite early, and I don't blame him, as Dal picks up another boundary, 220 for 5. Dal moves on now, don't tell me, 73, I think, because it hasn't got on the...
If they're going to bowl Kimber, they're going to have to give him a sweeper of some kind, really.
Yes.
You would have thought.
I might have to switch over to a different cricket site. As Kimber is in, Dal just comes forward and pushes it back to him. And of the Kimber over, Dal has 73, Guest has 78, and Derbyshire at 220 for 5. Parkinson is going to continue. Well, he's going to continue now because it's the last over before tea. I told you we'd get there for the update.
Just, well, we'll certainly start it, that's for sure.
I don't think that no ball's been added even now.
Short extra cover is in. Fairly straight, Will Davis, but he's certainly very much in a catching position. Eddie Barnes sort of also, but a little bit deeper to his left, as Parkinson is in, waiting for it. In the crease is Brooke Guest, and then dropping his bat on it, pushing it out to point, but that might just have straightened the merest fraction.
A discrepancy. They haven't spotted the no ball at all.
Parkinson is in. Forward goes Guest, reaching the pitch of the ball as he defends that one out to Barnes. And I think I had better pop the next doors off.
Yeah,
just a few seconds to go.
Not a problem. We will hear from Richard Wright. We're contractually obliged to let him back in for the evening session. That's a defensive shot from Brooke Guest. He's on 78, Dal has 73. Parkinson bowls. Guest defends. Derbyshire trail by 308. 159 from the follow-on. And these two have added 164 for the 6th wicket as Parkinson bowls, and it's defended once more by Brooke Guest. Couple of deliveries left before the tea interval, potentially, as Parkinson bowls, defended by Brooke Guest. In fact, there was one delivery left until the tea interval. That is tea on day 3. Derbyshire 220 for 5. They've added 112 runs since lunch without losing a wicket, which is a terrific effort by Anuj Dal and Brooke Guest. Dal has 73, Guest has 78. They've added 164 so far for the 6th wicket in 351 balls. They're 308 behind, and they're 159 away from the follow-on. The new ball will be available, is available now, but will be available to Leicestershire straight after tea. In the meantime, we'll say goodbye for around about 15 minutes or so online. By 308, the new ball surely has been taken.
It has indeed, and consequently this is quite a big sort of 40 minutes or so in the context of the game. If Leicestershire can make a couple of breakthroughs with the new ball, they can still harbour serious hopes of winning the game. If they can't, if these two did what they did throughout the afternoon session, a draw will be very much the favourite.
Absolutely.
Wright is in from the city end, bowls outside off stump. There's a little bit of swing away, but it started wide, went wider. Anuj Dal let it go through.
Well, I have the opportunity. Hopefully they can go on and score more runs between them, though. This partnership currently the 7th highest for the 6th wicket for Derbyshire in their history. It's the 2nd highest at the moment for the 6th wicket against Leicestershire. The record against anyone is 212. David Griffin, thank you very much.
In goes Wright, bowls onto the middle and leg stumps of Anuj Dal, who goes back and turns it out towards Ed Barnes, who's in front of square on the leg side, not quite at mid-wicket. He and Rob Bailey now engaged in conversation, cutting remarkably similar figures, the way they're sort of holding themselves at the moment.
One of them's shoulders are getting rounder because of age, the other one because they are.
Because of nurture, perhaps.
Carrying bales of hay on his shoulders.
They both have sort of walking around with their hands on their hips. In goes Wright and bowls to Dal, who is forward on off stump. Bounces out into the off side, and they're going to have to hurry through there, Dal, because what happened, Davis flung himself over the ball as he leapt towards it, ran towards it. It passed underneath him, not for the first time today. Evans covered behind him, but seeing it had gone behind, Dal decided to run, or Guest decided to run for the misfield. The run was completed, but Evans picked up and hurled the ball at the stumps. Had it hit them, it would have required a decision of umpire Ramage. Dal was scampering back.
I thought he was in. He's quick. He is very quick, Dal.
It possibly was, but it just seemed a slightly unnecessary risk in the circumstances.
Put Leicestershire under pressure.
2 slips and a gully go down as Wright goes in, and bowls to Guest, who is forward. Slightly tinny sound from the bat indicates it wasn't quite in the middle as it dribbles back past Wright up the pitch on the off side, picked up by Captain Parkinson.
He's not picked up Wright's bat by mistake there, has he?
Sounded like it, didn't it?
Never a good thing.
I didn't ask him about that, actually. Just could have said, couldn't I? Just imagine how many you'd have got if you had a decent bat. Waits for the wit from the manufacturers.
Yes.
In goes Wright and bowls to Guest. That sounded much better as he defended that one off middle stump out down the pitch on the onside towards Ben Mike, who's at mid-on.
Will Davis with the new ball from the racecourse end by the look of it, just gone through his bowling action. Be a surprise if it was anybody else, really, wouldn't it? Picked up 2 wickets very early on and none since.
A very lively spell he bowled last night. Got movement. Got one, the only ball that's really leapt at the unfortunate Wayne Madsen. In goes Wright and bowls back foot defensive shot on off stump from Brooke Guest out into the offside. It goes, picked up by Evans. The first over with the new ball has been dealt with competently by Anuj Dal and Brooke Guest. 2-2-1 for 5, Derbyshire.
Yep, that's what they want. It was a nice calm start after the tea interval, Derbyshire. And the first over was relatively calm, other than that sharply taken single, which moved Dal on to 74. Davis has the new ball in his hands. Stretches out his hamstrings one final time. And Anuj Dal with 3 slips in place. It was 2 slips and a gully, but they've now closed up, so it's 3 slips in place as Davis sets off past umpire Bailey and bowls one outside the off stump that's left alone by Anuj Dal, and Davis has got his hands in his face. Now his face in his hands, that's where they are. I'm not sure
Kind of
why.
both, it works both ways, doesn't it? In a way.
Hands on his face, head in his hands. That's one of those two, or both. Either way, I'm not sure why. Yes. It's warm in here, isn't it?
Very.
Good grief. I've tried to put the air conditioning on. I think it is on, but it's not working. In comes Davis again and bowls, and Dal pushes it out into the offside. And there's no run. Traffic building. It was shocking this morning.
Was it?
Well, there'd been a crash, I think, near the Pentagon Island roundabout, and coming down Sir Frank Whittle Way.
Is that?
I was coming from
That's
that
that
way.
side. Okay, that's coming from the
hotel side.
sort of north-ish side.
Yeah, it was particularly unpleasant at around about 8 o'clock this morning. As Davis is in again and Dal defends. It's been a matter of blunting the new ball as much as possible in these early stages of the evening session, as Derbyshire's not out batsmen Dal and Guest look to build on what they achieved in the afternoon session.
Which they can be pretty proud of, I think, and continue so to be.
Dal defends this next delivery from Davis, and again Davis is oohing and ahhing. Not sure why. Derbyshire 307 behind still, 158 from the follow-on. But partnership of 165 is just at 12 away from putting these two into the Derbyshire record books. And I'm not sure either of them are in there at the moment. As Dal waits, and Davis bowls to him, and he cuts for 4 runs. Good shot from Anuj Dal. Like an arrow along the floor. Arrows along the floor are fairly pointless, aren't they? It went like an arrow, but it went along the floor out to the point boundary for 4 runs. Dal moves up to 78 and joins Brooke Guest on there. He's got there from 22 balls fewer, both with 11 boundaries now. Partnership 169.
Super shot.
You always wonder how difficult it is to start again after an interval, as these two are having to do, as Davis is in again and bowls to Dal, who gets one that goes right through him, nipped back, kept low, missed the stumps, missed the inside edge of the bat, and through to the wicket keeper. That's the first alarm with the new ball. It's the end of the over. 100 and 225 for 5. But my word, that wasn't too far away from cleaning Anuj Dal up. Quite get away with one, that would be the wrong thing to say, but he's had a little bit of good fortune there, Anuj Dal. .303 runs behind. .153 away from the follow-on as this new over begins, and that's driven away by Brooke Guest for 4 runs this time out to the extra cover boundary. Beautiful shot from Brooke Guest. He'd just been caught up by Anuj Dal. He moves on to 82. It's down below 300 now, 299 the lead, 149 away from avoiding the follow-on. The partnership up to 173. .229 for 5. Glorious shot by Brooke Guest. 364 balls for the 173 run partnership. As Chris Wright in his 19th over, second of this spell with the new ball. He's on his way in and bowls to Brooke Guest, who clips this into the leg side. A tumbling stop by Ed Barnes. prevents a run from being added to the Derbyshire total. Two slips and a gully, point, cover mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, long leg, away to our left-hand side. As Guest on 82, waits. He's faced 198 deliveries now, and he lets that one go outside the off stump from Wright through to keeper Harry Swindles. Still as warm now as it's been throughout the entire day, really. It's been blisteringly hot, barely a cloud in the sky. Absolutely glorious early September day. Far better day, I would suggest, for batting than for fielding, as Derbyshire would attest to after the first 2 days of this game. Wright's on his way in now, and that one is left alone outside the off stump by Guest to go through to Swindles. .29 overs left in the day after this one, which means we probably won't finish until 6 o'clock. Wright just brushes the hair back over his head, and he's on his way in now. Bowls to Brooke Guest, who defends down into the ground, and it's picked up gully by George Rhodes in his white floppy sun hat. The patrons in the permanent temporary stand are in a little bit of shade at the moment from the advertising boards at the back of the stand. 229 for 5. In comes Wright, bowls and beats Brooke Guest. Ball goes through. The last ball of the last 2 overs have both gone through to the wicket keeper.
Davis will continue from the racecourse end. 3 slips behind him. Just been telling BBC Radio Leicester's FM listeners that absolutely key period in the game now, as Davis runs in and bowls to Dal. It goes down the leg side. Helped on its way, or did it flick the thigh pad? No, he did help it on its way. Bounced short of the leaping, diving Harry Swindles away to his left, so it wasn't really a chance, or close to being one. It did go a lot finer, I suspect, than Dal would have preferred. But he joins Brooke Guest on 82. 233 now for 5. Sometimes happens, the new ball producing a few more runs, but 1 or 2 have nipped past the outside edge. Leicestershire hoping one just tickles one. On its way through to Harry Swindles. In goes Davis and bowls. Dal is solid in defence. Back down the pitch it goes towards Davis.
Record equal, is it?
Is it an
177 equal
177.
The Maynard, Ashcroft and Arnold Warren partnership at Chesterfield in 1902.
What times these are.
Arnold Warren was a test cricketer. Only played the one test, but he was a test cricketer.
Davis runs in and bowls, turned his wrists on that one, Anuj Dal, and immediately raps out no run. That's his way of saying no run. As he saw it running out towards Chris Wright, who's at mid-on, and new ball glinting The bright sun. Haven't seen a cloud all day, have we?
No.
It's been absolutely
ridiculous.
perfect. Just faint breeze that sort of sprung up around about lunchtime. More than a faint breeze now, actually, looking at the Derbyshire County Cricket Club flag as Davis is in again. Dal is looking to clip it away, a full delivery away off middle and leg out into the mid-wicket area. He picks out Wright at mid-on, and again, therefore, there is no run. The committee balcony, if that's what it is, over there on the pavilion, the old pavilion, although it still looks quite new, on the city side of the ground, fairly unoccupied. It was full all morning,
It was
wasn't
rammed, yeah.
As Davis goes in and bowls a little bit shorter, Dal goes back, turns it out to Evans at mid-wicket, and again, there's that call of no run.
It's basically members up until the bit that with the little extension. That's the chairman's box on the right-hand end.
It's quite big, isn't it, the chairman's box?
Yeah.
You ever been invited in there?
I've been in there. I went in there before I'd even commentated on the
How
game.
heavy
of
were the
cricket.
bins? Sorry.
Twice in one game. That's magnificent. Absolutely magnificent.
Sorry, I couldn't resist. You toss up the half volleys outside off stump out, drive them away.
Oh dear.
Sorry. In goes Davis and bowls forward on off stump goes Anuj Dal. Tell us about it.
Oh, it was fairly unremarkable, really. Chris Grant was the chairman at the time. It was when I first started in 2016. I came down to the ground to look at the ground before and to be introduced to a few people. I was introduced to Billy Godalman at the same time. He had his arm in plaster because he'd broken his thumb in the nets. And I went in there and had a chat with the chairman and the chief executive, and our current station manager brought me down. And the next time I went in, I think, was when I was interviewing Roy McFarland.
Oh.
About something or other, can't remember what, but when Derbyshire had an event on, a question of sport event, which we won, of course. Was some magnificent miming by me. Here's Chris Wright. I don't like to talk about it, though. Begins a new over from the city end to Brooke Guest, who drives it up to Callum Parkinson at mid-off. There's no run. Did a couple of those, are terrific events for football against cricket. Bit of a laugh and a joke. One was for Tony Palladino's testimonial. I have no idea what the other one was raising money for, but I'm sure they raised some. No reason why they shouldn't. Here comes Wright again from the city and strikes the pad and not out, says umpire Ramage. Was there a little inside edge on that one? Were the two noises? Over to our forensic scientist who watches the replays. It looked pretty good.
Umpire Ramage
Unmoved.
has been resolutely unmoved throughout the day at that end. There have been two decent appeals, well, there are three appeals, two decent ones from Ed Barnes. Let's have a look at this one.
No, not really.
Not
No,
bothered.
I'll take your word for it.
Did a lot, but
Did it?
maybe too much.
Okay.
Yeah. So cut back, might just have been nipping down.
Yeah. Not sure if I heard two noises, but
My hearing's not that
no, mine's
good,
not.
to be quite honest. But
No. Heavy metal's not good for your hearing.
if it was going to hit the stumps, it was only going to be sort of leg stump. So
Umpire's
kind
call.
of, I kind of see that. I understand why he hasn't given it.
Guest waits and Wright bowls to it, pushed out into the offside. No run. Guest would be heartbroken if either of these two batsmen now would be heartbroken to get out in the 80s, having put so much hard work into their partnership and into their own individual innings throughout the course of the afternoon session. Batted beautifully. Anuj Dal with a high score of 92 against Middlesex a couple of years ago, but that was in a game where everybody was scoring runs. This one will mean far, I bet the 82 probably means far, far more to him. As Guest waits, and Wright bowls outside the off stump, left alone by the Derbyshire batsman. It does sound perverse that a lower score should mean more, but they've really had to knuckle down, coming together at 56 for 5. And an awful lot of observers of Derbyshire cricket might have thought, well, 150's out of the question again. That must have been across my mind. Didn't look great at that point. These two have grown in confidence. Partnership of 177.
Dal has noticeably, I think.
He has, hasn't he? Yeah, he's got. Well, he's the fact that he caught up Brooke Guest as Guest pushes this one out into the offside, where it's fielded by Will Davis. The fact that he's caught him up and he's faced 20, 25 balls fewer than Guest. To start with, Guest sort of raced off, didn't he? 20 odd in 30 deliveries, and then slowed down into a much calmer rhythm. Whereas Dal has built. Both have scored 12 boundaries. And it's become increasingly hard work for the bowlers. With a combination of the old ball, they now have the new one, of course, and the heat out there. These conditions are very testing. As Wright is in and bowls down the leg side. Wright falls over and stays down. I hope he's okay. Doesn't seem to be an awful lot of alarm at the moment.
No,
Will Davis is going over to just check. Has a word of no. I think he is going to be okay. He's being helped to his feet now. Just fell at the end of his delivery stride. But whenever a player stays down, you don't like to see that on a cricket field. It's not like football where somebody could stay down, roll around until they get the free kick.
Yeah.
Then jump up, take it and score. A cricketer, if he stays down, is generally hurt. But Chris Wright's okay. Bowled a maiden over there, 20 over 7 maidens, 2 for 45. Derbyshire remain on 233 for 5. And I say that as somebody who watches football on a regular basis as well.
He went down in sort of stages there, so I think nobody was too concerned. Pride was a little bit hurt. In goes Davis and bowls, turned off his legs neatly by Dal out towards deep backward square. Eddie Barnes has a fair amount of work to do to run up to the ball, and by the time he does so, Dal has completed a comfortable 2. He moves ahead, I think, possibly, for the first time in this splendid partnership. And an aeroplane heads towards, surely, East Midlands Airport.
Ed might be driving in by now. Preparing the sports scene at 6 show from a secret location, and now he'll make his way into the office. I was going to tell him, I must send him a message actually. I don't think we'll finish till 6. Will we?
As Davis is in 2, Dal hits him on the pad as he looks to work into the leg side. The nascent appeal is choked off. Chorus of it's happening here. Lead, I think that's Parkinson-esque. Rhodes. Sounds quite distant, doesn't it? I might just turn up the...
Turn it up. Yeah.
I can hear the sirens more than the player shouts. That isn't always a bad thing. In goes Davis and bowls. Again, thumps into the pad, runs out towards square leg. Guest is going to have to scamper back. He got halfway down the pitch before being sent back by Anuj Dal. There probably was a single in it, because Evans was sort of throwing on the turn, so to speak, and the lobbed throw back to the non-striker's end missed the stumps anyway. Guest had made his ground.
Just looking at Adam Whitty's microphone. That was a very nice piece of kit, wasn't it? The microphone that he was using to do an interview before. Yeah, very nice.
Was it good, was it?
I liked it.
Often you can say that of local radio.
No, it must be his own.
Equipment. Davis is in, bowls off stump, forward goes Dal, defending it out into the offside. Well, both these players have applied themselves so well, really, that 3 figures rather than the sort of partnership record, I'm sure is very much on their minds. It would be a first for Guest.
It would.
First class cricket.
And for Dal.
And for Dal, both of them. So it could be a really big moment coming up in their careers, or a big day in their careers, as Davis is in. Dal is very solidly forward. Out it goes towards mid-off. Parkinson picks up. Rhodes is hugely impressed by the line and length delivery at third slip, judging by the enthusiastic nature of his applause. He's trying to keep spirits high there for the Foxes. They are certainly just before tea. They did look as though they were wilting a little bit in the sun.
Unsurprisingly.
Davis, this is his 19th over he's coming to an end of, is in and bowls, line and length forward. Went Dal defending it, getting to the pitch of that one. End of the over, 2-3, 5-4-5. Dal and Guest bat on and on.
And the first thing's Dal bowled 21 overs as well. Of course, Brooke Guest kept wicket, got a stumping and a couple more catches, 3 I think, on top of that. So both have been heavily involved from the very start of this match, really. Which, if anything, makes what they've achieved so far even more admirable. 179 the partnership, 84 to Dal and 82 to Guest, who's on strike for the 4th Chris Wright over of this spell from the City end. He's in and bowls. That's turned nicely into the leg side, down towards long leg by Brooke Guest, who just walks a single to move to 83, 180. The partnership, 236 for 5. The Derbyshire total, still trailing by 292. So an awful long way behind still, Derbyshire, but 144 away from avoiding the follow-on. I think once they get to that point, this game ends. Pretty much.
Effectively,
yeah.
in terms of one side or t'other winning, really.
It would, yes, yeah. Unfortunately, the game doesn't end, but it would have to be something sporting from Colin Parkinson, I think. There's Wright is in, or something exceptional outside the off stump left alone. Something exceptional from the Derbyshire bowlers.
I think the pitch is too good for the captains to even
to contemplate to
think about it.
I think you're right. I think you're right.
Billy, I don't think by inclination would be.
He's not a setter-upper of games, certainly. I have heard people in the Derbyshire camp utter the words willing to lose a game in order to win it, but I've seen no evidence. So I think the evidence is probably the thing to go on. 236 for 5. Long way to go before we reach that point, of course. As Wright is in, and Dal gets one that keeps a little bit low, and he bounces off the toe end of his bat, and he has to go back into his crease and just use his feet to make sure the ball doesn't dribble onto his stumps. Just for a moment, his heart rate would have risen. But he's okay. Doing good. No idea. 237, doing good. 2 words that should never go together. Saving on sentences even now. The energy levels are so low as Wright is in and bowls to Dal. He doesn't move his feet this time and pushes the ball out into the offside where Sam Evans does the fielding. No foot movement whatsoever from Dal on that occasion. I think it must be as warm as it's been all summer, you know. I don't remember being this warm. No. Genuinely don't. It was quite warm at your place, wasn't it? For, was it the T20, then, or aeroplane? There's thousands.
We haven't actually lost that much cricket, considering how odd the weather has been.
Just a full Royal London game here against Glamorgan as Wright bowls, and it's defended by Dal. Back to the bowler. Lost a day at Chelmsford, but Essex made that up with the bat quite comfortably.
That's climbing, isn't it? left East Midlands.
You're determined to send one of the planes on their way, aren't you? I've no idea. It looks like it's going up, but I can't tell where it's going, where it's been. I know someone with an app. I know 2 people with an app now. I'd rather speak to one than the other. Here is Wright in again. And Bowles. That was beaten Dal.
Beauty.
He was on the walk as well. Beats him outside the outside edge and goes through to Harry Swindles. The slips are keeping themselves amused by having running races now. Ended the over 236 for 5, 84 to Dal, 83 to Guest, 180 the partnership. Did I say 236 for 5? I can't remember. And 143 until the follow-on.
Trailing now by less than 300, 292. Made a little gesture there, Dal, about acknowledgement to Wright, who didn't ooh and ah. He's not a sort of ooh and ah, Chris Wright, sort of in the manner that Davis does, who sort of is convinced he's almost got through with every delivery. Wright has been around a little bit longer. Davis is in, Bowles outside off stump, stands up tall, Guess, and guides it down towards third man. Just a single though, didn't quite time it as well as he would have liked, and Hill was able to scramble back, pick it up around halfway back to the ropes and keep Guest to 1, which levels the scores again, 84 apiece.
Well, he told us, didn't he, Brooke Guest, it was a good pitch.
He did.
That sort of detracts from his score, I think, a little bit.
But I don't think any of the players we've spoken to at any stage have said it's a minefield. In goes Davis and Bowles on off stump, leans forward Dal and pushes out to Mike in the covers. I don't know whether it may just be continuing to flatten a little bit under the relentless burning sun, but as I say, it started flat, and if anything it has become a little bit flatter. As I say, there's been pace in it, but not much else. In goes Davis and Bowles outside off stump. Nice little sort of chopping shot from Anuj Dal. He sees that Lewis Hill is struggling to pick up the ball cleanly, having run back from backward point towards third man. It was just those couple of yards extra that meant Dal could make 1 into 2, which Guest wasn't able to do earlier in the over. So he nips ahead in the race for 3 figures, moves on to 86, 239 for 5. Davis mops his brow, and who can blame him? Turns. Coming into his 20th over now, up on towards the ribs of Dal, fended away one-handed, took his bottom hand off the bat, didn't want his fingers to get wrapped just in case it rose on him a little bit higher, pushed it out towards mid-wicket. No run, 2 for 50 for Davis from his 19.5 overs, I think it is now. Waits for Parkinson to throw him the ball. Does. Wright's bowled 21 overs, taken 2 for 46. So they are the 2 main men as far as Leicestershire are concerned in terms of wicket taking. Davis bowls, and again the bottom hand coming off the bat as Dal is leaning forward with his bat in front of the pad. It comes back in a little bit, threatens to bounce a bit more. Did bounce a bit more than Dal expected, clearly. But he played it okay in the end, albeit one-handed. Dropped it down into the pitch on the own side.
How soon do you think these 2 will start to get nervous?
I would think they'll
already be there.
It must be in the back of their minds, mustn't it? They wouldn't be
I think so.
human if they weren't thinking about the possibilities. Dal's on 86 now, 14 needed by him as Davis comes in, bowls. He's right behind that delivery, slightly short of a length on the off stump. Up on his toes he gets, and that is a signal to the pavilion for sanitising gels and drinks. 6 overs have been bowled then, is that right? Post, see, no, 8 overs.
8, yeah.
And no breakthrough with the new ball. Derbyshire continue to do the Derbyshire middle order
Yes.
continue to do an outstanding job of steering their side towards safety almost.
Well,
They're not there by a long chalk yet, but
potential safety.
they have made
Potential safety.
excellent progress.
Well, the players have. It looks like he's come out of the shower, Anuj Dal, the way he's drying his hair. Lancashire 70 for 1, chasing 444 to beat Nottinghamshire. Just lost a wicket there at Trent Bridge. Warwickshire, whose target to beat Hampshire at Edgbaston is 296 and 92 without loss. So we'll be favourites to win that one. You would expect.
Middlesex still batting?
I'd imagine so. They're right at the bottom on this
okay.
sheet for some reason. Glamorgan are 278 for 6 and now trail Durham by 128 at Chesterle Street.
Well, they've dug in a bit then, haven't they?
Yeah, they have. They're all out for 97 first time around. So Northampton's target to beat Surrey's 320 and they're 29 for 1. And Middlesex have declared 676 for 5 declared against Sussex at Hove, and Sussex are 26 without loss. The chief scorer as well, Sam Robson, made a double century, 253 centuries for Mark Stoneman, and Robbie White was 110 not out at the end, and Martin Anderson was dismissed for 88.
Sounds fair to say that they don't really believe they're going to bowl Sussex out twice on what sounds to be a featherbed in Hove.
They're a day. Well, they've got another day on top of us, haven't they? They started on Monday at Hove. So it's only day 2, isn't it? Yeah, it's only day 2. They'll probably have some victory in their sights. They've won twice in the Championship already this season, Middlesex, so it's cheating that they're in Division 3 anyway, I think. Here's Chris Wright in from the City end, and it's pulled for 4 runs by Brooke Guest out towards a fairly wide long on or a fairly straight mid-wicket. Take your pick. Guest moves on to 88, overtakes Dal once again, 243 for 5. The partnership is up to 187 now. That was a nice shot from Brooke Guest. It was short and deserved to be pulled and was pulled. He moves to 88, as I say. Dal has 86. Here is Wright again in and bowls to Brooke Guest, who just defends this out into the off side. 136 from the follow-on. Trailing by 285, Derbyshire. A lot of figures, which I should be giving to Sally during the sports news. In a few moments' time, Richard Ray's gone next door to update listeners to Radio Leicester. Next delivery from Wright is driven, but he's driven it straight to Callum Parkinson at mid-off. Brooke Guest. Already a record-breaking stand. Record against Leicestershire, that is. 243 for 5. -3 the over 8 now. 2 slips, a gully, a point. The attacking fielders, really. There's a man close-ish in at cover as well, as that one is played by Brooke Guest down 2 backward points. Sam Evans is there to do the fielding. Poor old Ed Barnes has found himself out on the square leg boundary. It's a slightly different postcode to the one we're watching the game from, all the way across to our left-hand side in front of the Players' Pavilion. Here comes Wright again. In bowls to Brooke Guest, who pushes it out into the offside. They go through for a quick single. It's there. He moves to 89, 244 for 5. The running has been immaculate, other than that slight mix-up a few moments ago when Brooke Guest set off for a single and was sent back by Anuj Dal from one of the overs bowled by Will Davis. Right. On his way in again. Bowling this time to Anuj Dal, who defends it out into the offside. End of the over. Derbyshire 244 for 5. Brooke Guest has 89. Anuj Dal has 86. They trail by 284. They're 135 away from the follow-on. And the stand between these two, extending their record for the 6-wicket against Leicestershire to 188. Maynard Ashcroft and Test player Arnold Warren at Chesterfield in 1902. They now have the 212, which is the record for the 6-wicket against anybody for Derbyshire, set by Garnet Lee and Stan Worthington against Essex in 1932 at Queen's Park. Will Davis begins a new over from the racecourse end, and that one is flicked away very nicely by Brooke Guest for 4 runs. He moves to 93. He's into the nervous 90s. 248 for 5 now. They trail by 280, and they're 131 away from avoiding the follow-on. Update coming up. It's been a terrific afternoon. In fact, it's been a terrific day for Derbyshire since the first half hour when they lost Billy Godleman for 14 and Matt Critchley for 17. At that stage, they were 56 for 5 in reply to Leicestershire's 528. They're currently 248 for 5 with Anuj Dal and Brooke Guest out in the middle. Dal has 86 and Guest a career high 93. They trail still by 280, of course, which is an awful long way to go, and the follow-on target still 131 away. But this current stand of 192 is a record for the 6-wicket against Leicestershire, beating the 1902 6th-wicket stand of 177 between Maynard Ashcroft and Test player Arnold Warren. That was at Queen's Park, Chesterfield. They now have the 6th-wicket, or the highest 6-wicket stand against any other county in their sights. That's 212 by Garnet Lee and Stan Worthington, two famous old names in Derbyshire history. That was against Essex, also at Queen's Park in 1932. The sun is beating down. The Leicestershire bowlers really aren't enjoying themselves anymore, not as much as they were when it was 56 for 5 anyway, because Derbyshire with Dal on 86 and Guest on 93 are 248 for 5. The internet is a marvellous thing, Sally, as you well know, and David Griffin knows an awful lot of these things off the top of his head, but what he doesn't know, the internet can fill in the gaps. Delivery from Davis is defended by Brooke Guest, career high 93. Here comes Davis again and bowls, and Guest drives and gets 4 more, and he's now within 1 blow of his maiden first-class 100. Brooke Guest, he's moved on to 97, and the 250's up for Derbyshire, 252 for 5. The partnership up to 196. Well. He said when he was in with us yesterday, Brooke Guest, live on Sports Scene at 6 from the Incora County Ground, that it was a pretty good pitch. And we had 2 good batsmen out there, he said. Well, they were Billy Godleman and Matt Critchley. Both were out this morning. And the score on 56 for 5, and you wouldn't have given Derbyshire a price. Well, Brooke Guest is on the brink of a maiden first-class century here. He's one boundary away as Will Davis goes in and bowls to him, and he's driven, and he's not going to beat the man at point. Ooh, that was close. His heart must have been racing there. There's nobody behind the man at point. Good piece of fielding. Is that Lewis Hill?
It is, but Guest's demeanour didn't change, and that's what's been one of the most impressive things about him, watching him, well, both keep wicket and bat in this match from my point of view. He looks unflappable.
He's a good lad. There are 3 slips in place. The keeper's standing up to try and keep him pinned in his crease as Davis bowls to him, and he clips this away for 4 runs, and that'll be it. And Brooke Guest has a maiden first-class century, punches the air, removes his helmet, the ball crosses the boundary rope out at long on, and he acknowledges the applause from the crowd. What a tremendous knock this has been from Guest. 221 balls, 16 fours. He's 101 not out as Derbyshire move on to 256 for 5.
Well played, young man. A moment he will never forget. He gets congratulations from his teammate Anuj Dal, who I'm sure one of the things that Guest said to him as he received his congratulations, "You're next." But it's been a super knock. As I said, didn't really get flustered at any stage. Is that 1 or 2 slightly wobbly periods against the new ball, and who can blame him? But basically he's played really, really well and has been rewarded for it.
Absolutely. 123 away from avoiding the follow-on.
Right then. Bowl to Anuj Dal on 86 from the city end. Bowls down the leg side. Dal steps inside it. It's taken by Swindles, falling away to his left. Ben Mike begins to swing his arms at mid-on, which is, I would say, a welcome sign for... I would suggest a welcome sign. I don't mean because he might necessarily bowl badly, but it means that they've seen off at least one of Leicestershire's opening bowlers. Will Davis didn't bowl a particularly great spell with that second new ball. Wright, the older man, limited in fitness, what he can do in those terms, turned by Dal out towards mid-wicket. In terms of the length of spell he can bowl. And Barnes is the fielder, so it's interesting again that Parkinson should turn to Mike before Barnes. I thought Barnes bowled pretty well and might deserve a chance while the second new ball is still in reasonably good condition.
I forgot to mention, I thought I'd packed everything in.
Have we passed the stand?
No, we haven't passed the stand yet.
It's just the 200.
It's 200 partnership has come up, but I wanted to pack everything in as much as I could, but it's only the second 100 in the championship for Derbyshire this season.
Absolutely. Could be 2 in a day as well. Dal hoping to make it so. In goes Wright, bowls to him, he steps forward, lets it go through.
Yes, I missed the 200 partnership. He got there when he got to his century, didn't he? I think. Yeah, he did.
I think the sort of personal landmark in that respect, given it was his maiden first-class century, was the priority.
I think you might be right. It's very kind of you to say so.
And of course, the record now is
12 away. Well, 13 away to break the record.
Yeah, absolutely.
Which is some going.
Which is better than any Commodore Garden 200 partnership. In goes Wright and bowls full, clipped away off his toes by Anuj Dal. Didn't quite get all of it, so it'll be just 2 as Ben Mike slides to pick up that deep-ish mid-wicket.
They've almost taken it in turns to score the runs. It sounds a bit silly, but Dal had caught up and then overtook Brooke Guest when he got to 86, and then Guest suddenly thought, right, I'll have a go now, and he scored another 10, 11, 12 runs. Perhaps it will be Anuj Dal's opportunity here to score a few. I think it's tougher, in fairness, against Wright, potentially, than Davis, but
Wright is in, bowls to Dal, who's looking to drive, gets a thick inside edge, and it bounces out towards Barnes, who's in front of square on the leg side. That certainly wasn't where he was looking to hit the ball, but no real reaction from Chris Wright. I was interested I started to talk about it, and then we went on to something else, didn't there? Paul Nixon's autobiography. He talks a lot about his sort of reputation for sledging, a word he doesn't really like, but it's the psychology that goes into the sort of tricks, try to play with batter's mind just to get under the skin or irritate or just stop them fully concentrating, so to speak. In goes Wright, and it's driven by Dal, leant into it, didn't put his full weight into it, steered it wide of Callum Parkinson at mid-off. Parkinson has to run away to his left field. Does so. A single is taken without sort of resorting to sort of insults or foul language, things like that. He said sometimes he used to imitate or follow routines. If a batter had a certain routine, he'd mimic it, or start doing the same thing, or just to try and this is what you're doing, you do this all the time. Why'd you do that sort of thing? And just interesting, isn't it? Have you ever tried to do it the other way, or just just to sort of annoy them? He said sometimes he used to try and really annoy them. Graham Gooch, he said he managed to get under his skin once. He said which wasn't easy. Gooch obviously was a very experienced player.
Dan Norcross was talking. I wonder if he's read that particular autobiography recently, because he said he'd worked out a way of upsetting Steve Smith, because he has all these little touch of this pad and the touch of his knee and scratching his backside and all the rest of it. And put a short leg and just say, you've missed one.
Exactly. Yeah,
you've missed one.
That's kind of the point.
But not
that
tell him
Nixon
which one he's
making.
missed. Yeah, so I just wondered if he's read Nixon's book and thought, well, we'll apply that to sort of plagiarism from Dan, but I wouldn't accuse him of that, clearly.
Yeah, you've got to hitch up your trousers. You didn't hitch up your trousers then. And then it's in your head. Didn't I?
Better do it again, but now you've done it twice now.
Exactly. Exactly.
Brilliant. Without resorting to how many biscuits somebody might have eaten after a particular activity. 259 for 5 as Ben Mike begins a new spell from the racecourse end, and it's clipped for 4 runs by Anuj Dal out to the mid-wicket boundary.
That's the slow bit. Might just stop.
It's stopping. In fact, I think, he might have got there, Chris Wright, but fair play to him. He's just been bowling. But it was racing away to start with, and then it did grind to a halt, but it just had enough energy, enough revolutions on the ball to get it over the boundary rope. I might have called that a bit early, might have looked foolish. There's the thing. Dal moves into the 90s. He's on 93 now. 263 for 5.
I should add, in case you're thinking of buying Nixon's autobiography, not you, but anybody listening,
Okay.
there are plenty of
copies available.
scabrous tales therein.
Mike bowls again. And he goes for a big drive play and a miss. He's gone to 93, which is his high score in first-class cricket, beating the 98 he got against Middlesex, and that was a poor shot from Anuj Dal, and he's having a word with himself, I think, as he walks out towards square leg. That's the shot to play. Yep, that's the one. Not the big, expansive drive nicking off. If you're going to do that, throw absolutely everything at it and hope it flies over the slip cordon. But Harry Swindles has already got 4 catches. I'm sure he'd enjoy a 5th. Plenty of time for him to break records. But not just yet. 207 this partnership is worth. As Mike is in and bowls to him, and he drives aerially, but he's going to get 4 runs for it out to the backward point boundary. That was in the air for far too long off the bat of Anuj Dal. He moves on to 97, 267 for 5. I didn't enjoy that shot. I'm really nervous for Nudge. So desperate for him to get this first-class century and join Brooke Guest. You sort of gain emotional attachments to players, don't you? When you commentate on them. Thank goodness for that. I thought it was just me.
No, I mean, there are some that over the last 8 years I've seen every ball that bowled or faced, and you can't help but hoping for that they do well. I've seen a few careers come and go very quickly, and
absolutely.
it's seen hopes ruined or not. And
Partnership.
Dreams shattered.
Partnership's 211. So with this next blow, Dal could do two things, or no things, as Mike comes in to bowl to Anuj Dal, who just dabs it out into the offside. They're going through for the quick single, and they're going to get there as well. And Dal moves on to 98, and they have equalled the record partnership for the 6th wicket for Derbyshire against any other first-class county, joining Garnet Lee and Stan Worthington, who scored 212 against Essex in 1932 at Queen's Park.
Is John, the PA announcer, aware of this impending landmark?
I don't know.
Might be well. I'll jot it down and take it across, perhaps.
I won't bother.
Okay.
Well, you can. No, you can if you want. It's on Twitter. If he's on Twitter and he follows David Griffin, he'll see it. Mike is in and bowls. That is driven, but without any kind of timing by Brooke Guest. Back towards Mike. Just reaches out his left hand, and that's the one.
I wanted a piece of paper.
You want paper as
Scribble
well?
it. Well, just so that
Goodness,
put it down in front of him.
I've got any paper.
Just a piece.
That's all I've got. Thank you.
So
212. He may be aware of it. Here is Ben Mike in and bowls. That's turned into the leg side, and there it is. The record is broken by these two. 213 they've added now for the 6th wicket. That is a new record for the 6th wicket for Derbyshire against anybody, beating that route, the 212 by Garnet Lee and Stan Worthington against Essex in 1932 at Queen's Park. Unremarkable shot for what is quite a significant landmark for Derbyshire to get a record against any other county. Absolutely. Absolutely. Richard is going to pass that on to John in the PA. Anuj Dal is 2 runs away from his maiden first-class century. It's all kicking off. All kicking off. David Griffin. Yeah, Paul Cunningham's enjoying the commentaries. He's painting the kitchen. He says there's a Ryanair aircraft doing circuits, which they do, I believe. Pilot training flight, he guesses. Paul Lewisham, formerly of Harper Hill near Buxton. Thank you, Paul.
Circuits and bumps, if they were actually landing, I think they used to call them, didn't they, when they were teaching. But
indeed.
I suspect that isn't the case. I'd be taken aback if that was going on with a 737 or whatever it is.
Callum Parkinson's coming up.
Well, the ball might have a bit of bounce, extra bounce in it. In he goes, bowls to Guest, forced out into the offside, fielded by Rhodes, and there's no run as Guest is on strike. I'll give you a moment to gather your thoughts in preparation for the big moment, which hopefully is imminent. Parkinson is in, Guest is solid in defence back up. The pitch it goes to the Lancastrian.
He's not as nervous as I am.
It has looked just in the last sort of couple of overs a little bit flightier, hasn't he? A little bit.
Yeah.
I'm sure it's on his mind. In goes Parkinson, bowls. Guest defends out into the onside, and there is no run. Parkinson's 17th over of the innings. He has conceded only 19 runs from those 16.2 overs. Parkinson bowls. Guest is forward, defending it out into the offside, picked up by Evans coming in from backward point. Short leg and slip, short-ish mid-wicket and extra cover. Messrs Kimber and Hill in position for the aerial drive. Parkinson bowls. That isn't an aerial drive. It's played firmly down into the ground by Brooke Guest. Kimber moves to his left and fields.
You know Derbyshire doing well when Adam Whitty walks back in, looks at the scoreboard and puffs out his cheeks.
I think he was struggling to get through to the Leicester Tigers head coach. In goes Parkinson bowls. He goes back. Brooke Guest and defends it back up the pitch to Parkinson. Yet another maiden over for Callum Parkinson. He has now bowled 10 maiden overs in the 17 overs which he has delivered in this innings. 19 runs are all that he has conceded. His economy rate is therefore pretty much 1.
Good effort. Really good effort. Partnership 213, but it's Anuj Dal on striker. The focus is on now. Ben Mike, who has occasionally bowled the first ball of the over a little bit looser than some of his others, and Anuj Dal has taken advantage on more than one occasion. Will he be able to hold his nerve here? He's on 98. He had a wild swish at one in the previous over. That wasn't particularly good. There's a little delay because there's a gap between the first slip. It's more of like a second slip, and a gully now. There's a gap between the slip and the wicket-keeper, Harry Swindles. In goes Ben Mike then, bowling to Anuj Dal, who plays an inside edge out into the onside. What's going on?
Examines his bat.
David Griffin is poised in front of the players' pavilion with his long lens, ready to capture the moment of celebration. He's already got one in the bag, looking for another. Guest on 102, leaning on his bat, all calm. Got mine. Now it's down to Dal. Can he get his? 98 not out. Mike runs in and bowls to him, and he pulls it, and there it is. Anuj Dal's maiden first-class century. A pull out to the mid-wicket boundary. Terrific effort from Dal. 210 deliveries. That was his 15th four. He, like Guest, is 102 not out as the record partnership moves on to 217.
Members' balcony stands to Anuj Dal, which is lovely to see, and there was a really good round of applause from the Leicestershire fielders as well. And he went to his maiden first-class century with as emphatic a shot as he could have played. Pulled it away, seized on it with joy and delight and perfect timing. Fairly whistled away to the boundary.
Well, I can have a relax now. Marvellous. Yes. I can calm down again. Oh, I'm so pleased for him. Really am pleased for Anuj Dal. Proper cricketer. Mike comes in and bowls to him again, and that one is just down. That didn't look particularly pleasant. He takes his bottom hand off the bat and examines his thumb. The deficit now is 255, incidentally. So still a long way behind, but Derbyshire continue to close in on that follow-on target, which by my reckoning is down to 106 now and is still a long way off, but manageable. I think that's the fairest way of putting it. Breakthrough for Leicestershire, and they will be more than happy as Dal goes back into his crease. We couldn't have 2 full sessions without a wicket, could we? That would be remarkable. Defends it out into the onside. There's no run. I've got to cram all that into 30 seconds at 5 o'clock. That could be a bit of a test.
Can you not presume on your allocation and pinch another 10 or so?
I should just ignore any previous instructions, basically. I don't think they'll mind too much back at base. It's not often that history is broken at the Incora County Ground by Derbyshire, that is, as Ben Mike is in and bowls to Dal, who's beaten. That one goes past the outside edge through to Swindles. Good delivery from Ben Mike. It's a case now of these two starting again, really. If they both get into the 120s, 150 would be nice apiece, and then they will have wiped out the follow-on.
They're both, well, obviously in new territory, but must be a few some tired thoughts as well, having been out there for 2 days previously.
Absolutely. As Mike is in and bowls, Dal carves that into the offside, but straight to fielder. And there's no run. I think it's Lewis Hill.
They didn't have much of a break, did they, last night? Briefly,
No.
and this morning before coming to the wicket.
Thank you, Terry. Terry Whitley says, well done, Dave. Well done to the two lads. You sounded a bit like their dad. Sorry. I don't know Brooke Guest nearly as well as I know Anuj Dal, who's been around for a few years now at Derbyshire. I don't necessarily felt protective of either of them, but really pleased for both.
Parkinson, then excitement dissipated, comes in and bowls and is driven away by Brooke Guest for a rare half volley from Callum Parkinson in this game, and it means the third four that he's conceded in his 17.1 overs. He's just stretching his hamstrings a little bit, Parkinson. He shouldn't be feeling too bad. He's only been out there essentially for a brief period yesterday evening and today. Watched throughout a day and 3/4 yesterday. Batted briefly. Came and went briefly. Perished in the cause of trying to pick up the scoring rate. In he goes and bowls again to Guest, who's forcing it off the front foot, not entirely convincingly, a bit thick outside edges. It runs down towards third man. Evans puts in the slide, picks up and returns. Good throw. Next to the stumps. I like to see throws that don't bounce in front of the wicket-keeper. So I'm sure the wicket-keeper does as well.
The ball's only 18 overs old as well.
Exactly. 283 for 5. Guest onto 110 as Parkinson is in. Bowls 2. He's forward. Deflecting it out towards short leg. In fact, he's gone back to 108. He was on 110. He's gone back to 108.
I think he's on 110.
So do I. Parkinson is in. Bowls. Guest defends out into the offside. Louis Kimber is at that short, straightish extra cover position. No, the computer is resolutely saying 108 as well, so
Mine says 100,
somehow.
Mine says 110.
Okay. Parkinson is in. Forward goes Guest, defends out to Kimber.
It says 108 now.
There you go. Swindles waves at the Leicestershire 12th man. Indicates coming up to a drink. Time for a drink. Certainly we're coming up to the top of the hour as Parkinson is in. Guest goes back, defends firmly out to mid-on. That is over. It is 5 o'clock and Derbyshire have had a day to remember, particularly Anuj Dal and Brooke Guest.
And they're exactly 100 away from the follow-on at 279. At the drinks interval, they actually trail by 249. The stand currently worth 233. Brooke Guest, 108, 102. And the fact they're taking a drinks break is going to be an enormous help to me while I do this update. Both Guest and Dal maiden first-class centuries, a record for the 6th wicket. Set in 1932. Two batsmen, Brooke Guest kneeling down with a towel over his head, and Anuj Dal just drying himself off with the amount of sweat that's pouring from him. And it really is pouring from him out there. Frank Clarkson just out there to make sure the two batsmen are okay, the Derbyshire physio. Brown leaves the field, so to Alex Hughes, the Derbyshire 12th man, who's going off to the relative shelter down on the ground floor of the members' pavilion away on the far side. Has been a remarkable game of cricket. Derbyshire 56 for 5 when these two came together. They're now 279 for 5, with Guest on 108 and Dal on 102. Ben Mike to begin a new over from the racecourse end. He's in and bowls. That one is played into the onside by Anuj Dal, fielded there by Louis Kimber at mid-wicket. Mike back to the top of his mark then. He's only got a slip and a gully now. This ball's only 19 overs old. He's in the bowls to Dal, who's beaten. He got an inside edge on that one, I fancy, and it races away to the boundary for 4. It does. Stand moves up to 237. But it was an involuntary boundary for Dal, his 16th. It's been a day of landmarks here, Wesley. Both Brooke Guest and Anuj Dal have scored their maiden first-class centuries as they put on a remarkable 237. But Anuj Dal has just been caught at mid-wicket by Louis Kimber to put a dampener on it. It's a record for the 6th wicket for Derbyshire, set in 1932. Dal goes for 106. Derbyshire 281 for 6 now. The deficit 245. They're 96 away from the follow-on. That's slightly irritating that Anuj Dal is dismissed on 283 for 5. I must have missed 2 runs as well, apologies. Trailing by 245. Makes 106 and gets this ovation as he leaves the field. .217 balls, 16 fours. And he'll be bitterly disappointed, I'm sure, Anuj Dal, getting out in that manner. And I'm bitterly disappointed he got out in that manner during an update. Spoiled everything. I shall have a word with him about that. They put on 227 by my... Is that right? 227? Yeah. A record for the 6th wicket. Louis Kimber with the catch. But I've been concentrating fully. I've been able to tell you exactly what happened. It was Ben Mike who bowled the delivery, of course.
How terribly inconsiderate of him that was. We were both doing our updates.
Nightmare.
And I glanced up and hearing the... I saw the previous delivery that he inside edged past... the inside edge past the reaching left gauntlet of Harry Swindles behind the stumps. And I glanced down at my notes, and next thing I know, Louis Kimber is celebrating. But what a partnership, and what a fine, fine innings that was.
It's given renewed hope to Leicestershire as Mike bowls to Brooke Guest, because the batsman had crossed and he plays it down into the ground. New batsman is Alex Thompson. A lot on his shoulders now, having been sitting in the pavilion with his pads on since around about 11:30 this morning when Anuj Dal came out to replace Matt Critchley. He's probably glad to be out there, but at the same time, not.
Yes.
I would have thought.
He's been thinking about it for a long old time. He's doing a few squats now as he watches Ben Mike kick the dust away.
He's in again. Bowls to Guest, who clips this one away down towards long leg. Fielded by Ed Barnes down there in the distance. Keeps them down to a single, so Alex Thompson will be on strike for the first time at 284 for 6.
We haven't talked about bonus points for a long time, but Derbyshire picked up 2 during that
Oh yes.
partnership, which we didn't mention.
So now Leicestershire have a fifth.
And Leicestershire now have their 5th.
Right.
So Sussex being left eating dust down in Hove, which they've spent much of the first day and a half doing, haven't they, really?
Pretty much. Yes. Yes, Derbyshire will have them in the sight soon.
From what we hear.
Mike is in, balls to Thompson. First delivery, pushes it out into the offside. And there's no run. End of the over then. A successful over for Leicestershire and for Ben Mike. He dismissed Anuj Dal for 106. Derbyshire 283 for 6 with Guest on 108. Thompson yet to get off the mark. Ben Mike's second wicket, 2-4, 75 from 15 over. So a little expensive, but a couple of wickets. In fact, the last 2 wickets, he's taken the last 2 wickets to fall. Just a small matter of 227 runs in between them, and not all against him, of course.
Guest still will be conscious of the need to steer his side past the follow-on. Faces Callum Parkinson, leans forward, pushes it out into the offside. And there is no run, but of the 2, Guest has been, if it makes sort of sense, the most level in terms of the way he's sort of carried himself through the innings. In goes Parkinson, bowls to him, leading edge that goes back down the pitch, tried to turn it into the leg side. It went quite low, but in the air, nearly all the way back to Parkinson, about a foot short of him, I would suggest. Good edge. Good edge on that bat as Parkinson is in. Guest is a little bit squared up again, is it? Was it a little bit of turn there? It's a little bit slow, the turn, but there is something there for Parkinson. A straw at which to grasp. Not there though. Bowls short outside off stump, cut away. Actually bounced not too far short of Ben Mike at backward point. Mike, two-handed to his left, did well to make the stop actually. It almost cut it straight to him.
Wasn't far away, was it? Not far away at all.
As I say, he wouldn't be human if he wasn't tired, a little bit tired. He's been out there most of the 3 days and working as well. In goes Parkinson, bowls to him again, a little bit short, goes back, plays it out into the offside. Davis picks up. Parkinson will be keen to bowl at Thompson, I'm sure. Getting a good look, Thompson. Just faced the one ball, but he's having a look from both ends as Parkinson is in. Forced out into the offside. Davis reaches out to his left and makes the stop. End of the over. 284 for 6. The figure now, as far as Derbyshire are concerned, with 4 wickets in hand, is 379 to avoid the follow-on.
Yeah, 96 away.
I mean, that would end the game, one feels. I suppose you never... It's still, even if they get close, it's going to be tough for Leicestershire, who would have to enforce, obviously.
Yeah, only tomorrow to come.
To come out and bowl Derbyshire out again on this track. They're tired now, obviously.
We all are. It's Ben Mike beginning a new over from the racecourse, sending it and bowls to Thompson, who pushes this one out into the offside. And there is no run. Still 15 overs left today, so we'll be lucky if we finish at 6 o'clock. It's already 5:10.
Parkinson tends to move things along, and can't see him taking himself off yet.
Yeah, true. Be around 6 o'clock. You'll hear from Anuj Dal in Sports Scene at 6 later on. I'm sure that the cricket show on Radio Leicester will have plenty of interviews too. As Mike runs away from us from the racecourse end and bowls to Thompson, who goes for the pull, misses, and the ball goes through to Harry Swindles. It was probably there to pull, he just didn't connect.
Has to be one of the bowlers, doesn't it? Interviews wise, sometimes in these circumstances, teams quite keen to push out a coach, aren't they?
I played to Derbyshire last night when Brooke Guest came out. Yeah, when there are so few coaches here. The bowling coach is away with England Lions, the batting coach is with the seconds. And that would only leave Dave Hart. That's a big plane. Here comes Ben Mike in and bowls to Thompson, who guides this up to mid-off, where it's fielded by Callum Parkinson. Is that taking off, that one, Rich, do you think?
Don't know.
It's too low. Or is it?
Could be doing these. Did you say he was doing
circuits,
training
yeah,
circuits?
Training circuits. It's the most planes I've seen for a long time in the last 2 or 3 hours, which is very exciting.
And it could have been the same one all the time.
It could have been.
From what
yes, it could have
your
been.
correspondent
That's slightly
is telling us.
disappointing. Here goes Mike again, in and bowls. That one is clipped into the leg side a little aerially, but lands short of Sam Evans at mid-wicket.
Yeah, just top edge to hook, didn't he, Dal, essentially? Attempted hook.
The partnership of 227 runs, obviously we've already told you it's a record for the 6th wicket for Derbyshire, for anybody, or against anybody. I've got some updates on that from David Griffin, which I'm not. Oh, that one is pulled and pulled for 4. He meant that one, did Alex Thompson. It's gone under the covers and beyond the sheeting out at the mid-wicket boundary. He can hit the ball. He's a big man, Alex Thompson, 6'5", the Sarge, who I didn't even know was called Sarge. It's Griff's gone into stat overload. It's the 5th best for any wicket for Derbyshire against Leicestershire, after the Barnet Adrian Rollins 316, Kelly and Carr 246, Godalman and Shiv Thacker 236, and Smith and Alderman, who made 233. So well done to them.
Godalman and Thacker, I saw.
Yes, I think I saw that one. And here's a remarkable stat. This is truly remarkable. The 227-run partnership between Guest and Dal is the 17th highest for any wicket for Derbyshire at Derby. The 17th highest partnership. That's remarkable. All this will be regurgitated to Ed Dawes at 6:30 this evening. Here comes Ben Mike in and bowls to Thompson, who just pushes it back towards the bowler, who fields at the end of his follow-through. Thompson 4, Guest 109, Derbyshire 288 for 6 now. And that means that they still trail by a considerable distance, 240 runs, in fact. And they need a further 91 to avoid the follow-on. Callum Parkinson will continue. I'm not sure whether Brooke Guest has got too many different gears, though. Alex Thompson, rather, has got too many gears. He's either all in or not in. It strikes me in the limited time that I've seen him bat.
Parkinson is in from the city end, bowls to Guest, who drives. Big puff of dust as the ball hits the used pitch alongside the cut strip. Bounces out towards Will Davis at extra cover. Davis fields. There is no run. Parkinson is in and bowling forward goes Guest. Nice length from Parkinson, but no turn. Played with comfort by Brooke Guest. Parkinson sort of jogs in and bowls. Will Reb, as you can see, his shoulder turning, as well as obviously his fingers. Call them a finger spinner, as that one's pushed out to Rhodes at shortish extra, but it's much more than it's a sort of torso spin, isn't it? Almost really, shoulders, everything goes into it. Bowls and forward goes Guest, back very close to pad, outside off stump, low down into the outfield, and it's Ben Mike running across from backward point who picks up. Various gifts arriving from Leicestershire fans. It's been 84 years and all this sort of stuff since we've seen a wicket. But there you go. Basically, pretty much 2 sessions as Parkinson bowls and down into the ground again, played firmly by Brooke Guest. 2 to come, says umpire Ramage. How many overs to go before the close? Still 14 or 13 after this one. Parkinson is in, bowls, nice loop, but forward his Guest on off stump out to Rhodes again. Yet another maiden, I think, for Callum Parkinson, who, if nothing else, if he hasn't got the turn he'd been hoping for from this flat track, has exercised an impressive degree of control.
Absolutely. Absolutely. It's been marvellous. Just need to send a text down to Stephen down the corridor. I'm sure he'll say yes. Oh, what is going on? I can't even type anymore. Ben Mike's going to continue from the racecourse end. Next delivery, well, the first delivery of a new over is ball to Alex Thompson by Ben Mike, and it's pushed out into the offside. And there's no run. 288 for 6. Guest unbeaten on 109. Alex Thompson on 4. Next target is to both be there, these two at the close of play, which is still some distance away. Another 13 overs, including this one, as Ben Mike is in. Balls to Thompson, who leaves alone outside the off stump.
It is hard work for pace bowlers when it's like this, and it's 28 degrees and you're running in and banging it in a flat deck. Bowlers on both sides really earn their corn in these circumstances. It's a big old, well, not only a drain on the energy, but also sort of on the body as well, the impact as you're banging it in each time at the crease. And they are banging it in, they are still trying to push it through. There is still a little bit of pace in the track.
Thompson waits and goes back to this next delivery from Mike, pushes it out to the man. Backward point, there's a point and a backward point. The backward point being Rhodes, who does the fielding on this occasion. There's a little bit of chat out there, as you might expect. Having got the breakthrough, they'll want to force home any perceived advantage with 91 runs still required to avoid the prospect of being asked to follow on. Derbyshire still 240 behind. Mike is in, bowls a short one, is pulled by Thompson, but there is a man out there on the mid-wicket boundary, and it's Sam Evans who does the fielding. And they get just a single. He hit that hard as well. Thompson, who moves on to 5, 289 for 6. I'm saying about the number of gears that Thompson may or may not have. He always seems to hit the ball very hard, which is no bad thing necessarily, but
Six overs after this until 110, so bonus points.
Derbyshire should get another one, shouldn't they?
Absolutely.
They should get another one, as that one is short and left alone by Brooke Guest. He just feels his shoulder there, Ben Mike, after delivering that short ball. Just flexes it. Hope he's okay. Guess that absolutely nothing to do with that short delivery outside the off stump. Quite right too. It's got to be Swindles, hasn't it? Chirping away. It's usually the wicket keeper, except when it's Brooke Guest. He's a pretty quiet keeper. Still making his way in the team, of course. He waits as Ben Mike goes past umpire Bailey and bowls a full delivery, clips it out towards Evans on the square leg boundary. Gets the single. Mike doesn't look 100% happy to me. Guest moves on to 110, 290 for 6 at the end of the over. Thompson has 5, 89 required to avoid the follow-on.
He looks a bit tired, Ben. 2 for 81 off 17 overs for him now. Parkinson, none for 25 off 20. Sends Rhodes out to. Rhodes isn't quite sure where to go at the moment. He's at short mid wicket, then he pirouettes, heads off towards square leg, because Ed Barnes is going to get a go while the second new ball is in reasonable nick. It is, what now, 24 overs old, so yeah, it should be in pretty decent condition. Certainly it's still glinting.
Increases the prospect of quite a late finish.
This is true. Pleasingly blood red the ball still, as it glints in the sun. Barnes wants to bowl a loosen to Parkinson, who has his back to his young teammate. He's facing him now. So for me, Barnes did not bowl at all badly earlier today in his various spells. If he can bowl that sort of line and length again, he's got a chance. In he goes and bowls, and he doesn't. He bowls slightly short outside off stump, but not timed by Guest, and Parkinson can scramble across to his left and somewhat wearily, having fielded the ball, pick himself up very wearily. The heat is has been sapping as well as the amount of exercise that the players have been required to do.
They can't have imagined at 11:30 that they'd still be in the field in the first innings at 5:25.
I'd certainly have hoped not, that's for sure. In goes Barnes and bowls, middle and leg, and turned by the resolute Guest out towards mid-wicket. Rhodes is the fielder coming in. 379 would pretty much certainly save the game. Well, it would save the game, no question about it.
Yeah.
As far as Derbyshire were concerned, I can't see Leicestershire going in and sort of throwing the bat, knocking up a quick 100, declaring, and getting Derbyshire back out there to chase 250 or something like that. In goes Barnes, bowls outside off stump. Guest lifts his bat over the line of the ball.
No, I think that would be quite remarkable if Callum Parkinson did that.
Well, as I say, he set Gloucestershire a target at Bristol. Gloucestershire got it. So there's also the once bitten syndrome.
Yeah, indeed.
Will be in the back of his mind. Don't want that to happen again. And that was on a wicket that had something for both batters and bowlers, as Barnes is in off stump, slightly short of a good length, so he stays on the back foot. Indicates with his right hand. Guess that might just have shaped back in a little bit. Kind of his Barnes stock delivery. It's a slightly slingy action, and that makes it difficult to swing the ball away. So it's by and large in swing or a little bit of seam movement back in to the right-hander that he's looking for. At a lively pace, he comes in and bowls. Fuller this time, dug out by Brooke Guest. Bounces down the wicket on the onside. Wright moves across to his left at mid-on with his bright red reflective sunglasses glinting in the sunshine atop his Leicestershire cap. Hands the ball to Parkinson. Polishes on the back of his trousers. It's quite a longish run for Barnes. In a few years' time, I suspect he'll be thinking about that a bit. In he comes. And bowls, turned away through square leg by Guest, and head to hands for Barnes. He knows that each time he's strayed onto middle and leg or leg, Guest or previously Dal just worked it away into the leg side and picked up a single, and that's exactly what happened on that occasion. End of the over. 291 for 6. 1-1-1 to Brooke Guest, 5 to Alex Thompson. There are 11 overs now remaining in the day's play.
Sussex 87 without loss in reply to Middlesex's 676 for 5 declared. I make that 763 for 5, which is not necessarily
sort of pitch that doesn't really do anybody
bring the
any
crowds back,
favours.
is it? No,
exactly.
It's not massively entertaining. This one has been in a morbid kind of way, because there is still plenty to play for both sides here. They're still 88 away from avoiding the follow-on, Derbyshire. Callum Parkinson has swapped ends. He's coming in from the racecourse end and bowls to Brooke Guest, who just lunges forward and defends it back down the track.
Good news in terms of 6 o'clock finish.
Where's Louis Kimber or George Rhodes when you need them? There's Parkinson again around the wicket, in and bowls. That one is driven down the ground, not with any real intent. Across comes Chris Wright to do the fielding, and there is no run. 291 for 6 it remains. Brooke Guest, as Richard said, on 111, and Thompson on 5 as Guest goes back into his crease and defends this one back down the track. Follow on target of 379 is Derbyshire's main aim now. As Parkinson bowls, puts a bit more into that. Guest pushes it out into the offside. They get through 4 a single. A scream for a run out. I'm not sure they were ever going to get that, because Thompson was comfortably home. 236 the deficit. This day's been all about the record-breaking stand of 227 for the 6th wicket between Dal and Guest. Around the wicket goes Parkinson, pushes it up towards the bowler. Does Alex Thompson. And goes Parkinson again. Thompson just defends out into the offside. Will Davis is fielding close in at extra cover, short extra cover. And it's the end of the over. We've got how many to go now? 7, 8, 11, 10. 10 overs still remain in the day's play. And Derbyshire are 292 for 6. Thompson has 5. Guest a career high 112. And Ed Barnes to continue from the far end, the city end, far end to us, running away from the permanent temporary stand at the far end of the ground. He's got his hands on his hips at the moment. Parkinson says he wants a third man, or a deep point. So Sam Evans goes back onto the boundary. One slip, a gully. The only catches, really. As Barnes is in and bowls. Oh, and it almost yorks him. There's a big appeal for leg before wicket. He got his bat to that, surely. I thought so. Almost the perfect Yorker from Yorkshireman Ed Barnes. That was very close indeed. In fact, the dust still hasn't settled, I don't think. Huge cloud of dust came up. Guest will have to recompose himself. Terrific delivery, though, from Brooke Guest. From Ed Barnes, rather. He was bowled without too much luck. 13 overs, 0 for 32. Derbyshire remain on 292 for 6. The heat was unbearable. How do people go abroad? Here comes Barnes again. That one is pushed back to him by Brooke Guest. And there's no run. Here comes Barnes again in and bowls to Guest, who drives into the onside. He'll pick up a single as Chris Wright moves around to his right to do the fielding. Guest moves on to 113, 293 for 6. Still trailing by 235. Flooded with numbers here this afternoon. Here comes Ed Barnes in and bowls to Thompson, who tries to whip it away. Struck on the pad. It was going down leg side. 2 balls left in the over. The stifled appeal for leg before wicket will tell you that the bowler soon gave up hope that he might get something there. Barnes back to his mark at the city end. He comes now, bowls to Thompson, who defends it up to Chris Wright at mid-on. And there is 1 ball left in the over. Richards on his way back. Here he comes, Ed Barnes. Final ball of the over. He's in and bowls. Thompson whips that away. How many runs is he going to get? Just 1. And it's the end of the over.
.293 for 6 then. Or was it 294 now? Waiting to see if the scoreboard ticks over. It works in its own sweet time, as we've established in this game. 293 for 6, 379. The Derbyshire target, they won't be concerned when they reach it, as long as they reach it. Doesn't have to be tonight, of course. There are 9 overs remaining to be bowled. Parkinson, Leicestershire's skipper, will bowl the first of them to Alex Thompson, who's on 6 now. It is 294 for 6. Took its time. The scoreboard. Short leg, slip, shortish, extra cover for the lofted drive. Good shout in that previous over for leg before, but indications from Ian Ramage again that it was slipping down the leg side as Parkinson goes in and bowls to Thompson, who gets a full delivery that he just clips away calmly out to the deep mid-wicket boundary for 4. Just waited for it. And he's a big man, as we've been saying. Bat looks very small in his hands. He just leant on it, Timed it very nicely, no chance for Wright. Chasing back, nor Hill, who actually overtook his slightly older teammate in the chase back to get the ball. 298 for 6. Thompson into double figures on 210.
Sorry, Richard, I've done it again to you there, just pointing angrily.
Parkinson is in, bowls. Thompson is forward, back down the pitch it goes to Parkinson.
I just thought nobody wanted to hear my inane babble when I was talking to Sally Pepper back at Radio Derby, so it just works out nicely, just about.
Parkinson bowls. Thompson is forward, thick inside part of the pack, pushing it out towards mid-wicket. Davis has gone in quite close. He's pretty much at silly mid-off now, halfway up the pitch. Getting closer and closer to the actual cut strip. He's standing on the adjoining strip, as is Hassan Azad on the other side, pretty much. Now, as Parkinson is in, bowls a quicker, flatter delivery, trying to trap Thompson leg before. He stays on the back foot, but plays it comfortably out towards mid-wicket, turns his wrists on it. Evans is the fielder. Coming up to the 300 and a fourth bonus point for the game as Parkinson bowls. Back goes Thompson. Defends back down the pitch. No real turn. It was a good shout in that last over, but again, Ramage.
Yeah.
Look, he's going down the leg side. He made the gesture 3 or 4 times. Ian Ramage, that is.
Yeah. I thought he might have got some bat on it, but it was a terrific Yorker, wasn't it?
Eddie Barnes was despairing, wasn't it?
Yeah.
In goes Parkinson and bowls outside off stump. Thompson reaches for it, but gets to the pitch of it, so no chance of playing it in the air as he pushes it out into the offside. Rhodes fields. End of the over. 298 for 6. 8 overs remain. The over rate's actually got worse. It's now -5. Leicestershire will have to do something about that tomorrow if they are to avoid losing potentially half a point or 3/4. I don't know how they work it out, but they could lose one of the points that they gain from the game.
Do you not lose a point for every over that you're behind the over rate anymore?
I don't know quite how they work it out. They usually fiddle it down a 2 or 3, but I don't know. It's a short answer.
Interesting use of the word fiddle. Here's Ed Barnes. Yeah. Beginning a new over from the city end. Not bowled with much luck. Ed Barnes bowls to Brooke Guest, who's in no mood to give his wicket away here as we begin the first of the final 8 overs of day 3. It is day 3, isn't it? Yeah. I can't tell you what day of the week it was, but I think it's day 3. The hottest of the days. It's going to be warm again tomorrow. It's going to absolutely bounce it down Thursday and Friday.
I heard the number 28 mentioned again.
It's too many, isn't it? Barnes with a slip and a gully for Brooke Guest is in, and Guest pushes it out into the cover region where it's fielded by Will Davis. Can't work out whether Davis has got 2 caps on. No, he won't have 2 caps on because Callum Parkinson is wearing Ed Barnes' sun hat. There have been occasions when Davis has had 2 caps on.
I think Parkinson's got that sun hat on top of his...
On top of his cap?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think so. Has officially gone mad. Barnes is in and bowls. That one almost sneaks through. Barnes can't believe that it hasn't. Guest getting his bat down on the ball.
He does look a bit tired now, Brooke Guest, which is perfectly understandable and forgivable. I think he'd be quite happy if day were to come to a close at the end of this over rather than in 7 overs' time.
Yeah, which is why the request that I had from Ed for tonight's show, and it made perfect sense, was could we get both Centurions together? I think Brooke Guest will be lucky if he can get up the steps and then down again. Here comes Ed Barnes in and bowls. That one is defended. Up towards the stumps at the far end, just goes past them on the onside of Brooke Guest's bat. It makes sense, yes, from a news point of view, to interview 2 Centurions, 2 maiden first-class Centurions and stand record breakers.
I think it's a must, Fletcher. I think you must insist.
Well, I put the request in, but Ed must also realise that we need it quite quickly. Here comes Barnes again, bowls to Guest, who gets wrapped on the pad. He has slowed down a bit, hasn't he, Brooke Guest, in his reactions and everything.
Yeah, he's almost at a stop, isn't he?
He'll probably sleep well tonight, though, won't he?
Sometimes when you're absolutely exhausted, you don't, do you, physically?
Well, I don't know about physically. No, I couldn't possibly tell you, but you'd be able to tell me. That's the case, is it?
You can do. If things are hurting, you you turn over in what you hope is you're sleeping. Ow. You kind of wake up. Or also because it's the mind. Your mind is still working.
Racing.
Absolutely.
Yeah. I don't have that problem either. Here's Barnes in bowls to Guest, who defends it straight back to him.
And he's had to concentrate, Brooke Guest, on pretty much every ball bowled in the game, hasn't he?
Yeah.
I don't know how many there were in the Leicestershire first innings, and most of them, obviously, he's been at the other end for long periods, but you're still concentrating.
Well, the batsmen walked together to punch gloves, and you almost got the feeling that Brooke Guest might lean on Alex Thompson for a moment there, but he resisted the temptation. Ended the over 298 for 6, Guest 113, Thompson 10. And as a result, at 298, the follow-on target is 81 away.
Just the 3 wickets fallen today.
Like day one.
Yeah.
One in each session, weren't there, on day one? Ben H might have got a couple. So they got one of them.
Parkinson then is in to Thompson, who is forward, bounces down, and then up into the hands, the waiting hands of Will Davis at that silly-ish mid-off position. Parkinson looks back towards us. Don't look at us for any ideas, Callum. Iced baths await. In goes Parkinson and bowls. Good delivery. Just deceives Thompson slightly on length. He plunges forward and nonetheless plays it off the pitch. I think Parkinson's saying, are you going to try and hit it over the top? Or
I think that's unlikely.
no, he clipped one beautifully through mid-wicket in the previous over. Parkinson is in. Back goes Thompson. Ooh, says Parkinson as he plays it firmly out to mid-wicket. There's a puff of dust as Evans does a sort of sliding tackle on it, feet first, that might have drawn a yellow card had it connected in League One. The game between Burton and Bolton yesterday. In goes Parkinson. Bowls. Attempted slog sweep. No leg before, says umpire Bailey. Immediately shook his head, didn't he, as Parkinson turned. Looked a reasonable shout. Now he's sending his long on back. And indeed his long off. They want
He's very dismissive, isn't he?
keep Thompson on strike. Give him 1. Parkinson is in. Thompson is playing firmly, but only as far as Hassan Azad at short, straight mid-wicket, almost silly mid-on. Both he and Davis are about sort of halfway back down. Well, actually, Azad is a yard or two further back still. Wright's advising the removal of Davis from silly mid off to mid-wicket. And he's saying if you want to give Thompson 1, give him 1. So everybody retreats to do just that. To single donating positions rather than saving positions. Parkinson is in. There's a decent shout for leg before he's got his man. Parkinson cannot believe it. At long last, celebrations for Callum Parkinson. He was trying to play across the line there, rather, Alex Thompson, and tried to whip it away through mid-wicket. Parkinson may just have got under his skin a little bit with what he was having to say to him, and he missed his attempt to whip it away. It hit him around about knee height. He hadn't taken a big stride down the pitch, and umpire Bailey said, "Yep, you've finally got one," and sent Alex Thompson on his way.
Still trailing by 230 and 81 away from the follow-on as Alex Thompson departs to bring the first of the three seamers, I assume Sam Connors, to the middle. He's in their interest to hang around, so they're not having to bowl tonight. Well, they won't have to bowl, will they? So forget that, because the follow-on will be enforced. I'm trying to work out who it is. Yeah, it's Sam Connors. He walks down the steps and onto the playing area.
The only way Derbyshire can lose is if they don't save the follow-on, really, and
Yes.
back out there. So it would be a shame having, with these two, particularly Dal and Guest, having done so well from their point of view, if they would fall just short or things like that to happen. Thompson gave it away a little bit there, really. Didn't need to play the shot, especially across the line. So still a little bit of work to do for Derbyshire to support the efforts of Dal and Guest. But a first for Callum Parkinson in the innings, 1 for 30 from 23 overs for him. And that is his 42nd first-class wicket of the season.
Good effort. Good effort. Plenty of chat out there now, as you might expect. From Leicestershire, they've got the end open. They've already got rid of one of the new batsmen, Alex Thompson. Sam Connors, Ben Aitchison and Ed Moulton still to come. New over from Ed Barnes. Bowls to Brooke Guest. There'll be 2 runs there as they do come back for the second as well. Ben Mike coming in off the square leg boundary. Nicely run by the 2 batsmen. Moves on to 115, Brooke Guest, and the 300's up for Derbyshire. 300 for 7. Means 79.
Did they miss out?
Who?
On the bonus point. They did, didn't they? It was 1 ball too late.
Yes, it was 1 ball too
Oh.
late. Yeah, it was, you're right.
Just realised.
Yeah. That was what the announcement was, wasn't it? There will be no more bonus points. Barnes is in. And that one is pushed back at a square. Connors has set off with a single. If that hits, he might be in trouble, but the ball was picked up by Louis Kimber and missed the stumps at the non-striker's end. I'm not quite sure why Sam Connors is quite so keen to face Ed Barnes. Perhaps he'd rather face him than Callum Parkinson, but
maybe that's what Connors was trying to do. Sorry, not Connors. Thompson was trying to do just when
get the bonus point.
He needed the 2, didn't need to.
Yeah. Inconsequential in the grand scheme of things. There's 8 points up for grabs if they can get the draw.
And it may be. We were assuming they were giving 1. They were actually looking to save 2.
Yeah. Barnes is in and bowls. That one is into the leg side. There will only be 1 this time as Ben Mike. Barnes.
Talk about slow on the uptake in this box.
Oh, it's too hard.
Just realised all that.
Yeah.
With the benefit of hindsight. Sorry, it's been a long day up. Long 3 days up
Hasn't it
here
just?
as well.
Wasn't it just single taken? So it'll bring Connors onto strike for the first time. Guest will move on to 116, 301 for 7. Can the last 3 wickets conjure up 78 runs from somewhere? Be a good effort if they did.
Yes, put that way, it sounds quite a lot, doesn't it?
Yes, and that gives Leicestershire tomorrow to bowl Derbyshire out, or Derbyshire to hold on for a thrilling finish.
A lot of overs in their legs, though, today, aren't they? They're
True.
a little bit tired when they come back tomorrow.
It ain't going to rain. Barnes is in and Connors leaves a ball that might have nipped back, but he looked fairly comfortable leaving.
Got to make him play, Ed Barnes.
Do you think Will Davis has just said nothing as he walked to within 2 yards of Sam Connors? I can't imagine that he did say nothing.
Possibly not. Was Connors around when?
He'd have been in the academy, I think, yeah. I used to be your hero, that kind of thing. I doubt it. Connors waits, and this time he does play the ball. He clips it into the leg side, and they've run one. Are they going to come back for the second? They are going to come back for the second, because Ben Mike chases the ball down, but then rather fumbles it as he tries to pick it up. 303 for 7, not in a position to turn down any runs either. Derbyshire Guest on 116, Connors off the mark. So your movements after 6 o'clock, are you exclusively through there then, or?
I don't think so necessarily. I think my colleague Mr. Whitty has some
Has he got it under control?
resources upon which to draw. And then I'll be heading straight across, though. The players are, or Paul Nixon is expecting to do a live interview.
It's exciting.
Immediately with the roving mic.
Ooh, this next one from Barnes is defended by Connors. I've got one of those in the boot of my car.
The problem is that sometimes they're a little bit unreliable, isn't it?
Well, it depends
terms
where
of
you
distance.
do it. If you do it, it's a straight line, isn't it? You should be all right. Is it set up okay? Yeah, it looks like you'd be fine.
It should be.
Yeah, you'd be fine. You could do the whole last over live from the side of the boundary.
Well, if I could ask the umpires, going to stand out behind Rob Bailey.
Without you being silly. Mine was a sensible suggestion. Do the last over, and Paul, tell me what you think. That made perfect sense.
6 overs remain. Parkinson has been energised a little bit by that wicket. He really did celebrate it. He'd earned it as he runs in past umpire Bailey, and bowls played down into the ground by Guest. Bounces up towards Rhodes, who's at fairly conventional extra cover now. There is a short leg and slip and mid wicket, but Parkinson realises, I think, that he'd rather be bowling at Sam Connors, so he's inclined to give Brooke Guest a single. Should Guest be inclined to take it? So it was a little bit belated, that recognition of the situation. And so the close catches have essentially gone out, with the exception of slip, as Parkinson goes in and bowls, goes back, and he cuts, and he's caught behind. Brooke Guest has gone at long last. What an effort, what an innings it has been by Brooke Guest. It was a little bit short, a little bit wide, may even have been an under edge. Stayed down a little bit, he cut at it, and it has been taken by Harry Swindles, a 4th catch for Swindles. And it's nice to see Ben Mike giving Brooke Guest, an exhausted Brooke Guest, a pat on the back as the Derbyshire batsman leaves the field, having made 116 of 275 balls and hit 17 fours. What an effort it has been. A maiden first-class century, a big one too, and he has gone a long way towards steering his side to safety. He raises his bat to all sides of the ground. The applause is long and thoroughly deserved by Brooke Guest. Well played, young man.
Just nipped out, did I miss anything?
You did, I'm afraid.
Yes, Adam just told me. He said, you've missed a wicket, and by the way, can you come through and do a bit later on?
It was a little bit short, a little bit wide from Parkinson. He went for the cut. It didn't really get up. And I think it may even have been a bottom edge. And the edge was taken by Harry Swindles. His 5th catch.
Yes, indeed. Got the first 4, didn't he? Yeah, got the first 4.
Parkinson's figures now looking very good indeed. 2 for 30 from 23.2. What an effort that was from Brooke Guest.
Yeah. Still 76 away from the follow-on, which is a concern. 225 behind. So not out of the woods by a long, long way. And onto 2 pieces of paper as well. I don't like that in a single day.
3 wickets in this session.
Yeah.
Goodness me.
3 wickets in the evening session yesterday, weren't there, for Or 3 Derbyshire wickets, certainly. No more than that, because Leicestershire's final few wickets fell in that evening session too.
So Parkinson, it's a very different feel out there all of a sudden. Leicestershire look very interested indeed as they surround Ben Aitchison. Parkinson goes in, bowls to him. It's a bit too full, and the tall Aitchison can get to the pitch of the ball and stroke it out to Chris Wright, who is at mid-on. Smiles from Parkinson. Haven't been too many of those.
No.
Certainly not in the afternoon session. He is in and bowls. Aitchison is stroking it out. He's inclined, clearly, to play the ball. He's not inclined to leave it or just dab it down. He likes to get bat through ball. Aitchison.
First class half century this season.
Wow. No mug then, as Parkinson goes in and bowls to him. He's forward, defending that one out to Rhodes, who is at shortish extra cover.
It's Nottinghamshire in a losing cause, but he hit the ball long and hard. Game had already gone.
Parkinson bowls to him, flattish delivery. He defends comfortably out into the offside, but a wicket maiden for Leicestershire's captain Callum Parkinson. 2 wickets in 3 overs for him, which has just changed the feeling. Leicestershire will go to the close of play with still some hope that I suspect that certainly had Guest and Dal still been together, they wouldn't really have entertained, but they'll think now that they've still got a bit of a chance.
Yeah, they certainly will.
What's the deficit? 225.
Yeah. It's a lot, isn't it? Which is stating the bleeding obvious, but this next 76 runs, if they can get them, will be crucial, but it's a long, long way off now with 2 wickets remaining. 303 for 8. Fielders moving all over the place here.
5 overs, 4 overs to go now.
Oh, thank goodness for that. So
You can't help feeling that Barnes, in a way, deserves
absolutely, absolutely.
his efforts. He's running gamely all day, hasn't he? 16 overs, none for 39 at the moment.
And comes Barnes to bowl to Connors, who drive. Well, he doesn't really drive. He defends rather firmly up to Chris Wright at mid-on.
Yeah, may have to desert you for the last knockings. Let's see what analysts.
Well, now they're doing lip reading.
Adam's going to
doing lip reading.
Commentate at the top of the cricket show, so I can stay here. He says.
He's got effects, hasn't he? Yeah.
Oh yes.
Good. That's the main thing. Here's Ed Barnes. In. And bowls to Sam Connors, who sways out of the way of that one. Of course, it is 3 overs and 4 balls left, but if a wicket falls any time after the next over, then that'll be it. No, it won't. Because they're only 8 down, aren't they?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, dear. I was getting all excited about losing a couple of overs then. I think I'll have an update into the 6 o'clock news, which you won't be able to hear the cue, so I'll just do that.
Right.
As Barnes is in, bowls, and this time he's down on one knee. That was an interesting delivery. He took it diving to his right, the wicket-keeper. It sort of moved away after it went past the stumps. A lot of balls have gone down leg side after they've gone past the stumps. That one went the other way. 1 for the over, says umpire Ramage, almost pointlessly.
At some length.
Yeah, so we wanted to make sure everybody's saying, well, they have been signalling to the scorers next door to us, and they've missed 1 or 2 bits over the course of the day. Listen to the noise out there now. Game has been turned on its head. And comes Barnes and bowls to Connors, who covers up nicely, pushes it up towards Wright at mid-on, and there's no run. I have cue. As Barnes walks back to his mark. Somebody getting annoyed on the Pentagon Island roundabout. Pipping his horn is absolutely pointless. It won't make a car get out of your way. Unless it's a car that's chopped somebody else up. And in comes Barnes, bowls to Connors. He defends this back towards the bowler, who picks up at the end of his follow-through and then gives the ball to Callum Parkinson. 303 for 8 it remains. Connors 2. Aitchison yet to get off the mark, having faced just 4 deliveries.
I wonder how Edwin Bolton's feeling at the moment. Have his pads on.
His knees will be knocking, I would imagine. Mine would be. As Barnes is on his way in, balls to Connors. That's down the leg side. He tries to flick it away, but he can't make contact. It's the end of the over. 3 to go. Then 303 for 8. That's a maiden for Ed Barnes. His 4th, 0 for 39 from 17 overs.
So they are going to take the last couple of overs of our commentary on.
You're going through there to do it, eh? Of our commentary, how are they going to do that?
I have no idea.
Excellent.
I just had a message to that effect. So
Well, when they take it,
they'll hear you doing an update as well.
it'll be me doing an update. Unless you want to commentate. You commentate now.
Right, you are. Appreciate that. And you can do your update and hopefully come back to us just before the close. There are still 3 overs remaining to be bowled, so there's still 10 minutes of play. Callum Parkinson is surrounding Ben Aitchison with close fielders. He goes in and bowls to Aitchison down the leg side, taken by Swindles, who reaches out with his right gauntlet and flicks off the bails, but Aitchison's back foot was anchored firmly in the crease. That would have been a 6th victim in the innings for Harry Swindles. In goes Parkinson, bowls. Aitchison is forward on off stump. There's no run. Will Rhodes comes out and Will Rhodes? George Rhodes even, different sort of Rhodes altogether, has a word with Callum Parkinson. Much pointing goes on. Rhodes takes off his sun hat. He's going to put on a helmet and go in very close, one assumes. So there'll be a slip. Yeah, he'll go in close on the leg side as out comes the helmet. Courtesy of Rishi Patel.
Off the internet. That's how they're going to do it.
Tinterweb.
Yeah, they're going to take it off the internet because he's talking now. Look.
That is how I think they did it previously.
Clever. And slightly behind.
So Rhodes.
And if I press that button there, it knocks everybody off air.
Rhodes with helmet and what is he putting on over his
sweater?
Just a sweater, after all.
Oh,
some sort of protector.
It's his jock strap. It's his jock strap. Clever that, isn't it?
Surely wouldn't have gone in over his head. In goes Parkinson and bowls. Aitchison is forward, pushing out through the off side. Ben Mike reaches out. A weary run towards the ball from Ben Mike. And there is no run. So we have Kimber at slip. We have Rhodes at short leg. We have silly point and silly mid-off. And another silly mid-off, who is Mike, who is a sort of shortish silly mid-off as Parkinson is in. Aitchison is forward. And welcome to listeners to BBC Radio Leicester's cricket show. Last few overs of the day here at the Incora County Ground, and a fascinating day it's been. Great fight by Derbyshire as Parkinson goes in and bowls. Aitchison defends out into the offside.
Lewis Hill still miles away from the rest of his teammates. Look, bless him. They're all crowding round the bat apart from him.
He has spent some time in their vicinity, but yeah, they've all heard all they want to know from Lewis, clearly, for the time being. Did you see that 100 I got yesterday? Yes. So 4 close fielders around 5 close fielders and the wicketkeeper around the batters. Over the wicket goes Parkinson, bowls to Aitchison, fullish, though Aitchison, a tall man, can get to the pitch of the ball, defended up the wicket to Ben Mike, and there is no run. 303 for 8 at Derbyshire. It's been a superb effort by the home side. They were 56 for 5. After 25 minutes of play this morning when Matt Critchley was bowled by Ben Mike off an inside edge, and Well, the chances of Derbyshire reaching 150, let alone the follow-on target of 379, looked distant in the extreme. But there was a fantastic partnership between Anuj Dal and Brooke Guest, a partnership that was a record for the 6th wicket for Derbyshire against any county in first-class cricket, before Dal was caught off the bowling of Mike for 106.
Ed Barnes begins a new over from the city end, and that's clipped away nicely by Sam Connors out to deep backward square leg, and he'll come back for a second run. He doubles his tally. He moves on to 4, 305 for 8.
To end that partnership at 227. Alex Thompson made 10 before going leg before wicket to Parkinson, 298 for 7, and then Guest, an exhausted Brooke Guest, was cutting at a wider delivery from Parkinson that we think he bottom edged into the gloves of Harry Swindles for 116. 303 for 8 at that stage. 2 have been added since.
You're very kind for suggesting that we thought that. I didn't see it. I was somewhere else. As Barnes is in and bowls. That's edged through the gap between second slip and gully and goes for 4 runs down to third man. Connors once again doubles his tally. He moves on to 8, 309 for 8. And I don't like those gaps. I mean, I liked it on that occasion from a Derbyshire perspective, but I don't understand the gaps, if I'm entirely honest. Especially when they've got 70 runs to play with. And they're desperate, well, not desperate, but they've only got 2 wickets to get, and it's all bowlers now, because there's these 2 bowlers out in the middle, Sam Connors and Ben Aitchison. Yes, Aitchison's got a first-class half-century, but it wasn't in the kind of circumstances that you would necessarily say were normal, because the game against Nottinghamshire had gone and he was basically teeing off. Sam Connors can bat for a long time, but he doesn't necessarily score very many runs. I'm not entirely sure what his high score in first-class cricket is, but it's not very many. It's 21. They both have averages of around 10. And still to come is Ed Moulton. There, they've plugged the gap now. Well,
Stable doors.
Absolutely pointless. Absolutely
Unless,
pointless.
of course, it now goes straight to Will Davis.
I think it'll go wide of Will Davis, the next one.
Through gully?
Yeah, you'd hope so, wouldn't you? You really would hope so.
Could have 4 slips and a gully, as you're saying.
Of course you could.
Derbyshire not looking to score runs at this stage, just getting through to the
drive one
close.
down the ground, is he? He might do. You never know. Connors in, and that's a little uppish out into the offside. Barnes bowls himself off his feet, and Callum Parkinson looks disbelievingly that ball didn't take a wicket, as he does with most deliveries that are bowled. 309 for 8 it remains.
Barnes' determination to take a wicket before the close is wholly admirable.
Yes, oh, absolutely.
And there's something very endearing, well, as we've been saying about Ed Barnes and the way he's bowling in this match, likewise.
In comes Barnes again to Sam Connors, who defends this out into the offside. The next key figure is 379. It's a long, long way away with only 2 wickets remaining for Derbyshire. That's the follow-on target. They trail by 219. So if they are asked to bat again, they're going to have to once again score that, get past that 150 mark, which they've failed to do on so many occasions this season. This has been a good effort to get to 309 for 8 under so much pressure by the home side. Connors is just walking away as the helmet is removed by the man who was fielding at short leg, Sam Evans, and he's going all the way out into the distance, so it looks like they want to give Connors a single here. They'd rather bowl at him than Aitchison. They've seen his first-class half-century figure, haven't they? Terrified by it. Connors waits as Barnes is in and bowls to him, and he turns it into the leg side, and they do go through for a single. They're quite happy to take one. And why not? 1 ball left of the over. 310 for 8. But a certain amount of communication on occasions with Ben Aitchison's parents, and growing up he was an opening batsman, certainly a top order batsman.
He's handled himself perfectly competently so far.
Yes. Apart from that 50, though, I don't think he's really shown his true batting colours, or perhaps he has. Final ball of the over then, and one more to come after this. Ed Barnes sets off, running towards us from the city end. 4 slips in place, bowls to Aitchison, who turns it into the leg side and takes another single, which is on offer, and why wouldn't you? 311 for 8 at the end of the over. Aitchison off the mark with that single. Connors has 9, and they will not be all out tonight, Derbyshire. There's only one over to go. They'd go off, wouldn't they?
I'm not sure.
Yeah, I think
Logic.
so. Yeah.
Yes, I think they probably would. It'd be 9 down, wouldn't they?
Yeah. Unless they say no. The umpires, I mean, there might be a new regulation. Who knows? Certainly, John thinks it's all over next door.
It could be a really interesting day tomorrow if Leicestershire can take the last 2 wickets in reasonably short order, get back out while they're still fresh. But as we've seen, Derbyshire have dug in splendidly today, made life really hard for their East Midlands neighbours, and no reason whatsoever to believe they wouldn't do likewise tomorrow. So, Aitchison surrounded by close fielders as Parkinson goes in and bowls to him. He reaches forward, gets to the pitch of the ball, defends it out into the off-side. Hassan Azad fields and immediately throws the ball back to Callum Parkinson. Tosses the ball from hand to hand. Turns and bowls. Aitchison is forward again, stroking it out to Ben Mike this time, who's the straighter of the short-ish mid-offs. He's about, 3 yards behind Hassan Azad, who's there for the edge. Quite what Mike is there for, just to get in the batsman's eye line, I think, as Parkinson bowls. Forward goes Aitchison, bounces once, and then Azad takes it. His right foot is almost on the cut strip, Hassan Azad. It isn't quite. Azad won't be a chatterer as a close fielder, that is for sure. As Parkinson is in, drops very short indeed, and it's almost played in, almost a chance then for Ben Mike. Might actually have been a chance. Was it just short of him? He went back, and Aitchison's inclination is to play the ball firmly. Pushed back towards him, and all sorts of oohs and ahs as he stuck out his right hand, Ben Mike, and I think tried to flick it up just before it bounced. Half volley, I think it was. And anyway, didn't take it cleanly. Parkinson over the wicket to Aitchison. Bowls. Aitchison is forward. Thick outside part of the bat pushes it out into the off-side safely.
Somebody else in there now, look.
Yes, no idea who.
It's exciting.
just an arm.
The place is filling up with people.
1 ball to go, I think, of an absorbing, at times, slightly one-paced day, but an outstanding day's county cricket. In goes Parkinson and bowls. Aitchison drives him away through the offside. Mike is going to have to go running back, puts in the slide, athletically throws. Aitchison picks up a couple of runs, and that is it. That is the closer. Hesitated for a moment because the umpires didn't momentarily move, but that is done. That is the end of the day. 315.
No.
Has it gone up straight away? Whipped it up straight away. 313 for 8 at the close of play, Derbyshire. They trail by 215 runs. They still need to get to 379. If they do that tomorrow morning with 2 wickets in hand, then they will effectively have saved the game.
I will eat my hat.
And Dave Fletcher of BBC Radio Derby will eat his hat. Adam Whitty of BBC Radio Leicester, on the other hand, it'll just be exactly what he expects of the Foxes to enforce victory. He is going to pick up from us shortly, and we are going to go across in the meantime. And Leicestershire leaving the field at no great pace.
Wearily, not surprised.
Otherwise, online and, of course, on the BBC website and through all the devices through which you listen to the online commentary. We'll be back with you tomorrow.
We will. Cheers.